It was a dead silent night until a red alert started screaming, signaling major danger. The final boss was straight ahead, and the system was practically begging for a 10-man raid team to handle it. But facing off against that monstrosity was just one solo player, NightWing, level 100. Even though the boss's level was displayed as unknown, Xavier, aka NightWing, was flexing hard, totally confident he could solo this beast. The monster didn't waste a second, launching a massive ultimate move right off the bat that crushed the atmosphere. But on the flip side, Xavier didn't even flinch. He looked like he was just taking a walk in the park. All right, if you want to play dirty, gloves are coming off, Xavier thought. He immediately triggered his most broken skill, Pulse Nova, unleashing absolute devastation. And just like that, boom, one shot, one kill, boss deleted, mission cleared. Yeah, what you guys just saw was an MMORPG, and that god-tier character NightWing is actually played by Xavier, a 20-year-old dude in real life. In the game, he's an absolute unit, a legend everyone worships. But in real life, Xavier is a total mess, looking nothing like the digital hero he plays on screen. The victory scream barely faded when his phone buzzed. Xavier answered, and a voice screamed so loud it nearly ruptured his eardrums. Dude, seriously. You're still chilling at home? The new class president says you better show your face at school tomorrow. Xavier thought it was a life-or-death emergency. But hearing that, he just let out a cold, dismissive scoff. He hadn't stepped foot on campus in over a year. If the homeroom teacher couldn't drag him back, some random class rep didn't stand a chance. Hearing Xavier's silence, the caller softened his tone, trying to be supportive. Look, man, I know what went down a year ago really messed you up, but you gotta. Before he could even finish the sentence, Xavier snapped, shouting, enough. The call cut dead. Xavier slammed his phone onto the desk. The guy was right, though tragedy struck a year ago, turning Xavier from a hype beast full of energy into the depressed shut-in he is today. He couldn't help but look to his right, staring at a framed photo on his desk of a gorgeous girl smiling back at him. He clutched the picture to his chest, his heart feeling like it was physically bleeding out. Why? Xavier thought. Why am I the one breathing while the person who saved me is gone? How am I supposed to keep living like this? Right in the middle of his breakdown, his phone screen lit up again. He thought it was his buddy calling back to nag him, but it was actually a weird notification from a game app. Congratulations, you have become a player in the final game. Enjoy your experience. Xavier froze, totally confused, because he definitely never downloaded anything with that name. Before he could swipe it away, a blue laser beamed out of the screen, engulfing his entire body. His personal info got digitized instantly, popping up on a holographic status window floating in front of his face. The HUD showed his stats: HP at 250, mana at 150. His base stats, strength, agility, constitution, and spirit were all starting at a flat 5. He also had 50 integrity points. Xavier rolled his eyes, thinking, okay, either this is a high-tech scam or I'm hallucinating from lack of sleep. Suddenly, a robotic voice spoke from the phone. Attention player. Points can be exchanged for any item. Good luck. Xavier slammed the desk again, screaming in frustration. Anything. Yeah, right. Don't try to play me with this sci-fi garbage. If it's real, take all my points and turn them into cold, hard cash right now. Conversion successful, the voice chirped. A second later, Xavier got a bank notification. Deposit received, $5,000. His jaw literally hit the floor. Xavier sat there paralyzed until violent banging on his apartment door snapped him out of it. He had no clue who would visit at midnight, but he went to open it anyway. The second the door cracked open, he got verbally assaulted. Xavier, listen up. If I don't see rent money tonight, pack your trash and get the hell out of my building. Look at this place. It smells like a dump and looks like a pigsty. Xavier sighed, waving her off. All right, relax. It's just money, right? Xavier, clearly annoyed, pulled out his phone and instant transferred $3,000 to the landlady, covering his 3 months of back rent plus an entire year in advance. The moment the cash hit her account, her attitude pulled a complete 180. Oh, wow. Look at you, making big bucks. I always knew a smart kid like you was destined for greatness. Call me if you need anything, okay? Just go. And thanks for not cutting my power, Xavier muttered, shoving her out and slamming the door shut. Once he was alone, the cool act dropped. He stared at his hands in disbelief. The money was real, the transfer worked, which meant the game was actually real. A crazy thought sparked in his brain. He grabbed the phone and asked the system, if I can trade points for anything, can I bring a dead person back to life? The system paused to calculate before answering, resurrection is possible. Cost, 100 million points. It was an insane number, but for Xavier, it was the first ray of hope he'd seen in a year. He didn't care about the grind. He just knew that if he hit that number, Vicky could come back. Tears started streaming down his face uncontrollably. He hadn't cried like that in ages, sobbing like a kid. But then he wiped his face and stood up, eyes burning with determination. 100 million points? Fine. Challenge accepted. He swore he'd get Vicky back no matter what. Suddenly, a special quest popped up on his screen. Desperate for points, he smashed the accept button instantly. Xavier started grinding through the lamest quests imaginable, picking up trash on the street for 1 point, cleaning up the school grounds for 2 points. But the system was trolling him hard. The highest paying quest was clean the girls' restroom for 5 points. Even though he felt played, Xavier gritted his teeth and sneaked into the ladies' room. You can guess how that ended. He got caught and beat up by a squad of girls who thought he was a creeper. After days of this brutal grind, he barely scraped together 100 points. That 100 million goal felt light years away. Xavier realized he totally underestimated this game. But even with the struggle, knowing he was working towards saving, Vicky made every embarrassing moment worth it. After completing 50 tedious quests, he unlocked a lucky draw spin. He decided not to use it yet, stashing it for later. He figured if he held onto it, maybe his luck stat would improve or the prize pool would get better. Right now, his brain was only focused on farming more points. While he was glued to his phone, walking down the street, he stepped on a literal banana peel, classic cartoon style. He stumbled forward and face-planted right into the chest of a girl walking toward him, knocking her over. Realizing he just accidentally assaulted someone, Xavier scrambled up and jumped back about 30 feet, stammering, "Whoa, I am so sorry. I swear I didn't mean to do that." Strangely, she didn't scream. Instead, she looked weirdly amused, teasing him with a smirk. Well, for a clumsy guy, you've got some bold moves. Sorry, total misunderstanding." Xavier kept apologizing, pinching his nose to stop a sudden nosebleed. The girl dusted herself off, but instead of walking away, she crossed her arms. "You know, that was pretty traumatic for me. I think I deserve some compensation." Sure," Xavier stuttered, feeling guilty. What do you have in mind?" She tapped her chin. "What would make us even?" She paused for dramatic effect, then flashed a cunning. As soon as she dropped the word points, Tavu clicked instantly. She was a player too, rocking a system just like him. But this chick? She was playing 4D chess while he was playing checkers. Before Tavu could even buffer, she popped a skill and threw up a massive isolation barrier. It was like a solid force field locked down the whole block. Suddenly, the sky flipped from blue to a freaky shade of purple. Tavu was low-key panicking like, "Yo, what is happening right now?" This was his first time seeing a barrier, in real life. While he was standing there, lagging out, trying to process the situation, Miss Strategy pulled out her weapon and jumped him from behind. Zero chill. The dude had absolutely no reaction time. She sliced him up good, left arm wrecked, combat mode, totally disabled. He was basically a sitting duck. Tavu was in agonizing pain, but Psycho Sis, she was vibing on the gore. Blood is rich in nutrients. You're looking like a literal snack." She called him chubby, and Tavu gritted his teeth, backing up fast to get some distance. He tried to talk his way out of a body bag. "Hold up, crazy lady. You're in the endgame too? We should be squatting up, fam. Co-op mode. Finish the mission together, peace and love." That cracked her up. She started cackling like a witch. "Peace? Co-op? Bro, you are tragically naive." She got all up in his personal space, scratching his chin like he was a golden retriever. It gave him major creeps. "Since you're such a clueless noob, let Big Sis drop some knowledge on you. PvP is the meta, kid. You clap other players and steal their stash. Grinding quests is for suckers." Tavu went pale. He'd been busting his hump doing legit missions like a total Boy Scout. Hearing that shattered his whole worldview in a split second. Tavu was shook, and that crazy girl was drinking in his fear like a milkshake. "Just give up. Forget those dumb quests. Let me delete you, and we'll become one." Sounds romantic, right? Despite the terror, Tavu wasn't about to just roll over and die. He shouted back that he had unfinished business and absolutely could not check out of the server today. But he knew he couldn't take her one-on-one. So, he pulled a tactical retreat, aka running for his life with everything he had, screaming help, at the top of his lungs. He spotted a dude down the street, literal lifeline. "Yo, big bro. Call the cops, crazy chick is trying to flatline me." Tavu sprinted at the guy like a linebacker. But just when he thought he grabbed the lifeline, he phased right through the guy like a ghost. Major glitch in the Matrix. Tavu swiped again. Nothing. Totally intangible. The guy was standing right there, but he was basically a hologram. Psycho Sis caught up from behind, looking bored. "Save your stamina, kid. Everything you're doing is useless. You're inside my barrier now. My domain. My rules. It's a pocket dimension layered over reality. Only players can enter this chat. No one is coming to save you. Once I lock a target, there's no logging out." She raised her weapon, ready for the kill shot. Tavu felt like it was game over. He just stood there as her Wolverine-style claws skewered him. Zero defense, straight through the chest. The pain was blinding, way worse than the arm cut. She yanked the blade out, and Tavu dropped like a sack of potatoes. Seeing him hit the dirt just made her even more hyped. This chick definitely had a serial killer fetish. Tavu was lying in a pool of his own red sauce, HP dropping critically fast. Asterisk beep. Beep. Asterisk, the system was screaming alarms in his ear. Critical damage. Heart failure imminent. Tavu was salty. He couldn't go out like this, not without a clear reason. He just figured out how to revive Nikki. He wasn't about to kick the bucket now. Suddenly, his phone on the ground chirped. Low battery. Are you kidding me? Even the phone is dying? Then a brain blast hit him. Tavu screamed, System. Activate the lucky draw reward. The shout startled the psycho, and the system pinged. Voice command accepted. The gacha system booted up instantly. Tavu had no clue what he'd pull, but this was his Hail Mary play. He was betting it all on one spin. A giant roulette wheel appeared in the air. As the needle started spinning, Tavu was praying to the RNG gods, while Crazy Girl just laughed in his face. Seriously, that gacha mechanic has trash rates. What are you gonna pull? A membership card? A healing potion? Ha ha ha. She held off on the finishing move just to watch his hope get crushed. That is toxic behavior, folks. The needle on the wheel started slowing down. Tavu was begging the universe for anything that could save his skin. Even a band-aid would do. But the needle stopped right on the thanks for participating slot. A total dud. Tavu was wrecked. Psycho Sis was rolling on the floor laughing. Ha ha, see, even the devs hate you. Tavu slumped over, ready to fade to black. But then, the needle clicked one more time. It hadn't stopped. It ticked over past the dud and landed on the gold slice right next to it. Special equipment. Congratulations. Special item acquired. The system logo lit up over Tavu's head like a halo. Psycho Sis's jaw hit the floor. She'd been playing way longer than him and never even heard of special equipment. Realizing she might have messed up, she lunged at him to secure the kill before he could recover. Too slow. A massive beam of blue energy orbital struck Tavu's location from the heavens. The impact kicked up a massive dust storm, blinding everyone. Visibility was zero. Psycho Sis felt a shiver down her spine. Her instincts were screaming danger, and she was right. A split second later, a massive shockwave blasted out of the smoke, heading straight for her. She barely backstepped in time. If that hit connected, she'd be toast. Is that the power of the gear? She hissed. Tavu stepped out of the smoke like a boss, wielding the new blade of devouring. And get this, it came with a full heal buff. His arm, fixed. Heart, pumping strong. He was back at 100% HP. Looks like his plot armor just kicked in. She was fuming. Listen here, N0B. Just because you got a legendary drop doesn't mean you have the skills to wield it. But Tavu wasn't hearing it. He was feeling himself now. He was confident that with this OP gear, he could one-shot her easily. As soon as he acted tough, Psycho Sis burst out laughing, like full-on maniacal, Joker-style laughter. She laughed for way too long, making things super awkward. Oh, honey, she wheezed. You're so naive. You think this is pay to win? You think a shiny sword makes you a gamer? Let me show you the real horror of this game. Don't get cocky just because you got lucky. Come get some. Let's go. Tavu screamed and swung his new blade. But she slipped past the attack like water, Glitch stepping right behind him like a ghost. No time to figure out the physics. Tavu spun around and slashed blindly, trying to catch her with a follow-up combo. Yo fam, just like the last attempt, his blade isn't connecting. Tavu is starting to rage, swinging that giant cleaver around like a total noob, but that is exactly what this psycho chick wants. She hits him with the trash talk, telling Tavu to just rage quit already. She says with his current stats, trying to hit her with that oversized slab of metal is basically impossible. Then she drops a hint telling Tavu to check his inventory or rather, his body. He looks down and realizes he has been tagged with 4 claw marks while he was busy flailing around. According to her, these aren't just scratches, they are stacking debuffs. Once she lands enough hits, those marks are gonna bloom like roses, and not the romantic kind. The second she shuts her mouth, those claw marks on Tavu detonate. Boom. Even though his HP was full, tanking 4 point-blank explosions is enough to nearly one-shot him. Tavu has to prop himself up with the Devourer blade just to stay upright. The crazy lady sees he isn't dead yet and gets even more hyped, like a cat playing with a half-dead mouse. Any normal NPC would have been game over by now, but Tavu is too stubborn to die. His durability is just feeding her twisted need to torture him some more. She winds up for her finisher move. If Tavu doesn't dodge this, he is permanently deleted. But the dude is in so much pain he is basically lagging out, unable to move a muscle. But he remembers the grind. He needs 100 million points to respawn his girl, Vu Ni. He can't wipe here. Fueled by pure willpower, Tavu lifts that heavy blade one more time. That determination triggers a system event. The interface flashes, spirit and gear synchronization at 100%. The Devourer blade evolves instantly into the Devourer set. The gear auto-equips on Tavu, and he unlocks a clutch skill called Overload Mode. It burns his own health and calories to boost his stats. It is a Hail Mary play, but Tavu has no other choice but to smash that activate button. Suddenly, a blinding aura explodes around Tavu. This chubby hero always pulls a magic trick right when he is about to get fragged. The guy has serious plot armor. The lady is still gloating, clueless that she is about to become fish food. Tavu steps out of the light wearing full armor, swings the Devourer blade, and unleashes a massive overhead strike. The crazy woman is shook. She manages to dodge the first hit, but she realizes Tavu's speed stats just skyrocketed. He's getting faster by the second, like he turned on a speed hack. It doesn't take long for him to take control of the lobby. Tavu lands a solid hit, finally knocking her into the dirt. She is flattened on the ground, shaking from the damage and looking absolutely livid. "What is this glitch?" she screams. "What just happened?" "How did you get this buff?" she shrieks. Tavu hits her with the cold, hard truth. "Because you fed your entire life bar into my sword, lady." She refuses to believe it. She jumps up, triggered by his words, wanting to show him the skill gap between them. But Tavu isn't the slow, heavy tank he was 5 minutes ago. He knows the match is already over. She is just the last one to realize it. She didn't even notice she had stepped right into Tavu's domain expansion. Remember all those wild, missed swings earlier? He was spreading his energy all over the map. She spent the whole fight trolling him, but now she is about to taste his ultimate move. "Feel the rage of my blade," Tavu says. He lifts the sword, but instead of slashing her, he drives it straight into the ground. This is his kill switch. The Devourer blade's energy erupts from the floor, forming an invisible cage that traps the woman instantly. Now she is terrified. She starts begging, shameless enough to promise she will be his servant, do whatever he wants. But even if she was a 10 out of 10, Tavu has zero interest in her. He doesn't hesitate. The attack brings the whole building down. The crazy woman gets buried under tons of rubble, paying the price for being a toxic player. Tavu, completely drained, passes out. Sometime later, he sees a vision of Wu Ni looking super worried, telling him to wake up. "Come on, get up." Before he can figure out if it is real or a cutscene, she turns around and gets hit by a truck. The panic jolts Tavu awake instantly. Heart pounding, drenched in sweat, it was just that nightmare again. That bad dream has been haunting him on repeat. Tavu groggily remembers the boss fight. After he clutched the win against the crazy lady, he must have passed out right there. His phone starts blowing up. He checks the screen. It is Voon Bak, that annoying friend. He picks up, and Voon Bak's voice is so loud it nearly blows out his eardrum. "Tavu, bad news, bro. The class president says if you don't show up, the school is going to expel you." Tavu groans. "Can you lower your volume, you loudmouth?" Tavu yells back, "Listen, I'd rather die out here on the streets than go back to." He stops mid-sentence because a blue system notification just popped up in front of his face. Alert, an F-rank dungeon gate is opening near Jiang University. Defeat the boss for points and XP rewards. On the other end, Voon Bak freaks out when Tavu goes silent. "Hello? You there? Say something, man." He keeps nagging. "Bro, gotta go. I'm heading to school right now. See ya." Tavu hangs up immediately. He stumbles out of the alley, totally turned around because that fight messed up his internal GPS. When he hits the main street, Tavu notices something weird. Every single NPC, guys, girls, everyone is staring at him like he is an alien. At first, he's confused, but then he walks past a store window and catches his reflection. The guy in the glass is ripped, lean, and has a jawline sharp enough to cut glass. Tavu can't believe that is his avatar. He doesn't know how he lost all that weight instantly. It feels like a dream or a glitch. He pinches his face hard. Ouch. Okay, the pain is real, so not a dream. The system pings him with a notification to explain the sudden glow-up. Turns out, the overload skill burned all his body fat as fuel for the Devourer blade. It literally converted calories into mana. Talk about the ultimate workout hack. He got shredded without stepping foot in a gym. Warning, loading that model requires massive energy. If the player uses Life Force Burn again, it could be fatal. The system drops another alert. Looks like using that cheat code has a high cost, but what catches Tavu's eye is the specific wording of the warning. Whatever, he is still learning the mechanics of this system. He puts it aside for now because his clothes are shredded. He looks like a hobo. He can't roll up to campus looking like this. He spends 1 point to buy a basic outfit from the shop, then heads to Jiang University. The moment Tavu steps onto the campus, he pulls aggro from every girl in sight. They have never seen a guy this high tier at their school before. Everyone is practically drooling. Tavu, who has been living like a slob for a year, suddenly turned into the main character. Walking around getting compliments feels pretty good, not gonna lie. But he can't let the fame get to his head. He has a mission to complete. Tavu finds a bench and sits down to strategize. He needs to read the wiki on this game properly. If he runs into another player as crazy as that woman without knowing the rules, he's going to run out of extra lives fast. Yo, what is up, guys? Welcome back. So, first things first, Tavu had to check his stats. The interface popped up in front of him like a straight-up MMORPG HUD. No cap, it was glitchy in the coolest way possible. Currently, our boy is sitting at level 2. His max HP is 300, and MP is 170. Strength and Vitality are at a 7, Spirit is a 5, and Agility is a 6. He still has 3 unspent skill points burning a hole in his pocket and 99 accumulated points in the bank. Tavu didn't hesitate for a second. He dumped 2 of those free points into Strength and 1 into Agility. You gotta min-max that build early if you want to survive, right? This strategy is pretty meta for the early game, safe and solid. The only bummer was his point score hadn't budged. Then he remembered what that psycho lady said earlier, you have to actually frag other players to steal their points. Big yikes. So, looking at the scoreboard, it seems he only KO'd her instead of deleting her account. Phew. Tavu let out a huge sigh of relief. He was definitely not ready to go full serial killer mode just yet. That is way too dark for this channel. Next up, time for a gear check. The main attraction is obviously that devouring blade he picked up. It is an upgradable weapon that gives a sweet plus 30 to attack power. This bad boy comes with 2 wicked perks. First, Model Load, which absorbs energy to temporarily buff the player's stats. Second, Energy Burst, an AoE blast that hits different directions and deals 200% physical damage. Absolutely broken. The skill description was super detailed, basically confirming exactly what Tavu was theory crafting in his head. That Model Load skill burns energy, but it looks like it is exclusive to life energy builds like his. So, it is a very niche ability that normal players probably can't use. But Tavu had a hunch this skill was hiding some secret mechanics or Easter eggs. He needs to do some playtesting later to prove it. Just as he was thinking that, bam, a basketball rolls right up to his sneakers. Then he hears some jock yelling, "Yo, buddy over there, little help with the rock." It was a varsity player. Tavu, being the nice guy he is, didn't overthink it. He grabbed the ball, wound up, and just yeeted it back. But oops, his strength stat is way too high now. The ball turned into a missile, smashed a literal chunk off the rim, and vanished into the stratosphere. The whole court went dead silent. Everyone was looking like, "Brew, what just happened?" The ball went straight through the backboard. The players were looking around like, who was that guy? But Tavu saw the damage and decided it was time to ghost. He dipped out of there fast. For real, only 9 strength, and he is already destroying school property? He is officially OP. But there was no time to flex because the system just DM'd him a new notification. An S-rank underground dungeon was about to spawn nearby. The system suggested enabling the auto-pathing feature to get there. Tavu was not going to say no to that. Auto-pathing in a survival game. That is clutch. He just had to follow the giant glowing arrow to find the entrance to the dungeon. But of course, the arrow points straight to the girls' restroom. Again, seriously. I am starting to think the devs of this game have some weird issues. Tavu was screaming internally, but hey, a quest is a quest. He checked his 6 left and right to make sure the coast was clear. He had to hype himself up, like, I am not a creep. I am just grinding to save Vuingi. Whatever helps you sleep at night, fam. Tavu took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Luckily, the server was empty, no NPCs or players around. The arrow pointed him straight to a closed stall. Classic horror movie setup. Tavu was confused. Is the dungeon entrance a toilet? Please don't be a Mario pipe situation. He hoped for the best and opened the door to check. But plot twist, it was occupied. Awkward eye contact ensued. The girl screamed bloody murder, and Tavu froze like a laggy server. She frantically yanked her pants up and stood up, grinding her teeth in pure rage. Tavu really wanted to explain. It is just a glitch. But before he could speak, she whipped out a weapon and smacked him. I heard there was a creeper on campus. Didn't think I would catch him lacking in 4K. So I am gonna wreck you as a public service. Don't worry, you can just chug a memory wipe potion later and forget I ever stomped you. Look at that rage face. If she said she was gonna kick him into next week, I would believe her. Her aura was even scarier than the crazy lady from before. Tavu realized he was in a boss fight he did not sign up for. Wait, time out. It is a misunderstanding. Tavu pleaded while kiting her attacks, but she was in full aggro mode and not listening to a word. The system detected a PvP event and popped a dual barrier. She finally paused, realizing, oh snap, this perv is a player in the survival game too. But that just made it worse. Now she was stoked because player killing is allowed. she was probably thinking. Free XP. Tvu was crying real tears at this point. Out of the frying pan, into the fire. He escaped one psycho just to run into a total Valkyrie. He had to clutch up. Tvu equipped his gear, deciding he had to beat her in a duel first and explain later. You reek of noob, she sneered, looking down on him. Where do you get the confidence to fight me? Tvu knew she was high level, but hey, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. What if he could pull off another upset win like last time? Seeing his grit, she actually got hyped. She loves a challenge. She dashed in first, looking for a speedrun kill to humble him. Her pressure was insane, way heavier than the last boss, forcing Tvu to backpedal constantly. But saved by the bell. The system sent another alert, underground dungeon open. Everyone in the splash zone was getting auto-invited. Whoosh, both Tvu and the girl got vacuumed into the portal. He really did not want to duo Q with this violent chick, but the portal slammed shut behind them like nothing happened. The fast travel mechanic was brutal, gave Tvu major motion sickness, and the landing, let's just say the physics engine glitched them into a very compromising position. Tvu totally didn't mean to, but he ended up invading her personal space again. Result, he ate a knuckle sandwich right to the jaw. Ouch. After respawning his dignity, Tvu checked the map. The S-rank dungeon was called the Abandoned School. It looked like a twisted, dark version of their own university campus. This was Tvu's first real dungeon raid, so the nerves were kicking in. Meanwhile, the girl watched his reactions and finally connected the dots. Wait, were you in the girl's room to find the dungeon entrance? She asked. Tvu almost praised the RNG gods. Finally, she gets it. If she hadn't figured that out, he would have been cancelled forever. But you are just a scrub trying to solo this raid. Are you suicidal? She grilled him. Aren't you solo queuing too? Tvu clapped back. Don't compare me to you, noob. I am here farming rare materials, she scoffed. The sass on this girl is unreal. Tvu wanted to rage quit the conversation. She was toxic, thinking her high level made her queen, but she didn't seem like a total villain. Since she felt bad about misjudging him, she decided to drop some tutorial tips. What is your level, by the way? When Tvu said 2, she let out the biggest pfft ever. She pointed at the mobs surrounding them. See those colors on their nameplates? That is the threat level HUD. That steel claw wolf with the yellow tag? That is way above your pay grade. If you try to 1v1 that thing, you are toast in 3 minutes flat. But for her, total trash mob. She wasn't just talking smack either, she switched to combat stance instantly. This girl is ready to carry. As for Tvu, he finally got a front row seat to see what a real pro gamer looks like. This girl was soloing an entire mob of savage monsters without breaking a sweat. She was rocking a high-tier skill called Cloud Shredding Storm. Once she popped that ult, it was like a literal hurricane touched down, wiping out a pack of over a dozen wolves instantly. Tvu was standing on the sidelines, jaw on the floor, thinking, man, she is absolutely cracked at this game. Right then, a steel-clawed wolf tried to flank the girl from her blind spot. Without thinking, Tvu screamed, "Yo, watch your 6, and charged in like a hero, swinging his Devour blade to knock it back. Too bad his damage output was basically 0, he barely scratched the thing. Meanwhile, the girl just casually flicked her weapon and one-shotted the mob like it was nothing. The skill gap between them was massive, making Tvu feel like a total scrub. As for the girl, even though she kept roasting Tvu for being a noob, she realized he wasn't actually a bad guy. I'm Shenyun. What's your tag? She asked, breaking the ice. I'm Tvu. As soon as he dropped his name, Shenyun's expression glitched out. She thought, wait, Tvu? Seriously? No way, is the server really that small? Immediately, a notification popped up. Tvu received a party invite from level 8 Shenyun. She claimed he looked so pathetic she compassionately carry him so he could leech some XP. But the invite had a disclaimer in the fine print. Loot distribution is set to party leader. Basically, she wanted Tvu to be her unpaid intern and pack mule. Still, a hustle is a hustle. He gritted his teeth and clicked, accept to chase those gains. Fine. He'd just be the grateful little sidekick soaking up experience points behind the queen bee. But if you try to grief me, I'll delete you myself, Shenyun said with zero chill. Her attitude was toxic, but Tvu had no choice but to roll with the punches. Who told him to be a level 2 scrub while she was sitting pretty at level 8? Still, Tvu wasn't the type to just away from keyboard and leech off someone else's hard work. So, he stuck to Shenyun like glue, swinging his blade whenever he could, chipping in whatever tiny damage he could muster just to feel like he was part of the grind. Before long, boom, level up. He hit level 3 and snagged 3 free attribute points. Tvu immediately dumped all 3 points into his strength stat. As soon as he confirmed the build, he noticed the name of the Razor Claw lizard in front of him changed colors. That meant now that his strength was buffed, the threat level of these mobs had dropped. Finally, he could actually play the game. Tavu started fighting with way more hype. The duo cleared the entire dungeon map and finally reached the boss room, putting the boss in the basement. "These devs are totally trolling us," Shenyun muttered. Just as she finished complaining, something sticky dropped onto Tavu's shoulder. He brushed it off, gagging. "Ew, what is this slime? That's nasty." Shenyun glanced at the goo on the floor and explained it was just a slime monster. Usually, they just parasite off high-level mobs for nutrients and don't have any aggro. So, the two decided not to waste their cooldowns on trash mobs. She took point, and Tavu trailed behind. They finally laid eyes on the boss, a poison bone crocodile, level 5, with a massive health bar of 10,000 HP. Wait, a pink name tag, and why is the hitbox so huge? Tavu was a little shook, but Shenyun wasn't fazed at all. "Quit screaming like a banshee. If you're scared, just stand there and look pretty. I'll delete this boss real quick." Her arrogance triggered the poison bone croc. It immediately opened its maw and spat out massive purple fireballs with insane attack power. Shenyun wasn't backing down either. She rushed in, activating her Phantom Flash movement skill, creating a bunch of clones to confuse the enemy's AI so it couldn't lock onto her. Once she closed the gap, Shenyun jumped into the air for a highlight reel finish, slamming her weapon down. With a single critical hit, she sliced the poison bone croc in half. Good game. Tavu couldn't help but clap like a fanboy. This girl was violent, but she had the skills to pay the bills. Shenyun thought it was game over, but just as she turned to leave with Tavu, a swarm of slime started raining from the ceiling. They formed a sticky paste, gluing the two halves of the crocodile boss back together. "Yo, watch your back," Tavu screamed at the top of his lungs. But by the time Shenyun whipped around, the boss had already been revived by the slimes. And because she got cocky, she took a direct hit to a vital spot. After respawning, the crocodile seemed even more enraged and buffed up. After taking that shot, Shenyun was hit with a paralysis debuff and couldn't move a muscle. Tavu realized she was poisoned, so he panicked, popped his skill, scooped her up princess style, and barely dodged the boss's follow-up attack. But let's be real, he was still weak. He used his skill once and was already gasping for air like he ran a marathon. "You good?" Tavu asked, looking down at her worriedly. Maybe it was the close-up camera angle, but Shenyun suddenly thought Tavu looked weirdly handsome, and her face turned tomato red. "I won't die, but I think I'm stun-locked by the poison. I can't move." Looking at the raging crocodile, Tavu felt like this thing's power level was way too high for an F-tier dungeon. Shenyun had heard rumors that high-level underground dungeons had random RNG mechanics, sometimes spawning elite bosses with unpredictable stats. Judging by the situation, they had definitely rolled a critical failure on their luck stat. But instead of crying about RNG, she needed to use her brain to figure out the boss's mechanics. Tavu put Shenyun down and stood alone against the approaching crocodile. The girl looked at him like he was hallucinating if he thought he could win. Right now, the only option was to run, because Tavu was definitely not in the same weight class as that monster. Tavu knew he was a bot compared to the boss, but he couldn't outrun it while carrying it away from keyboard teammate. He had to stand his ground. He'd survived a fight with that crazy lady before by punching above his weight class. Maybe he could pull off another miracle clutch. The situation was sketchy as hell, but Tavu's optimism was making Shenyun shiver. Meanwhile, he was strategizing on how to kite the monster away from her. Because right now, Shenyun was basically a sitting duck with zero mobility. But there was one variable Tavu didn't account for. The massive monster had crazy agility stats. It was way faster than he expected, and its attack skills were terrifying. Tavu raised his Devour Blade, barely parrying the incoming strikes. "Behind you," Shenyun suddenly shrieked. The monster had used a speed hack to circle behind him, opening its bloody, tooth-filled mouth to swallow Tavu whole. Thanks to Shenyun's call-out, Tavu dashed backward just in time. He dodged the chomp, but he still caught a stray hit from the boss. Just one hit. And yet, Tavu felt like his internal organs had been rearranged like furniture. Before he could even recover from the stun, the crocodile lunged again. This time, its fangs sank into his left shoulder. He tried to grapple with it so he wouldn't become lunch, but the strength difference was too OP. Tavu got flung backward. His HP bar plummeted to 150 out of 500. Seeing Tavu's health dropping into the red, the crocodile went into a frenzy mode. Shenyun watched him getting ragdolled and felt totally useless. It sucked not being able to do anything. In a blink, Tavu got launched into the air again, his health hitting a critical 50 HP. This was brutal for a guy whose only combat experience was clicking a mouse in his bedroom. Now that the game was real life, his brain knew the combos, but his body had zero muscle memory. Tavu lay flat on the ground, feeling like every bone in his body was shattered. As for the poison bone crocodile, it had zero chill. It wasn't giving him a timeout. The monster charged up another poison spit attack to finish the job. Yo, Vu was straight up spiraling into despair mode. Game over, right? But hold up, suddenly a light bulb flickers on. Just maybe, he's got one last clutch play up his sleeve to save this run. That toxic bone gator finishes spewing venom and charges like a freight train. Vu, knees shaking, wobbles to his feet. Gotcha, he mutters. Finally figured out the cheat code for this mess. Shen is watching from the sidelines, sweating bullets. She knows Vu is basically a glass cannon right now, one tap from that beast and he's sent straight to the respawn screen. But Vu? He's looking confident, like he's already read the walkthrough. The monster lunges, jaws snapping shut inches from his face, but Vu hits that dodge button with frame-perfect timing. Then he goes airborne. He drops down like a meteor, slamming his devourer blade right into the gator's skull. Boom, 100 damage. Even Shen's jaw hits the floor, seeing Vu actually hurt this tank. Vu called it. As long as he can move, that blade can cut. The gator takes the hit and instantly goes into rage mode, looking absolutely livid. It lets out a screech that would shatter glass and ramps up the aggression. But Vu, he's downloaded the attack pattern. He's weaving through hits like a pro boxer and dishing out punishment in return. You had your fun, ugly. My turn. Time to unsubscribe from life. He rushes in and finally knocks the beast flat. Shen is shook, totally speechless. She can't wrap her head around it. Stat-wise, Vu shouldn't even be able to track the gator's speed. But once the dust settles, Vu breaks it down for the noobs in the chat, for Shen. Honestly, not that hard, he shrugs. Sure, it hits like a truck, but the AI is dumb. It just spams the same 3 moves on a loop. Check it, if you're over 30 meters out, it does a belly-focused poison spit. Stay in the 10 to 30 zone, it spams the earthquake stomp to launch you. If you get launched, it tries to air juggle you with a bite. And if you get up in its grill under 10 meters, it just mashes the claw swipe button. It's fast, yeah. But once you peep the script, dodging is cake. Vu's feeling himself, calling the whole game trash. Takes a genius gamer like me to expose these lazy devs. The toxic bone gator is completely solved. Vu is toying with it now, treating this boss fight like a tutorial level. But man, talk about a bullet sponge. 2 hours of grinding later, he finally whittles it down to 4,927 HP. Just when he thinks it's good game, the health bar turns blood red. Phase 2. Baby, it's going berserk. Vu and Shen both turn pale. A system alert screams across their vision, warning. Boss HP critical, under 10%. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Vu is raging. He spent hours chipping away at this thing, and now it's going to blow itself up? If he could find the dev who programmed this Blood Covenant game, he'd throw hands. In real life. But right now, he's got to figure out how to not explode. The boss isn't following the old script anymore. The AI just got a massive upgrade. It's faster, meaner, and throwing out mix-ups that make Vu sweat. Blocking is barely an option. He's fighting for his life out there. Even in suicide mode, it has to have a pattern, right? But with Vu's health bar blinking red, he can't afford to face-check the damage. Suddenly, the monster stops caring about Vu entirely. It spins around and books it in the opposite direction. But don't celebrate yet, fam. It's making a beeline straight for where Shen is camping. She's still hit with that paralysis debuff, literally glued to the spot. She watches the beast thunder toward her, face losing all color. She can't even run. Major regret kicking in. She feels like a total noob for being so arrogant thinking she could speed run this dungeon with 0 extra gear. Big mistake. Now, all she can do is watch that claw wind up for the kill shot. She's certain this is the end of her run, and Vu's probably gonna get wiped too. But then plot twist. At the absolute last frame, Vu flashes in. He throws his own body in front of Shen to tank the hit. Asterisk, squish. Asterisk. The claw punches straight through his chest. But Vu, he's grinning like a maniac. You remind me of someone, he wheezes. I ain't letting another girl get deleted in front of me. He coughs up a pint of blood. Shen's eyes are popping out of her head. She thinks he's suicidal, but she doesn't realize Vu isn't feeding. He's betting everything on a glitch. And RNG answers his prayers. The fatal wound triggers a system anomaly. Loading model override. Vu smirks through the pain. Calculated. The system starts sucking the life energy right out of the attack. Right in front of a horrified Shen, Vu's body starts glitching and morphing. The energy surge is so massive it literally shatters the gator's claw. The upload bar fills up instantly. Vu reemerges looking completely different, a total badass transformation. He's sitting at exactly 1 HP, but his aura? It's terrifying enough to make the boss tremble. He doesn't even flinch at the monster anymore. He raises his blade, charging it up to 120% capacity. When that Devourer blade drops, the impact is seismic. It's the legendary 9,999 damage critical hit. Shen is completely floored, witnessing a god-tier carry. She has 0 clue how he pulled that off, but hey, a win is a win. Dungeon cleared. The loot automatically transfers to her inventory. The 30-second extraction timer starts ticking, and Vu, totally spent, collapses backward. Some time later, Vu groggily wakes up. First thing he sees is a face that looks just like Yi, his late girlfriend. Maybe he's brain lagging from the fight, but he totally forgets she's gone. Instinct takes over. He tackles her into a bear hug. Yi. Oh, thank God, you're back. Asterisk wham. Asterisk, he gets Spartangent kicked straight into the wall. Spoiler alert, not Yi. It's Shen. You absolute creep, she screams, fuming. I should have left your pervy butt in the dungeon. My bad, my bad. Wrong server. Vu begs for mercy, actually surprised he's still breathing and not a ghost. Once his brain reboots, he realizes something. That transformation felt different this time. He whips out his phone to check the patch notes on his Devourer blade. Whoa, new skill unlocked, Devour Morph. The weapon now evolves when it eats special energy. Its level synced with him and can learn new tricks. That is insanely OP. He notices the description for his transfer mode skill has been patched too. It says, absorbs raw energy to temporarily buff player stats. Every 1% of energy doubles the multiplier. Broken mechanics, gotta love him. Vu's nerding out when Shen interrupts. What are you whispering about? Nothing. He lies. Wait, where are we? A hotel, she snaps. I couldn't exactly drag your unconscious body to my parents' house. Since he saved her life, Miss Moneybags Shen covered the room bill. She drops the loot update. We got 300 points and a Gator Essence core. Not a bad haul. Gwen dropped her entire stash of creds just to keep Xander breathing. So that Gator Essence? All hers. But honestly, Xander couldn't care less about the loot right now. My guy was stressing over something way more personal. Yo, where are my threads? Please tell me you didn't play nurse. He barely got the words out before Gwen's face turned bright tomato red. Who else was gonna do it? Genius. Trust me, if you weren't halfway to the pearly gates, I wouldn't have bothered stripping you down to patch you up. Okay, but seriously, where's my drip? Xander pressed. It was a bloody mess, literally. I tossed it in the dumpster. Are you kidding me? Xander shrieked, like a banshee. I grinded so many points for that fit. Eventually, Gwen caved and hooked him up with a fresh set of clothes to shut him up. Xander's HP was finally stable, which makes sense considering he just found out he'd been in a coma for 5 whole days and nights. 5 days is actually a speedrun record, Gwen pointed out. Without those premium healing items, you'd be toast. But while she was talking meds, her mind was stuck on one thing, that insane final strike Xander pulled off. I'm dying to know how you pulled that glitch off. Oh, that? Xander started buffering, his brain scrambling to cook up a convincing cover story for Gwen. He went full cap mode, claiming he thought he was goners, saw some holy light or whatever, and then blacked out. Just total amnesia city. It wasn't that he wanted to gatekeep. He just didn't understand this Devour Blade skill himself yet. Gwen definitely smelled the BS. But hey, they weren't exactly besties or squad mates, so she didn't push it. If the guy wants to keep his secrets, that's his business. Seeing her vibe turn a bit sour, Xander decided it was prime time to pivot the conversation. Actually, that reminds me, he started. When you first logged into this server, did other players try to spawn camp you? Gwen's eyes went wide. Wait, someone tried to PK you? Yeah, once, but I pulled a reverse card and clapped her, Xander replied, totally confused why Gwen suddenly looked like she'd seen a ghost. Suddenly, she got all up in his personal space, shaking him by the shoulders and demanding he open his HUD. Xander pulled it up, and boom, big city map right in the center. Gwen face-palmed hard. The map, I knew it. You never turned off the location tracking, did you? Xander stood there looking like a total noob. What's the big deal? Isn't this a default feature? I mean, it's great for navigation and finding dungeon entrances, he argued. That earned him a verbal slap from Gwen. You absolute donut. You're gonna get us both fragged. If it just did navigation, fine. But that map broadcasts your location to every high-level predator in the district. Do you get it now? She rushed over and slammed the hotel blackout curtains shut. The penny finally dropped for Xander. His GPS had been broadcasting free loot here the entire time they were chilling in the safe house. After 5 days, yeah, the griefers were definitely already camping outside. And Gwen's paranoia was spot on. They had a whole fan club waiting outside. First up, a level 8 sniper named Bloodshot. Then a tag team duo, Dash, a level 5 brawler, and his sister Blade, a level 5 swordswoman. But wait, there's more. A much bigger shark was circling the water. A level 9 psycho from the Blood Moon Guild named Moonwalker. This guy enjoyed hunting players way more than grinding mobs for XP. Back in the hotel room, Xander and Gwen were glued to the wall behind the door. Sniper at 9 o'clock, Gwen whispered, scanning the perimeter. Veteran player, level 8. Won the last rookie battle royale. Right on cue, a scope glint flashed from the building across the street. Bloodshot couldn't get a lock on them anymore. Target signal lost, he muttered, adjusting his scope. Looks like our little newbie finally figured out the settings menu. Gwen secured the curtains tighter. There are definitely more of them camping out there. Great, Xander sighed. Why are these high levels so obsessed with spawn-killing noobs anyway? Gwen broke it down for him. Most rookies focus on clearing dungeons, meaning they're walking piggy banks filled with points. If you get flatlined, your killer gets all your currency and gear. Farming players pays way better than farming mobs. Some do it for the loot, others just get a kick out of ruining someone's day. Xander made a face. That's toxic behavior, man. Gwen tightened her gear. Exactly, which is why I'm bailing. I'm not getting squad wiped just because you're a beacon. We're even on the saving lives thing. So peace out. She turned to leave, but Xander grabbed her arm before she could take 2 steps. Gwen snapped, losing her cool. Dude, let go. I'm not trying to end up on a highlight reel of dumb ways to die with you. Xander smirked, a mischievous glint in his eye. Hear me out. I got a strat. Not only do we escape, but we also make a fat stack of cash doing it. You down? Gwen's eyes popped, and against her better judgment, she stayed put. Meanwhile, the campers outside were confused. Dash frowned at his display. System shows he went dark. Finally toggle the privacy settings. Blade, trailing behind him, sounded nervous. Bro, maybe we should just dip? But Dash wasn't having it. Relax, I'm carrying this team. If we get lucky, we score his points. Let's sweep the area again. He's got to be here. They didn't know Xander was already lurking in the shadows, watching them like a hawk. He tapped his comms to radio Gwen, target acquired. I got eyes on the duo. Gwen's voice crackled back. Status, the sniper is still hard scoping. Xander grinned. Perfect. Operation bait and switch as it go. Suddenly, he leaped out from the alleyway, yelling at the top of his lungs, Yo. You scrubs looking for an autograph? Dash and Blade nearly jumped out of their skins. Dash recovered instantly. Contact front. Sis. Aggro him now. Blade fumbled but drew her sword, her voice shaky. Okay. I'm on it. Up on the roof, Bloodshot saw the energy spike on his visor. Bingo. Daddy's eating good tonight. Down below, Xander was sprinting like a maniac, screaming into his mic. Gwen, what's the ETA? I'm getting absolutely cooked out here. Gwen watched calmly from her vantage point. Hold your horses. The sniper is locked in. You step 1 inch out of cover, and you're Swiss cheese. Stay tight. The two played a dangerous game of cat and mouse, kiting the enemies. Dash was getting tilted. He surged forward, raising his arm cannon to blast Xander. Where you going, little rat? Dash taunted. I can hear you panic breathing from here. You really think you can outrun this? Xander kept running, muttering, Man, I didn't sign up for this cardio. Just then, a bullet whizzed past his ear, and Blade came swinging in with a heavy slash. Xander juked hard, shouting, Since when is aimbot a feature in this game? He sidestepped Blade's clumsy attack, causing her to smash her sword right into the concrete wall. Blade landed awkwardly, looking totally apologetic. Sorry. Could you just, hand over your points? Please. Xander didn't reply. It was showtime. Sure enough, Bloodshot saw Xander break cover, but Blade was in the line of fire too. Not that the sniper cared, he grinned. Collateral damage. Good night, noob. He pulled the trigger. Blade sensed the shot coming, but her reaction speed was too slow. Asterisk, bang, asterisk, she took the hit. Sis. Dash screamed as he watched her HP bar tank into the red. Dash caught her as she crumbled. Talk to me. You good? Blade winced, clutching her wound. I'm alive. The shot came from the building across the street. Dash's eyes widened. A third party? We got played, Dash growled. Some guild is using the newbie as live bait to farm times us asterisk. Blade panicked. If we chase him, that sniper is going to pick us off like ducks in a barrel. Xin Feng locked eyes on the target, voice ice cold like, so we zero that guy on the penthouse first, huh? Bam. Trigger pulled before he even finished the sentence. The Blood Elite didn't drop, looking totally confused like his ping just spiked. What? Damage glitch? That ain't right. But before he could reboot his brain, he panicked bullet incoming, straight for his face. Suddenly, the kin sibling spawned in. Qin Feng sounded savage. Nobody touches my little sister and lives to tweet about it. Qin Yu nodded, hyping him up like, I'm ready, bro. Next second, she's unleashing a sword dance. Laser beams everywhere. Far off, C was watching this PvP match, grinning like he just found an Easter egg. Zhao rolled her eyes hard. We barely escaped that lobby, and now you want to third-party this mess. C shrugged, throwing up his hands. Nah, fam. We made it out, no point jumping back into the fire. Way too risky. Even if we clutch it and get some loot, I'm still running on low HP here. We need to tactical retreat and strategize, you feel me? Jia side-eyed Zhao, dropping a thought. One thing's bugging me though. If you get deleted in this game, What Actua? Suddenly, Jiao slapped a hand over his mouth. She whispered aggressively. Logic says we should have zoned out of this area by now. But we're still stuck in the map. Someone's camping us. Right on cue, a creepy laugh echoed. Jiao looked up, shook, and both of them backstepped immediately. Voidwalker squinted down at them, laughing like a total villain. Hey, not bad, girly. High awareness stats. And you, newbie. Spoiler alert, there's no exit button. Jiao's face went pale. She hadn't even pinged his location. Voidwalker raised a brow, grinning with zero chill. But Jiao flipped the script and smirked, acting tough. We were gonna throw hands eventually anyway. She toggled combat mode, equipping a wicked curved blade. Voidwalker just stomped and free fell from the ledge. Boom. Superhero landing. Voidwalker looked them over and scoffed. Thought I was farming 1 kill. Didn't expect a bonus mob with decent skills. Jiao ignored the shade, telling C, "You're fresh out of recovery. Let me solo this." She looked stressed. "You good 1v1? Jiao snorted, acting cool. "Guess we'll find out when I hit him." She didn't hesitate, dashed him with the blade. Clang. Voidwalker parried with his razor-sharp legs instantly. His eyes were full of disrespect as metal clashed against metal, sparking like crazy. They were locked in a stalemate, but Voidwalker threw a nasty leg sweep right at Jiao's face, forcing her to disengage and jump back. Xia yelled out, "Yo Jiao, you good?" Voidwalker narrowed his eyes, mocking her. "Decent power, but you're not on my level, scrub." Jiao ignored the trash talk, calculating her next move. After a second, she shot a look at C. "His stats aren't that much higher than mine. If you can land one of those critical hits like you did in the dungeon, we can wreck this guy." Voidwalker got annoyed. "Still got time to chat? Do you think I'm away from keyboard or something? You really think you can solo a boss like me?" He went berserk, rushing forward. Jiao didn't blink, raising her blade to block the rush. But Voidwalker pulled a pro move, planted his hand on the ground, and slid right past her defenses. Jiao froze. She realized too late. He was aggroing Xie. Voidwalker beelined for C, screaming arrogantly, "Sorry, kid. You're getting eliminated right here. Your points are gonna buy me a nice dinner." He launched a kick, toe blade aimed straight at Xia's chest. Jiao screamed, "Xie!" It looked like game over. A massive explosion rocked the spot, but inside the smoke, Voidwalker was the one looking shook. Xie had pulled out his long blade, smirking through the pain. "You're the one who needs to apologize, bro. I ain't planning on logging out today." Tough talk, but blocking that hit nearly shattered his bones. Seeing Xie hold the line, Jiao went full rage mode. "Stop ignoring me." She unleashed a literal tornado. Voidwalker's pupils shrank. He kicked Xie away to create space and turned to deal with the incoming wind nuke. He grunted, sneering, "Weak sauce." He swept his leg, creating a cross-shaped energy slash in the air. The slash tore through Jiao's tornado like it was nothing and kept going straight for her face. Kaboom! Huge explosion. Dust everywhere. Xie screamed, "Jiao." She steadied herself and called back, "I'm good." But seriously, his skill canceled mine and still did damage? That's way too OP. Voidwalker smirked. "Gotta admit, you two have some skill." But Jiao cut him off cold. "But what? If you want to forfeit, now's your chance, buddy." Voidwalker laughed out loud. "Look, I don't usually gamble, but this is getting risky. How about a trade?" Jiao frowned, disgusted. "Trade? You mean a scam? You want to say I surrender in a fancy way? Hand over your points and I'll let you walk." Voidwalker shook his head. "Nah, better deal. You just stand there and chill. Let me delete CA. I take 60% of his loot, you take 40. CA's heart dropped into his stomach. Jiao stayed silent. Voidwalker kept pushing. "Plus, I'll get you an invite to the Blood Moon Guild." Jiao smirked. "Top 10 ranked guild? That's actually a pretty sweet offer." C's face went ghost white. He stuttered, "Yo, you're not actually gonna sell me out, right?" Jiao scoffed. "Sell you? And lose my 300 points? Yeah, right. Plus, I have zero interest in guilds that hunt newbies for sport." Cringe. She let out a huge breath. Almost had a heart attack there. But the main problem was still standing right in front of them. How do they beat this guy? If CA was at full health, maybe they could duo him. But right now, CA was barely standing. He was basically dead weight. Voidwalker's IQ and combat stats were terrifying. Jiao warned him, "Stay sharp. This guy is tricky." C nodded, sweating. "Copy that." Voidwalker didn't give up. "Think it over, girl. You die here, you lose everything. Permadeath." "Shut your trap," Jiao yelled, charging him again. But suddenly, razor-thin wires appeared out of nowhere, blocking her path. Jiao jumped back, confused. When did he set those up? Surprise mechanic, a portal opened behind her, shooting more wires. Jiao barely dodged. She frowned. What kind of cheat code is this? At the same time, Voidwalker dropped from the sky. laughing maniacally. I gave you a chance, sweetie. He swung down to finish her, but C flashed in, blocking the kill shot with his blade. Kong Han scoffed, giving major attitude. Yo, am I invisible or something? Tavu completely ghosted him, getting pushed back but checking on Van Jiao. You good, fam. She shook her head, looking nervous. I'm chill, but heads up, there's another sweat camping out here. Kong Han cracked up like he heard the funniest joke. Suddenly, a hand popped out of the wall like a horror movie jump scare, and a dude in a black hoodie stepped out. Cut the chatter, he said, stone cold. Let's unalive these noobs. Kong Han smirked at the new guy. Perfect timing, and Saturday. Let's speedrun this match. Ange Sat didn't vibe with the humor. Just muttered, fast kill. Let's wrap this up. Tavu was low-key freaking out. Two bosses? Seriously. The whole street was webbed up like a Brooklyn alley on Halloween, and the exit was totally blocked. No escape route, chat. Van Jiao went full tactical mode. A 2v2 is basically suicide with our current stats. We gotta focus fire on one first. But watch out for Hoodie Guy, we don't know his moveset yet. Kong Han burst out laughing, loving the smell of their desperation. Hee hee. Watching their hope bar drop was delicious. Let's get it. Ansat rolled his eyes, quit yapping and focus, bro. Chill, I got this. Kong Han grinned. He launched himself into the air like he was trying out for the NBA. Time to unleash my ult. Don't forget to subscribe for more epic moves. The dude turned into a literal human fidget spinner, spinning so fast he looked like a tornado with knives sticking out. Straight out of a battle anime. Van Jiao raised her blade to block. Trying to one-shot me? Not today. But he kept spamming attacks like a button masher, pushing her back inch by inch. Then it clicked. Van Jiao realized he wasn't just attacking, he was herding her straight into the spider trap. Oh snap, she thought, her face going pale. I'm being played. She screamed, Tavu, assist. Now. Tavu yelled, bet, and sprinted over. But before he could take 2 steps, Ansat phased out of the wall like a glitch. Sit down, nuisance. Ansat sneered, tossing a gadget at him. Boom, a glowing triangle trap locked onto Tavu's legs. Yo, I can't move. I'm lagging. Tavu panicked. Van Jiao saw this and huffed. Ugh, guess I gotta carry this team myself. She gritted her teeth and charged up her special ability. She was running on fumes, empty mana bar, but she didn't care. Gripping her blade, she unleashed a flamed giant slash. Fire everywhere, looking like a blockbuster explosion in Times Square. Kong Han saw the fire and noped out of there fast, looking terrified. Ansat had to rush in and catch him before he tripped over his own ego. My bad. Got sloppy, Kong Han muttered, trying to look cool. Underestimated her. But look at her HP bar, she's basically one hit from game over. And he wasn't wrong. Van Jiao was totally gassed. She glanced at Tavu, panting. I'm tapped out, fam. If you don't have a secret weapon in your inventory, we are straight up cooked. Tavu was sweating bullets. He couldn't spam that one OP move he used at the castle dungeon again, but without it, his attacks were hitting like wet noodles. Sudden big brain moment, Tavu shouted, Van Jiao, toss me some loot. She looked confused, but Kong Han was already closing in with those pointy legs. Kong Han laughed. Give it up. I only farm low-level mobs and noobs. That's how I keep my win rate at a perfect 100%, baby. And I always keep an ace up my sleeve. Ansat does too. He laughed maniacally. You were right to be suspicious. That team-up offer, total scam. The plan was for him to backstab you the second you dropped your guard. Easy clap. I'll give you props. You two are cracked for newbies. Best mechanics I've seen. But you're still gonna catch this L because today, I am playing perfectly. Tavu just smirked, looking unbothered. There's no such thing as a 100% guarantee, bro. Even a 1% chance is enough to clutch this round. That wiped the smile off Kong Han's face. You little punk. You haven't even touched grass and you're lecturing me? I didn't get to choose my settings in my last life, but I respawned here for a reason. This run is going to be 100% perfect. He lunged at Tavu, screaming. Most people start with max stats, but my old life, solid 50 out of 100 at best. My legs were bricked after an accident when I was a kid. Totally useless. But did I rage quit? No. I hit the gym until I passed out. I trained harder than anyone, but the world didn't care. Teachers told me, why bother with school when you're broken? Big corporations wouldn't hire a guy in a wheelchair. The word I heard most was useless. I was treated like an NPC. But I didn't care about the haters. I grinded my way to the top. I turned a 50-point start into a 90-point life, but I was still missing that last 10 points. Then this game dropped, and I finally got the chance to max out my score. I am not going to let this second chance go to waste. Kong Han was spamming attacks like a maniac to finish the quest. Tavu squinted, thinking, all right, time to gamble. Devouring Blade. If the RNG gods are with me, let's go. Tavu activated the skill and popped an S-tier energy core. Instantly, his character model started glowing with insane energy. Van Zhao's jaw dropped. Whoa, that's the same aura from the dungeon raid. The sync rate is at 2%. Tavu bit his lip, trying not to crash. This power boost was unstable as heck. He had to throttle it. Come on, hold it together. Sync rate hit 15%. Sat sensed the bad vibes. Yo, Kong Han, abort, pull back. But Kong Han was too tilted to listen. Shut up. Nobody tells me how to play my game. I'm gonna crush him with 100% power. Meanwhile, Tavu let out a breath as his sword started evolving like a Pokemon. Tavu locked in. His eyes went sharp. Let me give you a reality check, buddy. There is no such thing as a perfect run. Boom. Kong Han's blade legs smashed into Tavu's sword. Sparks flew everywhere, loud as a subway train screeching. Kong Han was screaming, refusing to lose. Delete yourself. Kong Han roared. Tavu pushed back with everything he had. The energy shockwave blasted out, triggering a massive explosion that shook the whole map. Dust covered the arena like a smoke grenade went off. Tavu, Van Zhao gasped. Ansat was shook. No way, a newbie has that kind of DPS. When the smoke cleared, Tavu was stumbling, coughing up blood. Kong Han started laughing like a maniac. Good game. I win. But then Tavu's voice cut through the hype, dark and cold. You sure about that? Suddenly, crack. Kong Han's invincible legs started fracturing like cheap glass. Kong Han looked down, horrified. What? No, my build is perfect. My 100% life. But the server didn't care. He shattered into pixels and faded away. Tavu smirked, dropping a truth bomb. Back in the day, I moved like a scared NPC. Played it safe, kept my head down. And you know what? That cautious crap cost me the most important person in my life. But this game, it hit me with a respawn token. A second shot. So even if the odds are 1%, I'm betting the whole farm. The scene was so wild it had the shadow assassin outside shaking in his boots, mumbling, no way. Good game. I'm cooked. Van Zhao was actually vibing with it. She cracked a grin. Okay, I see you. Didn't you just recover from getting wrecked? Where'd you pull that power level from? Not bad at all. Then whack times she slapped Tavu's back so hard his soul left his body. He shivered, whispering, Yo, personal space. Don't touch the merchandise. That assassin is still lurking. I gotta pose for a few more seconds. Van Zhao was literally speechless. Meanwhile, the shadow assassin was doing some mental math. One hit to take down an aerial boss. Tavu is a total noob. How is he pulling off pro gamer moves? Right now, the kid looked like his stamina bar was flashing red. Should he strike? While the assassin hesitated, Tavu shouted a taunt. Yo, stop camping in the bushes. That's cringe. You want some of this smoke or not? That froze the assassin cold. After a long pause, he whispered, not worth the risk, and dipped through a spatial wormhole. Gone in 60 seconds. The second the assassin bailed, the glitch reality snapped back to normal. Tavu gasped, building restored. Domain expansion deactivated. Van Zhao nodded. Looks like he rage quit the lobby. Finally, Tavu let his guard down. He flopped onto the concrete, exhaling a massive sigh. Mission accomplished. And thank God, he managed to save his mana core. Suddenly, a HUD window popped up. Player eliminated. All points in inventory transferred. Seeing that text, Tavu screamed like a fanboy. Let's go. Loot box time. He sprinted over and cracked the crate open. Inside was a stash of weaponry that made Tavu dizzy. It was like Christmas morning in Call of Duty. He hugged a rifle, shouting, Mamma mia! How did all this fit in such a tiny box? TARDIS technology? We're rich, baby. This gear looks expensive as hell. Van Zhao cut in, popping his bubble. Don't forget the deal. Split the kill points 50-50. Plus, you owe me 10 times the energy cost for saving your butt. Tavu screamed, Excuse me? I fought like a gladiator out there, and you're robbing me. Van Zhao scoffed and bonked him on the head. Without me, you'd be a loot drop right now. Hand it over. You said you were borrowing power. I set the interest rates. Scrub. Instantly, a trade window popped up in Tavu's face. Transfer 1,700 points to Van Zhao. Tavu accepted with tears streaming down his face, heart-shattering. He whimpered. That's like 1.7 million in real cash. After these two fights, Tavu was starting to realize these points were basically crypto gold. Thinking it over, he whispered, Wait, if points buy gear, can I pay to win my stats, too? Van Zhao nodded. Sure, but at your level, inflation sucks. 1,000 points buys one stat point, and the price scales up. For a rookie, it's a waste. Only the whales with high scores play that game. This game has zero hand-holding. Solo players like them have to grind for hours just to figure out the meta. Van Jiao's strategy was simple: dump points into gear to handle any situation. She told Tavu he needed to figure out his own build and stop playing random. Tavu nodded. Solid advice. Worth thinking about. While they chatted, Van Jiao finished sorting the loot. She smiled. All right, split's done. Tavu's eyes lit up. Awesome, let's see what Daddy got. But the hype died instantly. His face melted. Van Jiao made two piles, one with legendary tier loot and one that looked like a garage sale dumpster. Tavu screamed, "Are you trolling me? Why is my pile full of rusty junk while you're sitting on gold? And what is this? A roll of toilet paper. Asterisk, smack, asterisk, another slap echoed. Van Jiao glared. Quit yapping. You're lucky I didn't take the toilet paper too. Debt isn't cleared yet, kid. We'll settle the rest later. She turned her back on him, pocketing her loot like a boss. Oh, and since you actually managed to land the killing blow without running away, I'll give you a bonus. She tossed a small bottle at Tavu. He caught it, confused. The heck is this? The label read, asterisk breath-holding potion. Side effects. Heart rate crash. 90% stat nerf for 30 minutes. Asterisk Tavu read the stats and raged. What kind of cursed item is this? Am I supposed to drink this and just wait to die? Hey. When he looked up, Van Jiao had already vanished. He sighed. Where'd she go? Just dipped like that? Didn't even drop her Discord handle? I nearly died for this raid and all I got was literal garbage. Tavu grumbled, picking up a random rock. I swear, a random rock from the dungeon floor has better stats than my share. He felt like crying. Years of gaming, and he'd never been disrespected like this. But suddenly, the rock in his hand started glowing like an LED light. Something dropped out of it. He stared, confused, then his pupils dilated. Golden light exploded from the stone. The system chime dinged. Congratulations, rare item acquired. Please check your inventory. Tavu squealed. Mom, get the camera. Finally, some RNG luck. It looks like an egg. Is it natural or artificial? Wait, do I have to sit on it to hatch it? He inspected it until the sun went down. Tavu decided to head back to his crib to figure it out. If this thing hatches into something cool, today wasn't a total wash. Next morning, Tavu was chilling in bed, scrolling on his phone. Slept like a log. Surviving that boss rush was a miracle. Now, let's process the spoils of war. He pulled up his status window. Current balance. 1,799 points. He netted 3,400 from the aerial boss, but Van Jiao taxed half. On the flip side, his limit break level went up by 3. Still, that's a Hail Mary move only used when HP is critical. Aside from strength, Tavu figured he should dump some points into agility. Then, he looked at the egg and the other gear. He frowned, then poked the mysterious egg. Blaze egg. Moonshadow type. Passive, incinerates nearby objects. Tavu nodded. Okay, so it needs a specific trigger event to hatch. Storage for you. He moved on to the gear. A tier 3 sword, gray quality. The loot system was standard MMO stuff. Gray is trash, then white, green, blue, purple, and orange is legendary. Tavu scanned the pile. He had the loot table memorized. Time to vendor this trash. He figured it wasn't worth much, and he was right. The system offered 1 measly point per item. Then he picked up a green tier sword. Instead of selling, he hit the dismantle button just to see. His eyes bugged out of his head. Defense stats increased. Wait, could it be? Tavu had a big brain moment and scrolled up. He threw his head back and laughed. I knew it. My build can times devour times items. The absorption completed instantly. Tavu shouted, this defense buff is actually broken. It's totally OP. Okay, let's sell the rest of this junk and get paid. Then, the grind really started. Xavier began selling off the loot he grabbed. And then get this, he literally times devoured times the rest. He grinned like he just pulled a legendary item. Yo. As long as the gear has bonus stats, I can eat it and convert it into my own attribute points. Infinite glitch unlocked. Now I gotta figure out how to cop some trash tier equipment that still has hidden stats. That's the meta. He figured this game had to have a trade hub somewhere. Gotta find where the spot is. But first, I need to stack up some more credits, or I'm broke. Right on cue, a holographic window popped up in Xavier's face. Asterisk ding, asterisk new quest available. You wanna view it? Seeing that, he fist pumped. Clutch timing, system, let's go. The credit payout for the quest was kinda mid, but hey, it was low risk. But then he read the fine print, asterisk mission. Attend all classes at the university and sign in, asterisk. Xavier's face instantly dropped. He gritted his teeth. I swear, this system is strictly here to troll me. A bit later at asterisk asterisk Riverside University asterisk asterisk, following the quest marker, Xavier was actually walking to class. He walked and complained the whole way. Can't believe I'm back in school. Is this a game or a simulation of my nightmares? Suddenly, Xavier spotted a familiar silhouette. He stopped, whispering, "No way. I'd recognize that goofy haircut anywhere." Without hesitation, he rushed over and tackled the dude in a bear hug, shouting, "Yo asterisk asterisk Brody asterisk asterisk. I can't believe I ran into you here, fam." Brody pushed him back, looking totally confused. Who are you?" Xavier winked and laughed. "Don't recognize your boy? Well, can't blame you. Who knew I'd have such a massive glow-up, right?" Hearing the voice, Brody's eyes went wide. He screamed, "Wait, that voice. Xavier, dude, is that actually you?" He started shaking Xavier violently. Xavier grimaced, "Chill, bro. Your volume knob is still broken." Huh. The two of them rolled into the campus cafeteria. Xavier ordered a mountain of food like the whole menu and started destroying it like he hadn't eaten in a week. Pure mukbang style. Brody sat opposite him, yapping while chewing. "Last time you said you were coming back to school, then you ghosted me. Didn't even pick up my calls. And yo, why are you so skinny now? You want a secret diet?" Xavier waved it off, answering vaguely. "Less meat, more veggies, you know the vibes." Meanwhile, he was tearing into 2 fried chicken legs at once. Brody looked at the chicken, completely baffled, and sighed. "Right, veggies. So what are you actually eating?" Just then, some smooth music started blasting over the speakers. Xavier paused. He raised an eyebrow. "Yo, that beat is actually fire. What is that?" Brody leaned in to explain. "You really been living under a rock, huh? That's the biggest pop star on campus right now. She's got everyone glazing, her students, professors, the whole squad." Xavier nodded. "Okay, I see why." Xavier was vibing to it. It slaps. But why does her voice sound so familiar? Seeing him interested, Brody grinned mischievously. "You want to know who's singing?" Xavier looked suspicious. "Wait, you know her?" Fast forward, Brody dragged Xavier to a classroom to meet a girl. He announced loudly, "Report, Madam Class President, the guy you've been asking about, Xavier, has arrived." Xavier looked at the girl and his brain basically blue-screened. "Wait, isn't that asterisk asterisk Gwen asterisk asterisk? Why is she dressed like a normie? Is this soft, preppy girl really the same demon who tried to tax me 1,700 points yesterday?" But as Xavier scanned Gwen from head to toe, he had to accept reality. The gentle girl in front of him was indeed the terrifying Gwen from the game. He muttered, "This simulation is glitching, I swear." Brody didn't waste a second. He turned and bolted. "Package delivered. Don't forget what you promised me, Prez." Xavier realized he'd been set up and shouted, "Brody, you snake, get back here." Gwen finally spoke up, a smirk on her face. "Hard to get a hold of you, huh?" Xavier started sweating bullets, stammering. "So, I was wondering why the system sent me back to school. It was a quest, huh? Well, look, I'm here. If we're good, I'm gonna head to class and prep." Gwen scoffed, slamming her hand on the wall and pinning Xavier Cabadon style. She asked coldly, "What's the matter? Trying to dodge me?" Xavier shook his head fast. "No shot. I mean, honestly, I figured you'd catch me eventually." His luck stat was definitely in the negatives. But then Gwen's vibe switched. She said coolly, "I sold the loot from the raid. Here's your cut. Asterisk ping. Asterisk." Immediately, a message popped up for Xavier. Asterisk asterisk. Received 5,000 credits from player Gwen. Asterisk asterisk. Xavier's eyes bugged out. 5 bands? With this cash, he could buy so much fodder gear to absorb. He couldn't help but stare at Gwen. Feeling his gaze, Gwen blushed and snapped. "Why are you looking at me like that? Don't get it twisted. That cash was rightfully yours, technically." Deep down, giving away that many points definitely hurt her soul. Xavier ignored the awkwardness and asked, "Yo, where did you sell the gear? Is there a spot like a marketplace?" Gwen explained slowly. "Yeah, there's a asterisk asterisk black market asterisk asterisk. It opens up every Thursday." Xavier grinned. A high-level player like Gwen wouldn't keep trash loot, so the market must be legit. Looks like this Thursday he was going shopping. While Xavier was plotting, Gwen pulled out her smartphone. "Hey, did you see the news feed? That famous disabled architect downtown, found dead in his apartment." Seeing the name, Xavier froze. He muttered, "That's..." Gwen nodded slightly, lowering her voice. "No cap. That's asterisk asterisk Skywalker asterisk asterisk, the boss you defeated last night." Xavier frowned, confused. "But why are the cops saying he offed himself?" Gwen explained, "If you die in the game, you die in real life. But there are tons of ways to die. Usually, the system makes it look like suicide or an accident, so the normies don't panic." Xavier nodded. "I figured. After getting hunted the first time, I thought about that." The rewards are insane, so paying with your life makes sense. But I'm not about to go around PKing innocent people. Xavier wanted to play by his own rules, that was his gamer pride. But if someone marked him as a target, oh, he was clapping back 10 times harder. Gwen laughed. I was worried about you, thought you needed comforting. Guess you're built different. Hey, wanna squat up later? I know some low-level dungeons where we can power level. Xavier shook his head immediately. Nah, I'm good solo for now. He loved gaming, and he knew getting carried by a pro was easy mode, but easy mode had a price. He turned to leave, his voice steady. If I rely on a map or a carry, I'll stop using my brain. And in this game, if you stop thinking, you're dead meat. That night at Xavier's crib, he was chilling on his bed, plotting. 4 days until the market opens. Gotta grind quests and stack credits. Asterisk ding. Asterisk. System alert. Asterisk. Asterisk. New dungeon unlocked. Ghost Hospital. F rank. Reward. 600 credits. 5,500 XP. Asterisk asterisk. Xavier sat up instantly. F rank. Perfect warm-up. His eyes hardened with determination. He clenched his fist. Just wait. Asterisk asterisk Sophie asterisk asterisk. I'm gonna fix you. I promise. A bit later, at a creepy abandoned site, a hand silently grabbed the top of an old wall. It was Xavier. Crazy to think a week ago he was pushing 200 pounds, but now he vaulted over a 7-foot wall like it was nothing. He landed cat-like inside. A swirling portal hummed in front of him. It's showtime. Without hesitation, he reached into the vortex. He had no idea what kind of dungeon awaited him. Xavier stepped through. He looked around and groaned, "Don't tell me it's a horror theme. I hate jump scares." The dungeon was a creepy underground hospital. Xavier sighed. Does the shop sell duct tape for my jinx mouth? Seriously. He scanned the room. There was a skeleton in a wheelchair, dead still. The door behind him was blocked, but a side door was creaking open. Xavier narrowed his eyes. 2 paths, is one a trap, or are they both just bad news? After thinking it over, Ta Vu shrugged. Left door, right door, who cares? He charged straight into the open one. Weapon out, ready to rumble. But he barely took 2 steps before he heard a suspicious times scratch asterisk. He rolled his eyes hard. Seriously, a jump scare? That is so weak. Try harder, devs. Before he could even finish roasting the game design, asterisk click asterisk. The side door flew open and a squad of zombie nurses spilled out. Ta Vu literally jumped out of his skin. Holy mother of. He gulped, forcing himself to chill. Okay, breathe, Ta Vu. Early level mobs, usually trashed here. Perfect for a warm-up session to test his new stats. Eat steel. He swung his blade. Asterisk boom, asterisk, everything in front of him just evaporated. The monsters in this E-rank dungeon? He could handle this mob with his eyes closed. Weird though. That F-rank run with Van Jiao was a nightmare. He was totally frozen. Does this game auto-balance based on player stats? If so, what is even the point of leveling up? Maybe it's the dungeon difficulty setting. Whatever. The difficulty here is the Goldilocks zone just right. Time to grind some combat mechanics. High stats are useless if you drive your body like a drunk toddler. Can't rely on burst mode forever. That kamikaze style dealing 1,000 damage while taking 800 is a one-way ticket to the graveyard. Too risky. Asterisk slash, swish, thud. Asterisk, 3 nurse demons down for the count. Ta Vu exhaled, wiping sweat from his forehead, finally getting the hang of this rig. Asterisk clack, clack. Asterisk footsteps behind him. Ta Vu spun around. Yo, who's creeping? He froze. That blurry silhouette, it looked exactly like Vunji. Adrenaline spiked. Hey, wait up. He bolted after the shadow. It slipped into a corner room. Ta Vu drifted the corner, burst in, and empty. Ghosted. He bit his lip, shaking his head. Get a grip, man. It's not her. It times can't times be her. Vunji was gone. Permanently. The reality check hit him like a truck. They were day ones. Sandbox buddies since diapers. And as they grew up, man, Vunji turned into a total stunner. The world saw a perfect, talented angel. But Ta Vu? He had the backstage pass. He knew the quirky, real side of her. He thought they were endgame besties. But the haters got loud, constantly whispering in her ear to ditch the fat loser. Eventually, Ta Vu started believing he wasn't cool enough for her orbit. Then came the day she asked to hang out. He panicked and lied. Can't. Got a raid tonight. Rain check. She didn't suspect a thing. Just smiled that killer smile. Okay, whenever you're free. Spoiler alert, there was no rain check. She vanished right after that, thinking about the past now. Damn. Ta Vu let out a heavy sigh. Snap out of it, bro, he told himself. No time for a pity party. He needed power. He needed points. If he cleared this, he could bring her back. He'd make that rain check happen. Focus. He pushed deeper into the dungeon. Spotted a skeleton in the corner clutching a heart. Classic RPG trope, he muttered. Key item on a dead guy. How original. And look at those sleeping uglies on the beds. Let me guess, I grab the loot. They wake up. Tavu smirked. I see what you're doing, game. You think that basic trap works on me? I don't get ganked. I times do times the ganking. He raised his blade. Preemptive strike, baby. Asterisk clang, asterisk, his blade bounced off a force field. System, target invulnerable. Excuse me, spawn protection? Fine. Tavu smirked wickedly. If I can't slice you, I'll just cheese you. He grabbed some floating cables from the wall. A few minutes of intense bondage artistry later, boom, wrapped up like burritos. He strolled up to the skeleton. Yoink, don't mind if I do. He snatched the heart. Instantly, a monster's arm twitched. The bedroom squad woke up screeching. Too bad they were trussed up like turkeys. Tavu chuckled. Aw, look at them struggle. Save your breath, guys. They thrashed and roared. Tavu tossed the heart in his hand. Scream all you want, you ain't going nowhere. Loot secured. Now, let me put you out of your misery. Asterisk, slice. Asterisk, the invisible wall was down. He turned them into pixel dust in seconds. EXP gained. Tasty XP. Asterisk, ding. Asterisk, a notification popped up. Congrats. New title acquired. Wait, this game has a title system? Fancy. The title read, OP Attention Magnet. Description, asterisk, you stand out too much. Asterisk, Tavu grinned. Oh, we playing hard mode now? Bring on the aggro. I love the spotlight. Meanwhile, in a penthouse downtown, Van Jiao kicked off her heels. She tossed her socks into the hamper three-pointer and slid her long legs into the jacuzzi. The hot water felt amazing, but for some reason, her brain drifted to that loser, Tavu. Ugh, wonder what that idiot is up to right now? She frowned, splashing the water. Wait, why do I care? He rejected my times invite. The audacity. Hope he gets wrecked. Little did she know, Tavu was currently slaying, literally. He cleaved a monster in half. Clean cut, he nodded to himself. I'm getting really good at this. The mob dissolved, dropping a glowing red crystal. Bingo. Key item number 2 secured. All right, where's the big bad boss? Suddenly, he froze. That glitchy shadow was back. Standing there, Voon guy again. Tavu snapped. Okay, cut the crap. Stop wearing her face, you cheap knockoff. The figure ignored him, walking away like an NPC on a rail. I said stop. Tavu saw red. He lunged, swinging his blade with everything he had. The shadow popped like a bubble, and the wall behind it exploded. Asterisk K-boom, asterisk. He stormed through the rubble. Why play mind games, huh? 2 monsters tried to ambush him. Bad move. He deleted them before they even finished spawning. More mobs swarmed in. Oh my god, can you guys not? I'm having a moment here, Tavu growled. Fine, group hug. Everyone die together. He channeled energy into his blade. Asterisk, zap, asterisk. A shockwave blasted out, shaking the entire dungeon. The floor started cracking. Uh-oh, too much juice? The floor gave way. Wow. He plummeted into the darkness. Asterisk, thud, asterisk. He woke up in a totally different basement. Okay, this dungeon has layers like an onion. Noted. He dusted himself off. Wait a minute. A light bulb went on. That ghost. She wasn't running away. She was luring me down here. He looked up at an ominous sign above the archway. The underworld chamber. Tavu raised an eyebrow. Spooky. Entry for the dead only, huh? Well, I'm technically alive, but I identify as a problem. He stepped through the archway. Immediately, he slammed on the brakes. His jaw dropped. It wasn't a room. It was a massive cavern buried underground, swarming with floating specters. No way. How is there a whole ecosystem down here? These mobs hit different than the trash outside, total glitch in the Matrix vibes. While Tai is standing there looking confused, a shadow demon rushes him. Tai grips his blade, thinking, not today, Satan. Gotta vibe check him first. Tai swings hard whoosh right through the mist. Zero collision detection. He screams, yo, is my damage bugged or what? Before he can reboot his brain, Casper pulls his shank and stabs him. One hit. Tai's HP bar drops by half instantly, eyes popping out of his skull. Tai bites his lip, salty as hell. Can't touch them, but they can one-shot me. That's illegal. He decides it's tactical retreat time. Run now, strategize later. Tai sprints like he stole something, barely making it out. Catching his breath, he looks up at the sign, Hell's Gate. Wait, he mutters, Are they aggroing on me because I still have a pulse? Who designs a level where you have to be dead to enter? That is trash game design. How am I supposed to grind here? Then, a light bulb moment. Hold up. My inventory. That weird item might be the meta here. If I'm wrong, I get insta-clapped, but YOLO. Tai pulls out the potion Gwen gave him and chugs it without hesitation. Immediately, his stats tank. He's furious. This debuff is insane. I feel like a wet noodle. Am I actually dying for real? Tai is shivering like a chihuahua in a snowstorm. Is this what being a boomer feels like? My joints are cooked. Every step takes max stamina. Still, Tai drags himself inside, praying, please don't let this potion be a troll item. Moment of truth. Tai walks in and the shadow creeps get in his face. And do nothing. Let's go. Their AI doesn't register him. Best stealth build ever. Since he has 0 heartbeat, he's invisible to the mobs. Tai crosses the bridge, shaking, thinking. Took way too long. That imposter dude is probably speedrunning the map by now. He spots a creek. Bro, I grinded all the way here for a bath. The faker got away, no loot box, just some tap water. But when he dips a hand in, it's heated. Better yet, watch the HUD Tai's HP bar starts filling up. Healing station unlocked, he yells. A fountain of life in the death zone? Irony much? Tai jumps in, letting the water wash off that nasty death potion debuff. Alright, entrance is up ahead. Time to face the mobs. Suddenly, a voice drops. Tai, look at me. Tai freezes. No way. That sounds like V. He opens his eyes and boom, she's standing right there. Tai gasps. V? Is this a prank? She doesn't turn around. Tai, I've been waiting forever. He rushes over, voice cracking. V, what happened? But she shoves him away. Don't touch me. Tai is stunned. Before he can process, she hits him with the icy stare. Tai, why did you let me die? Tai freezes, brain crashing. V presses on. What? Cat got your tongue. Or do you just not care? Tai's face goes pale, guilt wrecking him. She doesn't let up. If you walked me home that day, that car wouldn't have hit me. I wouldn't have bled out on the pavement for 30 minutes. She's saying he murdered her. Tai's vision goes red. Flashbacks hit, grabbing cupcakes together. V being his hype woman when he was down, basically his personal sunshine. But his insecurities were too loud back then. He kept pushing her away like a loser. They were day ones. The guilt crushes him. Tai drops to his knees. You're right. If I stepped up, you'd be here. Even the EMTs said you had a chance. I killed you. V towers over him, voice distorted. I'll never forgive you. Pay up with your soul, Tai. She reaches for his throat. Tai just sits there, doom scrolling through his regrets, taking the L. But then, he snaps out of it. He grabs V's hand. I'm sorry. V, old me was a coward, too scared to even look at you. I can't change the past. There's no respawn button for that day. But I'm done with what ifs. I unlocked a chance to bring you back in the real world. Tears are streaming, but Tai is smiling through the pain. I'm done running. I'm gonna farm every point, max my stats, and revive you. I'll fix this, okay? V looks shocked, then that familiar smile returns. Deal. Her hand dissolves in his grip. She fades like a hologram. Tai's bawling his eyes out until she's completely gone. Suddenly, the map starts quaking. Glitch effect and Tai is back at the spring. System notification dings. Hidden quest complete. Plus 1200 XP, plus 150 points. Whoa, was that whole trauma dump just a level mechanic? That is toxic game design. Tai yells at the sky. You made me cry for content, refund my tears. The system ignores him, but the spring starts glowing. Loot drop, a statue of a goddess lands in his hand. Let's go. This looks like an S-tier artifact. Tai stashes it in his inventory and eyeballs the exit. Can I leave through there? I'm done with the ghosties. Checking the minimap, he's 100% explored this zone. Wait, Tai knows the meta. He heads back to that creepy starting room with the skeleton and yanks the sword out. Puzzle time. Gotta slot the key items to trigger the boss fight. Heart goes in the ribcage. Then he jams the bloodstone right next to it. Click. The skeleton twitches. Called it. Tai backflips away as it starts busting out of its chains. Snap. Chains gone. It smashes a massive weapon into the floor. Boss, music starts. Warning. E-rank boss spawned. Great. Tai sighs. Another sweat fest. But then the skeleton opens its jaw. It talks. You pull up to my crib to slay me? It booms. Obviously, Tai replies. But I also got a side quest. Big brain play, knights love their holy relics, right? That statue he just looted might be the cheese strategy here. Tai tosses the goddess statue like a Hail Mary. The skeleton snatches it out of the air. It starts shaking. No way. My lost merch? You actually brought this back to me. you little noob." Just as he spoke, the skeleton suddenly swung its blade, making Taz scream like a little girl. "Yo, I gave you your loot back, bro. Why are we still throwing hands?" But the blade whizzed past him, smashing the wall behind into dust. The skeleton slowly opened its jaws. "I am merely opening the path for you." Taz let out a breath he didn't know he was holding but still rolled his eyes. "Next time, maybe use your words instead of almost decapitating me." Just a thought. This time, he got ghosted literally. The skeleton's body started dissolving into thin air. Simultaneously, that robotic system voice chimed in like a notification bell. Level E Fortress Boss eliminated. Hidden Fortress Boss successfully detected. Taz froze, his brow furrowing. A hidden boss? So all those side quests were just bait to unlock this secret level? Right on cue, the giant hole in front of him started humming. But when Taz got a look at the hidden boss, his stomach dropped. Standing there was V. Talk about a twisted game. Since the moment he stepped in here, this thing had been projecting V's image, catfishing him deeper into the dungeon. Taz didn't care what this boss wanted or how rare the drop rates were using V's face to prank him. That was a death sentence. Taz whipped out his weapon, ready to rumble. He glared straight ahead, voice icy. "Quit hiding behind the cosplay, you coward. Come on out." As soon as the words left his mouth, chains burst from the ground with zero warning, binding the fake V mid-air like some dark magic trick. Seeing that face tied up made Taz sick. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to chill. Asterisk. It's not real. It's just a texture pack designed to tilt you. Asterisk. But before he could fully reset his mental state, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. The fake V was yanked backward, and stepping out from the shadows was a monster called the Soul Vixen, and she was rocking a massive pair of wings. Taz flinched. This looked bad. For a melee guy like him with zero ranged attacks, a flying enemy was a nightmare matchup, but he had to test the waters. Taz gripped his blade, let out a war cry, and shouted, "Overclock mode, engage." In a heartbeat, Taz was wrapped in a glowing aura of pure energy. He stomped down, shattering the concrete floor beneath his sneakers. He vanished from his spot, moving so fast he was basically a blur of lightning. He reappeared instantly behind the Soul Vixen, going for the backstab. Too bad she had map awareness, she knew exactly where he was. She let out a scoff that screamed pathetic. The sound hit Taz's ears, making him jump, but he didn't lose focus. He slashed desperately. At the same exact moment, the Soul Vixen launched her counterattack. 3 spectral ghosts dive-bombed Taz. With a grunt, he slashed through them. But surprise, surprise, his blade went right through like they were holograms, and they kept closing in on him. Before Taz could reboot his strategy, one of the ghosts chomped down on his shoulder. Just like that, Taz was yeeted backward, crashing into the ground like a kite with a cut string. Taz scrambled up, muttering through gritted teeth. Flying type, magic user. Her weakness has to be close combat, but with that speed, can I even close the gap? Just then, the Soul Vixen floated down from the ceiling. She sat on a high platform, looking down her nose at him. Humph. Another amateur punching above his weight class. Thought you hit the jackpot finding this secret room. Win, and you get the loot. The Soul Vixen smirked, a cruel twist of her lips. But you're just boring. Another pathetic soul I lured into my web. Hearing this, Taz whispered, shocked. Wait, the AI has sentience? I knew it. I was baited here. Seeing him stand there, the Soul Vixen waved her scythe, and the ghosts started screeching again, ready for round 2. She scoffed coldly. Poor little human. Before I harvest your soul, be a good boy and let me play with my food. In a flash, all the ghosts launched themselves at him with the force of a hurricane. But here was the plot twist. They weren't aiming for Taz. While he stood there confused, a rotting hand burst out of the ground. Taz's eyes bugged out. To his horror, an entire army of the undead clawed its way to the surface. Taz never imagined this hidden boss was a necromancer class 2. Getting close to her just went from hard to impossible. The zombie horde roared and charged him like it was Black Friday. Taz had no choice. He went full berserker mode. His blade became a windmill of destruction, hacking down every ghoul in his face. But he was burning way too much stamina on the trash mobs. Taz swung down for another kill, but times his blade stopped dead. He froze, unable to believe his eyes. His attack was blocked by one of the monsters. Before he could react, the thing haymakers him right in the chest, slamming Taz into the back wall. Luckily, he had just enough energy shield up to tank the hit. He climbed out of the rubble, wiping dust off his lip. That puppet tanked a hit from my overclock mode, and that gear. It hit him like a truck. That puppet used to be a player. The boss trapped their soul and turned their avatar into a zombie. Taz's eyes narrowed, sharp as daggers. He spoke with icy resolve. Fighting them normally is a grind I can't win. I'll just die slowly. Immediately, he cranked his output to 100%. Energy exploded out of him, shooting beams of light from his blade in every direction. Asterisk boom, asterisk. A shockwave of pure energy rippled out, incinerating the entire undead army in one shot. The Soul Vixen watched, actually looking impressed for the first time. She drifted back, clearly wary. Not bad. You wiped my minion wave in one hit, but guess what? My scythe is still full of souls. As she spoke, a fresh batch of ghosts materialized. Taz panicked. His energy bar and HP were critical. He only had enough juice for one more nuke like that. But if he wasted it on the minions, he'd have nothing left for the boss. Was this the game over screen? Seeing Taz sweat, the Soul Vixen laughed, clearly enjoying the show. Just hand over your soul, human. Taz took a deep breath, forcing himself to dial in. If Van saw him looking this pathetic, he'd never hear the end of it. Plus, V was waiting for him. He couldn't take the L here. No way. As long as he was holding the controller, he wasn't losing. Taz screamed, fueled by pure stubbornness. If I'm gonna die, I'm taking you with me. At the same time, the Soul Vixen shrieked, "Get him, my slaves." Taz instantly triggered the Force 100% overload. Energy erupted again as the ghosts got right in his face. Taz didn't hesitate. He stabbed his blade into the floor. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. A massive energy quake collided with the ghost wave. The spirits scattered in panic, but the ones too slow to dodge got toasted instantly. Watching this, the Soul Vixen smirked. Destroying the vessels before the souls can possess them, smart play. I'll give you credit for that. But you're running on fumes, aren't you? She was right. After that last ult, Taz dropped to one knee, gasping. The Vixen sneered. Done throwing your tantrum. Just be a good boy and die. Since you entertain me, I'll make it quick. But suddenly, Taz let out a dark chuckle. Who said I was losing? The real show is just starting. As he spoke, the blade in his hand began to glow. Asterisk Devour mode activated. Asterisk Taz roared like a beast, calling out to the spirits trapped in this hellhole. In a split second, the Soul Vixen's smug look vanished, replaced by pure terror. Ignoring her reaction, Taz gripped his blade and screamed at the opposing army, "Become my power." Asterisk Soul Absorption. Asterisk. Instantly, all those ghosts pulled a U-turn and flew straight into his blade, merging with its energy core. Taz bit his lip, struggling to hold it together. Souls were just another form of life energy, right? The power level in his blade skyrocketed, climbing higher and higher. The system voice chimed in, energy levels critical. Automatically converting to overload form, asterisk boom, asterisk a massive pillar of raw power erupted into the air. A moment later, Taz's voice rang out, low and dangerous. I hear him loud and clear, fam. All those tortured souls you've been toying with, they're in my DMs begging me to collect your debt. The Soul Witch's face went totally dark, looking salty as hell. Xavier didn't give a damn, stepping out of that massive energy blast like he owned the place. His voice was ice cold. Time to repent, you freakish soul troll. Suddenly, his Devourer blade started glitching out in a good way. A new skill auto-installed into Xavier's brain. Felt just like when he unlocked the energy eruption perk, pure adrenaline. The 5% load burden, totally numb now. The power of these souls is actually insane, Xavier thought. The witch stood there frozen, buffering for a second before she finally spoke up. How does a brat like you possess this kind of juice? Xavier ignored her shade. He shouted, full savage mode. Save the trash talk for after you survive this combo. Immediately, he swung his blade down hard. A barrage of energy beams morphed into blade lights, spamming attacks at the witch. She managed to block, but Xavier used the distraction to flash step right behind her. Her pupils shrank. Nani? What the? Too fast for you? Xavier didn't wait for an answer, slashing again. The souls turned into sharp spikes, breaking through her defense and absolutely wrecking her armor. Even though she tried to tank it, the attack speed was god tier. She couldn't hold up. Smash. She got yeeted into the dirt. Xavier pumped a fist. Let's go. It's super effective. Dust covered the impact zone like a smoke grenade went off. A second later, she walked out, looking rough. Half her HP bar was gone. She hissed, you actually put a scratch on me? Guess I gotta show you my true form then. The witch grinned, and it was pure nightmare fuel. She raised her scythe high, screaming like a banshee. Minions, turn into my battery pack. Now. Xavier watched, disgusted. The scythe impaled her own zombie slaves, and boom, she exploded with energy. When the dust settled, she had a new weapon, a creepy halo floating behind her, and worst of all, her HP bar was back to 100%, full reset. Xavier's eyes popped. Bruh, are you serious? She transformed and healed to full health. Before he could even process the cheese strats, the witch vanished from the map. Lag spike? No. She reappeared instantly right in Xavier's face, smirking like she just won the lottery. Xavier was shook, cold sweat dripping. That speed is hacked. Without a word, she unleashed a dual-blade combo. Xavier tried to parry, but the force knocked him back 10 yards. He slammed into a wall so hard the bricks crumbled like cookies. He coughed up blood, feeling his stamina bar flashing red. Panic set in. After that transformation, her speed and DPS were buffed to insane levels. The witch scoffed. "You deserve a participation trophy for pushing me this far. But game over, kid. Lock him down, my undead pets." She swung her blade. Xavier panicked as zombie hands grabbed his ankles from the ground. "Get off my Jordans." The witch laughed coldly. "Your soul is mine. Rip." A massive surge of energy erupted from her blade. Xavier flinched, eyes widening in terror. In a split second, a blinding pink death beam shot straight at him. His face went pale. A direct hit like that? No dodge button could save him. He thought he was toast. But then, he smirked. Why? Because Xavier is a player, baby. For a gamer, nothing beats the rush of a last-second clutch play to save your HP. "You think you've got me stun-locked?" he scoffed. "But right now, you're stuck in animation lock, aren't you?" Xavier yeeted his blade forward. This was a one-time use ultimate, and he'd been saving it for this exact moment. Instantly, the blade turned into a lightning bolt, zooming forward like a railgun. It slammed into the witch's pink shield. Xavier roared, "Break that shield." Boom! The lightning shattered her defense. The witch panicked, but she couldn't move. The bolt pierced right through her chest. Critical hit. Her body started glitching and fading away. Xavier wiped his mouth, grinning. Victory Royale. As she dissolved, she gave a bitter smile and whispered, "Figured. The moment you walked into this dungeon, I had a feeling. Maybe you're the one who can finally log me out of this cursed existence." She vanished. Asterisk ding. Asterisk, the system voice announced, "Boss defeated. Loot automatically added to inventory." Xavier let out a huge breath. Finally. That was way too sweaty. Above him, the chains holding Nia shattered. Her ghostly figure drifted down. Xavier reached out to catch her, but his hands passed right through. She turned transparent and faded away. He sighed, disappointed. Just a cutscene hologram, but seeing her, worth it. He flopped onto his back, staring at the sky. "Next time we meet, Nia, I'm reviving you for real." After the raid, Xavier fast-traveled home. He showered, hit the hay, and pulled up his status menu. "Yo, chat, let's check the stats." He jumped from level 2 to level 8 and scored 1,000 points. Not bad. Grinding that boss was a pain, but the XP is sweet. The loot looks decent too. He got a soul stone, basically a portable battery pack for his skills. Sick. If I farm enough of these to power my loadout, I'll be absolutely cracked. Suddenly, he noticed something sus on his hand. Black veins were crawling up his skin like a cursed tattoo. Xavier froze. From the battle? Nah, I didn't take damage there. He ripped off his shirt to check. The black lines were everywhere. What the hell? I look like a doodle pad. Is this the recoil from the Devourer blade? If I force load it without an external battery, does it burn my own body as fuel? In previous fights, he just tanked the pain and thought it was no biggie. Major mistake. Man, I should have read the patch notes. Power like that isn't free. The price is my own HP. Xavier lay back down, sighing. Can't abuse that skill anymore. But on the flip side, it proves the Devourer blade is top-tier OP. If I just use the passive buffs without the active load mode, my stats still go up. He decided to hit the trade market tomorrow. Cut to, the next morning at school. "Yo, Prez. Join the Taekwondo club after school. Great cardio." Vanessa blushed, stuttering, not sure how to say no to the simps. Another guy shouted, "Don't listen to that idiot. It's dangerous. Come join the basketball cheer squad, Prez." While the NPCs were arguing, a pair of hands landed on their shoulders. A deep voice cut in. "Chill out, guys. The Prez is busy tutoring me tonight." They turned around and gasped. "Xavier, you actually came to class? And damn, you've had a glow-up." "Yo, bro just got here, and he's already hijacking the class Prez. That's low-key shady." Tavu just smirked, cool as a cucumber. "Hey, blame the curriculum. My brain cells are failing half these subjects, okay? You wouldn't let your favorite charity case tank the class average, right, Prez?" Van Zhao rolled her eyes but nodded. "Fine, whatever. Park it." Bell's about to ring. The squad scattered, but Tavu slid into the seat right next to her, way too close for comfort. "So, Prez, we cool sitting hip to hip?" Van Zhao gritted her teeth. 6 feet, dude. Social distance. Her reaction just made him bust a gut laughing. "Why the long face? I literally just saved you from boredom. Plus, I got a massive favor to ask." Van Zhao huffed, giving him the cold shoulder. "Spit it out. What is it now? You rejected my invite last time, so don't think I'm carrying you now. You know how brutal the solo grind is, right, But before he could finish, her eyes locked onto something weird glowing veins on Tavu's hand. Whoa, your hand, she gasped. Did you take damage in the underground city yesterday? Tavu waved it off like a boss. Tis but a scratch. Long story, don't stress your pretty little head about it. Excuse me? I am times not times stressing, she snapped back. Tavu dropped the jokes. All right, straight business then. I'll drop 300 system points in your account right now. Just get me inside times that place times tonight. He didn't have to spell it out. Van Jiao knew exactly which sketchy black market he meant. She smirked. Hustler mode activated. I was heading there anyway. Make it 500 points and you got a deal. Tavu grilled her. I knew you'd price gouge me. Deal. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. System daily quest incoming. He checked the screen and groaned. Seriously? Another fetch quest? The payout is peanuts. I'm skipping this garbage. You moron, Van Jiao hissed. Did you forget the 2S? If you stack up too many incomplete quests, the system initiates the penalty mode. Do you have a death wish? Tavu panicked. The quest objective? Asterisk. Answer the teacher's next question. Asterisk. Right on cue, the prof at the podium cleared his throat. All right, who can solve this equation? Instantly, a forest of hands shot up. Tavu sighed. It's not about knowing the answer. It's about getting noticed in this sea of tryhards. Van Jiao raised her hand too, shooting him a look that screamed times good luck, loser asterisk. Better start praying, she whispered, but Tavu just cranked a devilish grin. Please, amateur hour. Time to deploy the secret weapon. He raised his hand and activated the times. Attention seeker times title he unlocked yesterday. Boom. It worked like a charm. You there, the prof pointed. The energetic young man in the blue hoodie. Let's hear it. Van Jiao's jaw dropped. Tavu was feeling himself until he actually looked at the whiteboard. Asterisk. Wait, what is that? Hieroglyphics. Asterisk panicking. He mentally pinged the system. Asterisk exchange points for the solution. Stat. Asterisk. Transaction complete. The math downloaded into his brain like a matrix upload so satisfying. He stood up, chest out. The answer is 1.2 meters, sir. Spot on, the teacher beamed. Calculating that speed in your head? Impressive stuff. Van Jiao leaned over, shaking her head. That title really is perfect for an attention hog like you. Don't hate the player, hate the game. He winked. Plus, easy 30 points. Class wrapped up smoothly, but Tavu missed the dark look the teacher shot him on the way out. Meanwhile, at the Blood Moon Guild HQ, Shadow Assassin was on his knees, sweating bullets. Boss, the newbie is weird. He's definitely suspect. The guildmaster let out a cold laugh. So, he took out the hitman? He pulled up Tavu's combat footage on a hollow screen. After watching the clip, his grin got wicked. Interesting, he muttered. The other guilds are going to want a piece of this. You know the drill. Assemble a strike team. On it, boss, Shadow Assassin nodded. But suddenly, a voice cut from the shadows. Relax. Leave this trash to me. Give me 24 hours. Dead or alive, I'll drag him here. Fast forward to midnight at the subway station. Tavu checked his watch, annoyed. Man, she said, meet at the platform. Where is she? Girls. Man. Always late, hey. Watch your mouth. A sharp voice cut him off. Tavu spun around to see Van Jiao strutting toward him. Were you just roasting me? She asked, hands on hips. No, never, Tavu stammered. I was just admiring the fit. You look totally different from school. She flipped her hair. Duh. Incognito mode. Can't let other players spot me. Tavu rolled his eyes internally. Asterisk, bro. I recognize you from a mile away. Asterisk. They hopped on the train just as the doors hissed shut. Geez, we almost missed the last ride home. Tavu panted. Idiot, she corrected him. We didn't miss it. This time's the ride, the ghost train. He stopped teasing her. So, what's the stop? Van Jiao kept a poker face. Chill out, you'll see in a sec. As they talked, the subway car went pitch black. Tavu jumped. Yo, who turned out the lights? Is this a breakdown? Van Jiao gripped the handrail, a mysterious smirk playing on her lips. Don't be such a noob. Look out the window. Tell me that isn't dope. Tavu pressed his face against the glass, and his pupils dilated. Outside wasn't a tunnel, it was a sprawling metropolis of neon skyscrapers and flashing lights, deep underground. Holy cow, he whispered. Where on earth are we? Technically. Asterisk undertimes the earth, she laughed. The second this train left the station, we crossed the border into the underground city. Wait, I thought this zone was just for farming mobs? Tavu asked. It used to be, she explained like a tour guide, until the Golden Toad Guild conquered it and turned it into the ultimate black market. That guild is top 4 for a reason. They run the economy down here. Rumor has it, they even paid the devs to tweak the game rules in this sector. She lowered her voice. Listen, that assassin you fought? Probably Blood Moon Guild, so keep your head on a swivel, okay? Tavu nodded, looking serious. Got it. Man, this game has levels I didn't even know existed. The train screeched to a halt. End of the line. Per Golden Toad rules, anonymity was banned here. The system automatically glitched Tavu's outfit into the default market gear. He didn't care, though. He was too busy gawking. Is this the central hub? This is sick. The plaza was packed with players and NPCs. Tavu trailed behind Van Jiao like a lost puppy. Hey, you said to be careful, right? Is it smart to just stroll down Main Street like we own the place? There's a PvP ban in the market, she assured him. But you're right. Let's take the back alleys to avoid drama. Tavu blinked. Back alleys? In a game? I have a bad feeling about this. Quit your whining. I know this map better than suddenly. A rough voice boomed from ahead. Yo, little lady, freeze. Van Jiao grimaced. Did I just jinx us? Tavu instinctively ducked behind a crate. Chill. I don't think they're talking to us. They peeked out and saw two thugs cornering a terrified girl. Tavu squinted. He recognized her. It was Tun Vu, the rookie from the hunting event. Back off. Leave me alone, she cried, trembling. No way, Tavu whispered, shocked. It's that girl. Vang Jiao shot him a look. You know her? Since when do you have friends? Taz gave a slight nod. Yeah, I saw her when I was beefing with that Zero guy. But seeing the scene in front of him, he went full rage mode. Damn, look at those scrubs. Ganging up on a little girl? That's some serious beta energy right there. Taz was about to rush in and throw hands, but V grabbed his arm, pulling him back. She whispered, chill out, you idiot. Don't get triggered. If they were enemies before, let them handle their own drama. Taz wasn't having it. Nah, that's different, fam. I hate bullies who pick on newbies. It's totally cringe. V saw he was dead set on being a hero, so she sighed. Fine. Just stand there and look pretty. Then, out of nowhere, she screamed help at the top of her lungs. The vibe in the street instantly changed, and the bad guys paused, sensing the trap. Suddenly, it turned into a sci-fi movie. A literal trash can transform into a robot and signal the others. Alarms started blasting like a raid siren. Taz's jaw dropped. Trash can transformers? Okay, that is sick. V grinned. Yep. Scream loud enough on Golden Toad turf, and you trigger the security system. Convenient, right? The robo can flash red lights. Warning, violation detected. Cease your cap immediately. The two thugs weren't fazed. One sneered, a toy robot? You think this scrap metal can stop us? Big mistake. They attacked the bot, and honestly, one bot got wrecked instantly. They started flexing. You think the Blood Moon gang is scared of some toys? Please. Then they turned to Tina with that creepy villain smile. Listen, little sis, stop struggling. My patience is running low. Taz was about to jump in again, but V held him back. Dude, what is your problem? I told you to watch. Wait for the drop. Right on cue, the sky lit up with fire and a booming voice shouted, Who dares disrespect the Golden Toad? Boom, a fireball landed, and the heat wave was insane. When the dust cleared, a massive mechanical arm was blocking the path. The two thugs went from smug to terrified real quick. Standing on the mech was a girl with major attitude. She hopped down, glaring. You trash bags really came to my hood and broke my favorite toy. You're done. Taz squinted. Is she with the Golden Toad Guild? V nodded. This market is their territory. Break the rules here, and it's basically a death sentence. Rape? The blonde girl, Holly, cocked a massive cannon and smirked. Time to smash, Lil Kong. But then she whipped out her phone and started punching numbers like an accountant. Rescue fee. Damage to public property. Plus the appearance fee for me, Officer Holly. Carrying the one. She looked up. Total comes to 3,000 points. Transfer it now, or the guild collects your kneecaps. The thug scoffed. Poofed. I ain't paying you a dime. Taz noticed something sus from the back. One thug was sneaking up behind Holly, grinning like he'd just won the lottery. Gotcha, Taz screamed. Yo, watch your six, and sprinted forward. V couldn't stop him this time. Ugh, what a moron. Taz was fast, but Holly? She just smirked. Trying to gank me? Amateur. The robot's eyes flashed LED bright. One arm swatted the thug away like a fly, and the other hand caught Taz's sword mid-swing. The impact knocked Taz back. He sheathed his sword, feeling awkward. Guess I didn't need to white knight there, huh? Holly walked up to him, teasing. Hey, handsome, brave move. But you just cracked the pavement. That's a fine. Taz looked down. His sword had indeed cracked the concrete. Holly ignored his salty face and pulled out the calculator again. I'll give you a 20% discount for being cute. 100 points. Taz groaned. Bruh, are you serious? I was helping. Meanwhile, V went to check on Tina. You good, hun? Tina shook her head. I'm okay, thanks, guys. The other thug ran to check on his buddy who got SWAT teamed by the robot. Dave, don't die on me, man. The guy didn't move. The thug turned to Holly, screaming, You crazy witch. You think the Golden Toad can mess with the Blood Moon gang and get away with it? We never forgive Squelch. He stopped mid-sentence, eyes wide, as a blade pierced through his chest. Dude dropped dead instantly. Taz and V jumped. Holly just looked annoyed. A masked man stepped out from the shadows with a crew behind him. He sneered, Trash, pretending to be my crew? Embarrassing. They deserve to get deleted. V whispered, That's the real deal. Taz frowned. We're on Golden Toad turf though. We should be safe, right? Holly wasn't scared at all. She marched up to the masked guy. Yo, Ghostface, you killed him, so you inherited his debt. That's 3,000 points. Pay up. Ghostface completely ignored her, walking past like she didn't exist. Sorry, I don't chat with kids. He walked straight up to Taz. His voice was icy. So, Zero died to you guys? Taz stepped in front of V, chest out. Yeah, I clipped him. It was all me. She had nothing to do with it. V rolled her eyes. Oh please, without me you'd be toast. Ghostface actually laughed. Interesting. You two trying to protect each other? Don't worry, neither of you is leaving. Holly was fuming in the background. Hey, Ghostface, don't you dare ignore me. I'm standing right here. Ghostface finally glanced at her. Oh, the Golden Toad Princess? My bad, didn't recognize you. We'll cover the damages, don't trip. Then he dropped the bomb. I demand a luck bet arena match. Holly raised an eyebrow. You serious? You really want to go there? Taz looked lost. Luck bet arena? What's that? V explained, pale-faced. It's an all-in gamble. Points, gear, and your life. We're the underdogs, but if we win big. Ghostface smirked. What's the matter? Scared, kid. V narrowed her eyes. I can't believe Blood Moon is going this hard for just two people. Taz didn't flinch. If there's a chance to win, why would I say no? Challenge accepted, bro. Ghostface looked impressed. Not bad. Takes guts to kill Zero. Then he leaned in and whispered in Taz's ear, You looted Zero's egg, didn't you? You little sneak. He started walking away, tossing a warning over his shoulder. Meet me at the arena in 30 minutes. Don't try to run. If you do, I'll make sure your end is way less pleasant. Holly shrugged it off and turned to Tina. So, kid, what's your name? Saving you wasn't free, you know. Tina looked down. I'm Tina, but I have 0 points. I can't pay you. She explained she came here to get points to save her brother. Taz frowned. Your brother? The guy who fought me last time? Is he okay? Tina teared up. After you beat the newbie boss, he gave me all his points to heal me, but he didn't heal himself. He's in bad shape. Taz gulped. Damn, he really went all out. Tina started sobbing. It's all my fault. If I wasn't so weak, he wouldn't be dying. That's why I snuck out here. Holly sighed, feeling bad. Fine, I'll hook you up. Friends and family discount. Plus, I'll buy your loot at a premium price. After fees, I'll transfer the rest to you. Deal? Tanvu was super hyped to show off his loot stash to Tu Hoen. But one look and she let out this huge sigh. Total junk, 0 value. Tanvu started bawling. Dude, that's literally my entire inventory. Tu Hoen crunched the numbers and shrugged. Sorry kid, this pile of garbage isn't even worth 500 points. Tavu jumped in. 500? Are you serious? You trying to scam the noob or what? Tu Hoen scoffed, looking totally offended. Excuse me? The Golden Toad Guild prides itself on integrity, okay? But if Shorty here really needs the points, there times is times another option. You two are short a player anyway. Let him join your squad for the high-stakes arena. Tavu shut that down instantly. No way. This beef is between us and Blood Moon. It's life or death. I'm not dragging a kid into this mess. But Tanvu stood his ground, looking dead serious. No, if I don't get those points, my big bro isn't gonna make it. Please, let me join. Do it for my brother. I'm begging you. The Golden Toads Arena wasn't a joke. You bet your points, your stats, and yeah, sometimes even your life. It's the hottest show in town, live streamed to thousands of viewers. And every time the wheel spins, the Golden Toad rakes in a massive profit. Tavu realized that's exactly why Tu Hoen wanted them in. She didn't even deny it, just smirked and led them to the arena. She kicked the doors open, shouting, Welcome, ladies and gents, to the Luck of the Draw Arena. Tavu's jaw hit the floor when he saw what was inside. Tu Hoen gestured dramatically. This right here, this is why we're one of the big 4 guilds. Feast your eyes on the level 98 raid boss Lord Thean Hoen, the Golden Toad himself. Tavu stared at the massive golden frog, muttering, Man, even if every player here raided him at once, we'd still get wiped, wouldn't we? Tu Hoen giggled. Relax, Lord Thean Hone only cares about transactions and betting. We have a strict no-kill policy in the lobby. Just then, Demon Face and Shadow Assassin strolled in from the entrance. Demon Face smirked, looking cocky. Got some guts showing up. You ready? 'Cause your game is about to crash permanently. Tu Han stepped between them before a fight could break out. Save the trash talk for the match. Let me break down the rules, she pointed around. The Golden Toad Casino has 2 zones, the Wheel of Fate up top and the Battleground down below. Once we start, each team picks a roller to ride the wheel. The cost is 1,000 points per spin to roll for loot. Don't like your roll? Re-roll it. Whatever you keep gets dropped down to your teammates in the arena. Your goal: smash the enemy's toad totem while defending your own. First totem to break loses. And remember, losers lose everything, including their lives. There's no time limit. The game only ends when a totem crumbles. She looked at both teams. So, are you guys locked in? Tavu ignored her and looked at the kid. Hey, this deathmatch isn't your fight. You 100% sure you want to do this? Tanvu didn't blink. Yeah, for my brother. Van Jiao rolled her eyes. Wow, thanks for asking if I'm okay with dying. Tavu grilled her. Oh, come on. We go way back, you know I got you. Besides, you don't know the kid's stats, so you gotta handle the strategy from up top as the roller. While Tavu was thinking, Tanvu crept up and whispered, Hey, take this. Might help. He slipped something into Tavu's hand. Tavu looked at it, and his eyes bugged out. Meanwhile, Shadow Assassin was whispering to his partner, Don't get cocky, Demon Face. But the guy just laughed. Please, those losers don't stand a chance. Seeing everyone ready, Tu Hone grabbed the mic. All right, bets are in. Let the games begin. Immediately, both teams charged forward. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Simultaneously, the match feed went live on every screen in the trading hub. A massive crowd gathered. Given Blood Moon's rep, everyone was smashing the bet button for Demon Face and Shadow Assassin. Just the way the house likes it. Tu Hoen bowed. Lord Thean Hoen, activate the arena. The ground instantly started rumbling like an earthquake. Tavu lost his footing. In a blink, the scenery shifted. He and Shadow Assassin were suddenly standing on the giant spinning top the virtual battlefield created by the boss. Worst case scenario, they were the rollers. Tavu tapped his headset. Yo, can you guys hear me? The ground war is all on you two now. Van Jiao's voice crackled back. Your luck better hold up. If we lose, I'm haunting you. Tu Hoen floated nearby. Looks like we're set. Round 1 of the Wheel of Fate starts. Now, Tavu didn't hesitate, dropping the points to spin the wheel. The wheel was packed with loot of all shapes and sizes, color-coded for rarity. White was god tier, red was legendary, followed by gold, then blue at the bottom. Tavu wasn't sweating it, he was the RNG king. But suddenly, 3 pink portals opened up right in front of him. Shadow Assassin's ability. Shadow Assassin popped out of a portal and landed perfectly on a specific slot. Tavu screamed, Yo! He used a skill to teleport. That's gotta be hacking, right? Tu Hoen ignored the complaint as the wheel stopped. Since it was the first round, everyone landed without breaking their legs. Results are in. Shadow Assassin snagged a red tier item, the exploding sword, boosting attack by 50%. Tavu, he got a blue crystal, totally useless in a fight. The only perk. He could cash it in for 10 points after the game. Tavu was fuming. I can handle bad RNG, but seriously, how is his teleport skill not a foul? Tu Hoen shrugged. Unless the boss bans it, anything goes. Don't be salty. If you want to do over, just pay double the points to spin again. Pass, Tavu said instantly. He needed to save resources and see how this played out. Down in the arena, Van Jiao saw the trash item drop and groaned. First round and he gives us this garbage? Whatever. Let's move. She shouted, Tan Vu, on me. We need to double team them. Across the field, Demon Face caught the sword Shadow Assassin sent down. Ha! My partner is a genius. Top tier loot on the first spin. He locked eyes with Van Jiao and Tan Vu, a twisted grin spreading across his face. Hey little ladies, ready to taste despair? Ability, activate. Instantly, a second Demon Face appeared next to him. Van Jiao and Tan Vu froze. Meet my clone, he laughed. He's got half my stats. And my weapon durability regenerates. You really think you two noobs can beat me? Up top, Tan watched the scene unfold and shook his head, looking totally defeated. Man, we're cooked. Even our numbers advantage is gone. This is a total bust. Demon Face was feeling himself, ego through the roof. He smirked. Yo, listen up. Fragging you outside gets me cheap points, but in here, winner takes all. I'm about to cash out big time. The second he shut his mouth, Demon and one of his clones rushed in. Vanessa didn't freeze. Tan, run the combo play we practiced. Now, Tan nodded sharp. On it. Vanessa unleashed a massive tornado slash while Tan dropped the hammer with his blade. The two attacks merged into a crazy superstorm, but Demon just sneered. Cute. Is that all you got? Amateur hour. He started spamming sword strikes, shredding their tornado like it was nothing. Then, a laser beam shot right past them, aiming straight for the Toad objective in the back. Vanessa and Tan took a hit, losing HP instantly. Round 1. Loss. Demon laughed, mocking them. Good game, easy. Come on, give me a little entertainment before I wipe you off the map. High above, Xavier was watching the meta unfold. He finally figured it out. Shadow was rigging the landing spots, and Demon's clones were buffing the item stats. A totally broken combo. Honestly, the synergy between those two was insane. They were basically running a cheat code in this match. But Xavier wasn't sweating it. He grinned like a villain with a secret plan. The real show is just starting. Holly hopped on the mic. Round 1 is a wrap. Blue team took a hit. Red team is flawless. The chat went wild with toxicity, just as expected. This newbie is trash. Imagine thinking you can step to Blood Moon with just dumb luck. Cringe. Whatever. Round 2 was live. Xavier jumped into the air, doing some quick mental math on the trajectory to stick the landing perfectly. Shadow used his hacks to lock in a red tier equipment drop. Xavier, he landed on a blue tier. Basic loot. Holly shouted, does either side want to burn credits for a reroll? Xavier didn't hesitate for a second. Hit me. Double or nothing. Holly winked, that's the spirit. Pay to win is the name of the game. The crowd outside jeered, kids burning cash for nothing. His RNG is trash, nothing's gonna save him. That's what I like to see. I want to watch him go broke and cry. Meanwhile, Shadow sat tight with his red item, refusing to gamble anymore. Xavier jumped again and landed. Bam. Blue again. A totally useless crystal. Xavier screamed, again. Reroll it. Holly giggled, loving the chaos. Blue team is thirsty. Maybe a gold tier this time? Nope. Xavier landed on blue again. Holly sighed. Wow, your luck is actually garbage. One more try. Maybe the universe will stop hating you. Xavier raised his hand to stop. Nah, I fold. Stop here. The crowd erupted, all in on red team. Blue is throwing. This is just sad to watch. They're looking for a beatdown. Inside the arena, Xavier whispered into the comms. Vanessa, Tan. Listen. The skill gap is too wide to fight head-on. Let him have the point. Vanessa was confused but trusted the call. Copy that. Demon Face watched them, suspicious. Why aren't they panicking? Are they scheming something? He shook it off and laughed. Plots won't save you from a beatdown. Useless. Another demon clone spawned in instantly. Without a word, Demon rushed in and stomped them. Another win for Red. Up top, Xavier looked chill. Perfect. Hurry up and start the next round already. Holly grabbed the mic. Blue team is ice cold. Luck isn't everything, folks. Are they banking on a miracle? Can they hit the legendary white tier? The wheel spun again. Xavier didn't change his strat. He picked blue. He paid to reroll. He picked blue again. It was becoming a meme. Xavier kept swiping the card. Reroll. Blue. Reroll. Blue. The odds of being this unlucky were actually astronomically low. He was hitting blue every single time. Holly face-palmed. Is this guy cursed or what? 10 blues in a row. Red team is getting fed, and blue is just bleeding out. They can't fight back. Vanessa and Tan were barely hanging on. The crowd outside was losing it. Is this kid trolling? Is he colorblind? It's all blue. Holly was loving the drama, shouting, blue team is on the ropes. Vanessa is down to 2 HP, and Demon hasn't even taken a scratch. It looked like a clean sweep. Shadow spoke up, voice cold, final round. Just forfeit and save the embarrassment. Xavier smirked, looking like he knew something they didn't. You think? What if I told you I'm playing you like a fiddle? What happens if you win the next one? Holly burst out laughing. Talk about delusions of grandeur. The only way you survive is hitting the white jackpot, and that's impossible. The crowd was roasting him. Bro has lost his mind. Copium levels are off the charts. He thinks he can clutch this? Demon grinned. He smelled a trap, but his ego was too big to care. Shadow, aim for the white tier next. Let's bury them. Shadow hesitated. I can't guarantee a hit. Demon waved him off. Burn the credits until you get it. Just do it. Tan looked at Vanessa, sweating. V, are we dead? Vanessa tightened her grip. Trust the process. Xavier's got a plan. He's our only shot right now. Holly screamed into the mic, is this bravery or stupidity? The final showdown starts now. Xavier and Shadow leaped into the air for the last spin. Xavier landed. Blue. Shadow hit red. But wait, both players smashed the reroll button. It looked like they were chasing red drops, but Xavier hit blue again. Shadow hit red again. They rerolled again. Holly was hyperventilating. They're spamming rerolls. The pot size is over 6,400 points. They are going all in. Xavier looked locked in. This was the last of his cash. The wheel stopped. Blue. Absolute despair. But Holly's jaw dropped. Shadow. Shadow hit the white tier. The impossible shot. A record broken. The crowd went absolutely nuclear. Oh my god, Shadow is a legend. White tier unlocked. Holly shook her head. Rip blue team. Now we get to see the ultimate finisher. Game over. Demon was preening like a peacock. That's my guy, reliable as always. Vanessa and Tan looked like they just saw a ghost. The only person not freaking out was Xavier. He flashed a wicked grin. You think you won? Cute. Watch closely. I saved the best move for last. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the real game changer. So, check this out. Qin Yu hands over the secret weapon. Qin Feng gave her basically a break glass in case of emergency item. Ghostface is totally shook, and even the host, Xiao Huan, has zero clue what Xi Yu is cooking up. While the crowd is freaking out, Xi Yu yells, "Hit it, Qin Yu." She grabs the gear, grips it tight, and screams, "Bro, take my energy." Boom. Just like that, Qin Yu teleports up to the roulette table, and Xi Yu drops back down into the pit. Tag team action, baby. Xiao Huan loses it, screaming, "No way." Blue team just pulled a position swap skill. The haters in the stands are salty though, yelling, "Just forfeit already." I put my whole paycheck on Blood Moon. Ghostface isn't impressed. He scoffs, "Oh, real cute. That's the big play you were stalling for? You really think you can tank a hit from the Golden Toad?" The giant frog boss shows up, and the crowd goes wild like it's the Super Bowl. Crush that cocky brat, Lord Toad. CU admits he's a little surprised, didn't expect the roulette prize to be this OP. But don't count him out yet. He's burned through 700 points re-rolling this match. It's not bad, RNG. He just maxed out his budget. These crystals are his fuel. He slams his blade into the ground and shouts, "Devour skill, online." Ghostface rolls his eyes. Saw that coming a mile away. But this is a level 98 boss, kid. He says even if that move worked on the air beast, it won't scratch this thing. The Toad launches a massive lightning nuke. Yun Jiao screams his name, but Shiyu is locked in. Beating that air freak was 2 weeks ago. I've leveled up since then, scrub. Thanks to Kinyu coming in clutch, he got exactly what he needed from this raid. The absorption process completes in seconds. CU's stats skyrocket instantly. But he's not done. He whips out another crystal and grins, fresh loot from the last round. Pop this consumable for an extra 5% buff. He charges in. Boom! Massive energy collision. Shockwaves everywhere. He actually blocked it. Xiao Huan is hyping it up. Blue team stopped the Toad's ult. It's been holding for 5 seconds. If they keep this up, who knows? The crowd is losing their minds. Yo, is this a glitch? How is that possible? Is this guy using cheat codes? Where'd he get that gear? Inside the clash, CU's knees are buckling. He bites his lip, realizing the pressure. So this is level 98 power? Yun Jiao rushes in to support him. You're not soloing this boss on my watch. CU grunts. Watch out, the DPS is insane. Xiao Huan screams, blue team is absolutely cracked right now. It's a deadlock. Ghostface is fuming. He really thought that was a one-hit KO. He pops a shadow clone to flank them. Shiyu sees it and yells, Yun Jiao, we're out of time. Full send, right now. Got it. She nods. They dump their mana bars into the shield. CU roars, get back where you came from. The explosion is deafening. Ghostface gets knocked back. The visuals are blinding, and the audience is on the edge of their seats. Ghostface and his clone are stuck buffering against the shockwave. He's salty. CU survived. I'm not losing to some rando. He tries to tank the blast, but CU's energy is too swole. Ghostface is looking real stressed out. The momentum flips. Xiao Huan yells, this match is getting spicy, folks. The Toad stops firing. Shiyu and Yun Jiao are running on fumes, but they saved their last HP bar. Ghostface, however, just took a hit. Xiao Huan calls it, looks like we have a winner, but then wait, she freezes. Ghostface is slumped against the wall, HP critical. Trash game, he mutters. Shadow Assassin steps in, quit whining. We grab a heal next round, we still take the W. Shiyu shouts, Qinyu, now. She nods, roger that, and yeets an item straight at Shadow Assassin. Assassin catches it like a reflex, but looks confused. Glitch. Suddenly, he's teleported down to the arena, and Ghostface gets swapped up to the safety zone. CU smirks total galaxy brain play. He walks up to the assassin. Well, look who dropped in. Based on your build, you're not made for one-on-one brawls, are you? Assassin knows he's cooked. He grinds his teeth. I forfeit. Xiao Huan gasps. He tapped out. That means the winners are. The crowd goes dead, silent. They bet the farm on Blood Moon and lost it all. Rip wallets. Qin Yu is cheering. Let's go, bro. Victory for Team CU. Game over. The trio teleports back to the lobby. Chin Yu rushes to help Yeon Zhao. Sis, you good? Just a scratch, she says. CU exhales. That was way too sweaty, but we caught the dub. The enemies respawn nearby. Shadow Assassin grabs his partner. We're dipping. Ghostface glares at CU. Watch your back, kid. Then they log out. Xiao Huan hypes the crowd. Give it up for the champs. But instead of clapping, the audience is screaming slurs and demanding refunds. Toxic vibes only. Xiao Huan's sweat drops. Okay, tough crowd. Yu couldn't care less. Let him hate. Scoreboard says I won. Suddenly, a voice cuts through. Nice carry. A purple-haired lady walks in with an entourage. Thanks to your little show, the Golden Toad Guild just made a fortune. Xiao Huan's eyes light up. Vice Prez, did you see? Was my casting on point? The VP nods. You crushed it, star. Yu is confused. Who's this NPC? Yun Zhao whispers, that's the vice president. Zero combat skills, but a total genius at business. She built this empire. Everyone calls her the fan-wielding maniac. Vu nodded slightly, shooting a glance at the VP. Yo, vice president, the show's over. We should probably bounce. Big guilds are nothing but drama magnets, and we need to ghost before things get messy. But the VP threw a curveball. Leaving already? That's not how the Golden Toad Guild treats its VIPs. You guys are wrecked. Why not crash at our fairy spring for a bit? Get healed up before you dip. Little Huan gasped, totally shook. Wait, the fairy spring? That's our top secret sanctuary. The VP just shrugged, cool as a cucumber. Their victory just made us a boatload of cash. Huge numbers. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. Vu wasn't buying it, though. He knew this lady had an angle. He tried to slide out of it smoothly. Appreciate it. But honestly, we aren't hurt that bad. Before he could finish, asterisk whack. Asterisk Zhao smacked him upside the head. Idiot. Are you seriously turning down the Golden Toad's legendary spring? Is your brain lagging? Zhao switched to lecture mode. I heard that water restores stamina and buffs your stats. Hey, little you should tag along. Bottle some of that magic juice for your brother, Feng. The VP gestured elegantly. Right this way, squad. Vu realized he had zero choice, so he just followed the leader, praying they wouldn't trigger any more disasters. A bit later, Vu was chilling in the Golden Toad's fairy spring. His HP was regenerating nicely, but he was staring at the weird jagged patterns on his skin. Would these scars ever fade? He couldn't figure it out. Vu sighed, deciding to turn off his brain. Whatever, time to enjoy this 5-star pool. But the second he relaxed, Jiao's voice cut through the steam like a buzzsaw. Big. What's big? What are you talking about? Vu looked up and nearly choked. Jiao and little Yu were walking and wearing swimsuits. Total thirst trap. He muttered, Yo, warn a guy before you dress like that. Trying to give me a heart attack. Jiao dipped a toe into the water, rolling her eyes. What's wrong with it? It's a pool, genius. You want me to wear armor? Anyway, what's the loot count for today? Vu checked his interface. Total is 99,480 points. That's roughly 33,000 points each. He admitted that without little Yu, the boss fight would have been a nightmare, even if her brother did try to delete Vu from the server earlier. Once Qin Feng recovers, Vu is definitely going to collect that debt. Little Yu nodded, totally cool with it, and thanked Vu for the points. I promise, I'll drag him over here to apologize personally. With that, she grabbed her loot and dashed off. I got the holy water. Catch you later. Thanks, big bro Vu and sis Jiao. I won't forget this. My brother and I owe you one. Jiao told her to stay safe, then turned to smirk at Vu. Look at you. Since when did you grow a backbone? And what's that on your chest? New tattoo? Vu shook his head. Nah, just battle scars from that hardcore fight. Suddenly, a voice from the shadows made them both jump. Those aren't scars. Rookie, you really don't know the mechanics. It was the VP. She smirked. That beautiful chaotic pattern is the Devourer mark from the anomaly ring. Vu frowned, totally confused. Anomaly ring? Is that some kind of DLC item? The VP explained slowly. The anomaly ring is a glitch tier weapon. Its power literally breaks the game's physics engine. She dropped some lore. 2 years ago, a player used that ring to solo 4 major guilds. The weapon in Vu's hand and the markings on his body, exact same loadout as that legend. Zhao nodded, finally getting it. Oh, snap. No wonder this guy is so OP. He's basically using a cheat code. The VP shook her head, walking over to trace the glowing lines on Vu's chest. But raw power like that? It's a flash in the pan. A glitch that gets patched eventually. Vu narrowed his eyes, suspicious. What's that supposed to mean? The VP didn't rush. Open your status window. Check the logs. Vu pulled up his menu and his eyes went wide. His health bar was literally burning. The VP broke it down. Ultimate power comes with a max level penalty. You're in the same boat as the last guy. Your HP is turning corrupted black. Once that bar fills up completely, it's game over. Permadeath for Vu. Zhao freaked out. Are you serious? Is there a fix? A potion? Anything? The VP kept her cool. It's not totally hopeless. Under the S-rank city, in the Red Dragon Zone, there's a holy healing dragon scale. It can purge the corruption. Bad news? The Blood Moon Guild controls that zone, and the city is crawling with mobs. With your current stats, getting that scale is a suicide mission. Vu looked terrified. Seeing his reaction, the VP dropped the hook. Don't rage quit yet. Why not join the Golden Toad Guild? We have the resources to broker a trade for that dragon scale. Vu frowned. This lady played the long game. The whole spa invite was just a recruitment trap. He hesitated, then got serious. Thanks for the offer, big timer. But that's a huge decision. Can I have some time to process? The VP smiled, a mysterious glint in her eye. Take your time. But no matter what you choose, I'm expecting a highlight reel from you. You might just be the one to flip this boring server upside down. Thanks for the hype, VP. Vu replied casually, then cannonballed underwater to escape the conversation. Zhao watched him from the edge, worried sick. Vu knew this cursed power wasn't a joke. If he was on a timer, he needed to grind. He had to hit 100 million points before his clock ran out. The next day, at the market safe zone, Vu was deep in a dream until someone started poking his nose. Vu! Wakey wakey, Vu groaned, slapping the hand away. Who's interrupting my beauty sleep? I was dreaming of loot. He cracked an eye open and saw little Huan lounging on his bed in casual wear, grinning. Rise and shine. You slept through the whole day, sleepyhead. Vu panicked, scrambling to the far corner of the mattress. Yo, personal space. Why are you in my spawn point? Little Huan raised an eyebrow. Did you delete your memory files from last night? Vu looked blank. What kind of horror show happened last night? Huan sighed. You passed out at the hot spring. The boss told me to drag your heavy carcass back here so you could sleep it off. She crawled closer, eyes sparkling with secrets. Anyway, I've got intel. Major news for you. Vu blinked, spilled the tea. Huan lowered her voice. My source says a former member of our guild, Freakshow Brit, just spawned in the East Market. Vu had no clue who that was. Freakshow who? Never heard of him. He's a gear-obsessed maniac, she whispered. Disappeared ages ago to research weapons. But get this, he's holding the item you need. The Holy Healing Dragon Scale. Before Vu could celebrate, Zhao kicked the door open. Jackpot, that settles it. We're hitting the night market. I've been dying to raid the Golden Toad's black market for ages. Little Huan looked nervous. The night market isn't exactly a public server. The guild only tolerates it because it brings in cash. You sure about this? Vu grabbed his gear, eyes determined. I'm in. After that betting match, half the server is targeting me anyway. Plus, Blood Moon is on my tail. Might as well go out swinging. Vu tried to pull the whole lone wolf hero act, telling Van Jiao she didn't need to get her hands dirty and that he handled the heat solo. Van Jiao froze, hit with a sudden sense of déjà vu. Someone else had given her that same speech before. Van Jiao, run. It's dangerous. I can hold them off on my own. She took a deep breath, shaking off the flashback, and immediately launched herself at him. Asterisk, whack, asterisk. The familiar sound of a fist meeting a skull echoed through the air. Rubbing the fresh goose egg on his head, Vu listened to her go off. You, moron. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Without me watching your back, you would have burned through your extra lives ages ago. Sure, every mission was risky, but they always managed to clutch the win and walk away with pockets full of loot. Besides, Van Jiao wasn't the type to just ghost her squad in the middle of a raid. Vu side-eyed her, realizing he couldn't win this one, and finally sighed. Fine, message received. Let's roll. Xiao Huan saw they had settled their drama and smiled, nodding. Since you're going anyway, can you drop this letter off to that weirdo Brit for me? I'll hook you guys up with stealth cloaks as payment. Consider it a thank you gift for the trouble. By nightfall, they hit the east sector of the night market. It lived up to the hype, absolutely packed, vendors shouting, and every kind of shady deal going down in the open. Hoods up, Vu and Van Jiao slipped into the chaotic crowd like ghosts. Vu looked around, genuinely impressed. Yo, this spot is actually kinda dope. Van Jiao shut him down immediately. Forget the vibes, genius. Find the guy before we attract any unnecessary drama. Chill, I'm on it, Vu muttered, nodding. He pulled out the photo Xiao Huan gave him and groaned. Great. One blurry pic to find a guy in this massive underground maze. We're looking for a needle in a haystack here. Van Jiao rolled her eyes. Idiot. You should have got the coordinates before we left. We've been wandering around for 2 hours looking like lost tourists. Suddenly, a voice shouted from behind them. Yo, why the long faces? They spun around to see a blonde kid with a smug grin, hands on his hips. You guys look like you're dealing with a glitch you can't fix, huh? Tavu narrowed his eyes at the brat. Maybe we are. But what's a pipsqueak like you gonna do about it? The kid puffed out his chest, oozing confidence. I'm Fitz, the info broker of these streets. Everyone knows me. If you got the credits, I got the solutions. Nothing is impossible for me. Van Jiao leaned in and whispered to Tavu, walking in circles isn't working. Let's just see what the kid knows, all right? Tavu hesitated for a second, then flashed the photo. Ever seen this guy around? Fitz's eyes lit up immediately. Oh, Brit the Freak? Yeah, I know him. Saw him roll in last week. For 100 credits, I'll take you right to his doorstep. Van Jiao cut in sharply. 50. Or we walk and find him ourselves. Fitz gasped, acting offended. Are you trying to rob me? 80. Final offer, Van Jiao said coldly. Keep whining and it drops to 40. Fitz grumbled but realized he wasn't winning this negotiation, so he agreed to 80 and led them toward a base deep in the market. Van Jiao scanned the rundown building they arrived at. This place is a total dump. Seriously. Brit bought the place for a fortune, and then trashed it with his experiments, Fitz explained casually. Tavu narrowed his eyes. You aren't leading us into a trap, are you, short stack? Hey, I have a reputation to maintain, Fitz shouted, offended. I'm the most honest guy in the market. Before they could argue more, the heavy metal garage door in front of them screeched open. Someone's coming, Van Jiao whispered. It's definitely him. Tavu looked up and his jaw dropped. It was him, Brit the Freak. The guy walked out, decked in heavy armor with a massive cannon resting on his shoulder. He glared at Fitz. You again, brat? I told you to get lost. I don't need a babysitter or a guide. If you keep bothering me. Brit slammed the heavy weapon onto the ground with a deafening clang to emphasize his point. Next person who bugs me gets tossed in the scrap heap, Brit growled. Van Jiao frowned. You mean the kid? She turned around, but Fitz was already hiding way back in the shadows, trembling. Coward, she muttered. You that scared of him? Fitz stammered that she didn't understand how terrifying Brit was. Meanwhile, Tavu stepped up to the big guy, trying to keep his cool. Hey man, can I borrow a minute of your time? Busy. Beat it, Brit snapped instantly. Tavu sighed, figured this wouldn't be easy. Wait, Tavu yelled before Brit could leave. Xiao Huan sent me. Brit froze. He glared at Tavu, teeth gritted. Xiao Huan? That manipulative witch sent you. Brit clenched his fists, looking ready to explode. What is she plotting this time? Tavu swallowed hard, realizing he might have just poked the bear. Aren't you guys friends? Tavu stammered. Friends? Brit roared. If she thinks she can mess up my black market scheme, she's dreaming. He swung a massive punch at Tavu. Tavu panicked, dodging back. Whoa, misunderstanding. I just came to trade for the dragon scale item. The giant fist stopped an inch from Tavu's nose. The air felt heavy. Finally, Brit pulled his hand back, looking confused. The dragon scale? Yeah, Tavu said, regaining his composure. Name your price and credits. We're buying. Brit stared at him for a second, then turned and walked back into the garage without a word. I don't care about credits, Brit called out over his shoulder. Tavu stood there, confused until Brit spoke again. But, if you can beat me using one of these. Tavu perked up, but then he saw what Brit was pointing at. An engine, win, and the dragon scale is yours, Brit grunted. Tavu blinked. Wait, is that a motorcycle? The Extreme Velocity Cup is tomorrow night, Brit explained slowly. It's a no-rules race. Dust me on the track, and the item is yours. Tavu thought it over. He didn't know what this guy's deal was, but he wasn't backing down. Deal, he shouted. Then get out of my face, Brit growled, clenching his fist again. Asterisk wham, asterisk before Tavu could react. A shockwave sent him flying backward out of the garage. Van Jiao rushed over. Are you okay? Fitz popped out, laughing hysterically. Called it. I knew you wouldn't last 5 minutes. Now, pay up. Hold up, Fitz, Tavu groaned, sitting up. I need one more favor. The kid smirked. Oh, realizing I'm the MVP now, huh? How do I sign up for that race tomorrow? Tavu asked. Fitz rolled his eyes. You need your own ride, bro, and a decent bike in this market costs at least 8,000 credits. You got that kind of cash? Fitz sneered. Tavu shrugged. 8 grand? That's pocket change. Fitz's eyes turned into dollar signs. For real? Dude, let's team up. Tavu looked confused. You want in on the race. You don't get it, Fitz grinned. This isn't just a race. You need a navigator to survive the track. That's me. Van Jiao grabbed Tavu's collar to drag him away. Let's go. He's just trying to hustle you for more credits. Fitz latched onto Tavu's leg, desperate. I'm not hustling. I'll do it for free, I swear. Tavu hesitated. The kid was annoying, but he didn't seem evil. And honestly, they were running out of options. So he gave the nod. I bet. I trust you, homie. Now let's get our gear ready for the big show. Hearing that, Little Phi grinned like he just won the lottery. You got it, boss. I'm ride or die for this. I'd swim through shark-infested waters just to get us that dub. After catching a breather, the trio bounced to a new spot. Little Phi started spilling the tea on everything he knew to Tavu and Vang Jiao. Van Jiao knit her brows, murmuring, so that's the deal. Meaning, if we want to snag that dragon scale decree, our only play is to throw down a challenge against Brit the Freak. Tavu nodded slightly. Bingo. Little Phi takes point, but let me keep it a buck with you guys, beating Brit ain't gonna be a walk in the park. On the extreme speed leaderboards, the top spot has been untouchable for years. Word on the street is Brit entered this race specifically to smash Kokwei's record. Tavu looked confused at the name drop. Seeing his blank face, Little Phi was shook. Bro, are you serious? You don't know Kokwei? That guy is a literal legend. The goat who soloed 4 major guilds back in the day. Tavu's pupils shrank. Could that be the player with the limitless patience skill the vice prez warned him about? Little Phi sighed, breaking the tension. Bottom line, the dude is a beast. If Brit's gunning for that record, he's definitely packing some heat. Hearing that, Van Jiao started sweating bullets. Looked like the difficulty level just spiked to nightmare mode. Tavu shrugged it off, cool as a cucumber. Worst case, we lose some credits on a car rental. Let's roll the dice. But Little Phi piped up, hyping himself up. Lose? Who said anything about taking an L? With a GPS god like yours truly, y'all are in good hands. Moments later, Phi led the squad to a racing dealership. The kid strutted inside like he owned the place. Yo, everything here is automated. Just swipe your credits, and boom, the ride drops straight into your inventory. Tavu browsed the lot, locking eyes on a sleek ride. He nodded appreciatively. Hey, this whip actually looks kind of fire. Phi scoffed. Big bro, rookie mistake. Can't judge a book by its cover. Let me handle the specs. Suddenly, a voice from behind hollered, Little Phi, creating a jump scare that even caught Tavu off guard. Who was stepping up? They whipped around to see a trio of girls approaching. The redhead in the center locked onto Phi, smirking. There you are. Been hunting you down all day. What are you doing at a dealership, scrub? The crowd started whispering immediately. Yo, that's the Crimson Scale crew. Let's dip before we get caught in the crossfire. Tavu frowned. Crimson Scale who? Ignoring the bystanders, Red barked. Little Phi, the extreme speed event is about to start. Why are you out here loitering? Get your butt back to the garage and wash our cars. Phi clenched his jaw, looking dead serious. Sorry, Hong Diem. Not happening. I'm actually racing in the extreme speed event this time. No time for your grunt work anymore. The woman, Hong Diem, exploded. Excuse me, you? A little pipsqueak like you actually thinks he can race with the big dogs? She stormed over, snatching him up by the collar. Sneering, she spat. Quit clowning around. If you're gonna lie to get out of work, at least come up with something believable. What kind of moron would team up with a zero-experience loser like you? Hearing that, Van Jiao shot a side eye at Tavu, teasing. Pretty sure she just called you a moron. Tavu opened his mouth, but, yeah, fair point. Meanwhile, Phi wasn't backing down. You promised. You said 1 month of logistics and I could be a navigator. I've been your errand boy for 6 months straight. Tavu nodded, piecing it together. Ah, so it was a scam. Classic. Hong Diem wasn't having it though. She scoffed. Stop being so ungrateful. If our crew hadn't taken you in, you think you'd survive 5 minutes in this underground market? She shoved Phi to the ground and stomped her boot right onto his face. Watching the scene unfold, Tavu let out a heavy sigh. Why did this bullying scene feel like total deja vu? Keeping her heel crushed into Phi's cheek, Hong Diem iced him out. Trash like you is a dime a dozen in this game. I could delete you right now, and tomorrow 10 more scrubs would be begging for your spot. Suddenly, a hand clamped onto her ankle. Enter Tavu. He applied just a little pressure, making her leg tremble. Hey, miss, you really shouldn't put your feet on things that don't belong to you, especially people's faces. Wincing in pain, Hong Diem gritted her teeth. Who the hell is this guy? Tavu kept it chill. Listen up. I'm Little Phi's driver. Hong Diem laughed mockingly. Oh, so time's the moron? Did this kid scam you too? Tavu ignored the shade, smirking. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm a rookie too. Sounds like a perfect match, don't you think? I don't care about your drama or history, but until that race ends tomorrow, nobody lays a finger on Little Phi. That triggered Hong Diem's minions. The 2 backup girls drew their weapons, hissing. You got a death wish? Nobody disrespects the Crimson Scale crew. Before they could jump him, Diem barked, "Stand down. We're leaving." She spun on her heel and walked off. Tavu blinked, surprised. "That's it? Just walking away?" I was expecting a boss battle, or at least a few rounds. Once the witches were gone, Van Jiao bonked Phi on the head. "Kid, you've been holding out on us. Spill it." Little Phi hung his head low. "I'm sorry, guys." I capped. "I'm not some pro navigator. I'm just a logistics gopher for the Crimson Scale crew." He clenched his fists, voice trembling but firm. "But it's always been my dream to navigate. I just wanted a shot at the extreme speed race so bad." Tavu suddenly raised a hand in front of Phi's face. He chuckled. "You dummy, you got it twisted. I asked you times to be my guide because I trust you. I don't care about your resume, or if you're some top-tier pro." Phi's face lit up, loud and clear. "Boss." Meanwhile, somewhere in the shadows, Han Diem was already making a call. Her voice dripped with venom. "You remember that mess at the Golden Toad Casino last week? That punk offended a lot of heavy hitters." She was talking about Tavu. A massive bounty had just hit the underground network with Tavu's name on it. Han Diem smirked evilly. "If all the crews team up during the race tomorrow to take him out, that prize money is as good as ours." The next night, the underground track was lit up like Times Square. Neon lights flashed as a booming voice echoed over the speakers. "What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the main event." The stands erupted in hype. A female MC, looking stunning in a miniskirt and black tights, took center stage. "Welcome to the 42nd Annual Extreme Speed Death Race. I'm your host, Daka, and tonight, I'm bringing you a live stream that's going to break the internet." On the starting grid, engines were screaming. Dake hyped up the crowd. "Tonight, we've got 2 mystery wildcards. These are the rookies who crushed the Blood Moon Guild back at the casino. Give it up for the city's newest supernovas." The spotlight hit Tavu and Van Jiao, locked and loaded in their cockpits. Tavu glanced at Van Jiao. "Yo, I'm counting on you to watch my back." She winked, grinning. "Don't sweat it. I wanted to take this baby for a spin anyway. Just make sure when we win, you reimburse me for the entry fee credits. Got it?" Tavu nodded. "Deal." Suddenly, little Phi popped up on the dashboard screen. "Boss, you got the strategy down?" Tavu replied, "Yeah, I got it. But yo, what's up with those massive bags under your eyes?" Little Phi laughed, buzzing with energy. "I'm good. Just pulled an all-nighter memorizing every inch of this track. Trust me, I never lose when it comes to speed." Yo, while Tavu and his crew were busy yapping, they totally missed the creeps lurking in the shadows, vibing on them hard. 2 dudes on a bike back there were grilling them, grinning like idiots, saying, "That's Tavu? That bounty money is basically ours." Just then, Han Diem rolls up in her ride. She heard the chatter and chimed in, "Chill, bros. The hunt is only fun if you savor the flavor." Once everyone was set, the announcer, Night Singer, hopped on the mic. "Besides these scrubs, don't forget our VIP guest tonight. The dude who owns 3rd place. The only one with the juice to overtake the top dog. The freak of nature, Brit." Boom. Camera pans to Brit chilling on his massive tank. Tavu squinted at the screen, thinking, "I gotta dub this." Right then, the announcer shouted, "Before we drop the flag, let me break down the rules real quick. Racers can only use approved whips and gear. If things get too hairy, tap that panic button on your wrist to eject from the track immediately." Tavu glanced at his wrist gadget. After dropping the info, Night Singer hyped it up again. "No more stalling. I declare. The race is live." The second she said it, engines screamed like wild beasts. The racers floored it straight toward the teleportation gate up ahead. Tavu eased onto the gas, and the moment he crossed the threshold, the whole vibe of the scenery flipped. Phi 2 hopped on the comms. "Big bro, it's a straight shot. Punch it and gap them." But before he could peel out, an op was already on his tail. Tavu frowned, on high alert. Some jack dude with a fire staff was closing in. The guy laughed. "Where you think you're running, kid?" Tavu knew that Chick would start drama, but hiring goons? That's low. Van Jiao had another headache dealing with her too. Phi 2 screamed, "Big sis Van, bank right to 2 o'clock." Van Jiao scoffed, "Call me Big Sis one more time and I'll stitch your lips shut, brat." She leaned her ride hard, tires screeching and throwing sparks. Han Diem, trailing behind, radioed her goons. "Cover me, boys. It ain't your turn to shine yet." She bragged about dropping serious coin to bribe the staff and mess with Tavu's gear, basically saying, "You're cooked, kid." Han Diem smirked. "Who brings a heavy sword to a speed race? Total rookie move. Let the hunt begin," she whispered. She aimed her piece at Tavu and unleashed a hail of bullets. Van Jiao glanced over and yelled, "They're packing too much heat." Tavu was sweating it. Phi 2, got any hacks to lose them? Phi 2 went silent, crunching numbers. Tavu's ride was too slow to outrun them. Then he remembered this track from round 22. The champ back then was the Spud Bandit. If it was him. Phi 2 snapped out of it and screamed, "Big bro!" In 10 seconds, hit the nitro and jump. Tavu nodded, but there was a sharp curve ahead. Van Jiao panicked. "You blind? That's a wall." "No time to explain," Phi 2 shouted. "Trust me." 10 seconds later, the kid yelled, "Now!" Even though they were freaking out, Tavu and Van Jiao floored it and launched off the track. Han Diem watched them fly off and was totally baffled. Then she saw something that blew her mind. Tires screeched as they slid and stuck the landing in a hidden tunnel. Phi 2 explained fast. "This shortcut buys us 10 seconds. Ditch 'em now." But Tavu smirked. "Ditch them? Nah, I ain't running." Meanwhile, Han Diem's squad was hot on their heels. Han Diem gritted her teeth, revving her engine. "Damn it, he found a glitch. Speed up, we'll ambush them at the exit." Her goons nodded, but before they could move, they heard tires spinning above. It was Tavu, getting big air and laughing. Why make it complicated? He dove down, slashing his blade without hesitation. He sliced one of the goons' bikes in half. The rider panicked and mashed her emergency eject button instantly. Van Jiao swooped in, snatching the falling gun. "I'll take that, thanks." Han Diem raged. "You little rat. That was dirty." She started spraying and praying, but Tavu and Van Jiao dodged every shot. The whole thing was live streamed, and the announcer was losing his mind over the action. Team Red Scale clashed with Tavu. They aren't even racing anymore, just brawling. And look, the monster Brit dropped to last place. It looked weird, but Brit was just warming up. Years ago, the legend Gugui didn't just win. He wiped out every single other racer. Brit figured he could do the exact same thing. He mashed a few buttons on his dash, and to everyone's horror, his ride started spitting rounds that shredded everything racers included. Boom, smoke everywhere. He wasn't just shooting lead. He was firing ice and fire rounds, freezing and burning the track simultaneously. A shockwave blasted across the arena. Brit cruised through the chaos like it was nothing. Up ahead, Tavu, still fighting the goons, saw the monster closing in. He panicked. That guy was fast. Han Diem laughed. "Nowhere to run now, kid." Tavu's face went pale. He was pinched between a rock and a hard place. Before he could deal with the girl, Brit launched an attack from the rear, 2 missiles flying straight at them. Van Jiao screamed. Han Diem saw them trapped and cackled. "Haha, get wrecked." Tavu frowned hard. "What's the play here?" The missiles were gaining. Phi 2 shouted over the comms. "Boss, we're done for if we stay here." "Van Jiao, hit that corner. We gotta risk the drift." "Copy that," Van Jiao yelled. They both redlined their engines. The roar was deafening as they surged forward, catching up to Han Diem in a split second. Han Diem blinked, surprised, but smirked, "Trying to pass me? You're just serving yourselves up on a platter." But Tavu sparked his blade against the asphalt, leaning a hard 45 degrees to duck Han Diem's shots. Van Jiao mimicked the move, dodging fire from the other goon. The announcer watched the screen, jaw dropped. Tavu and Shen Van Jiao are drifting the reverse curve and picking up speed. Unbelievable. Van Jiao's drift was chef's kiss. Tavu took the lead, dusting Han Diem's crew. But Han Diem didn't sweat it. She sneered. "So you passed me. So what? Now you're just a meat shield for the monster." Tavu yelled back. "We'll see who gets smoked first." Suddenly, Han Diem noticed 2 missiles locking onto her. She realized she'd been baited. "You trash," she screamed right before boom. The explosion rocked her from behind while Tavu and Van Jiao zoomed away. The muscle-bound goon saw Han Diem go down and laughed. "That chick was all talk. Looks like the bounty is all ours now. Hey kid, I'm coming for that bag." "Yo, welcome back to the channel." So, Tavu just ditched the Red Flame crew, but boom, 2 more goons blocked the path like it's a toll booth in Jersey. Talk about a buzzkill. He shoots Van Jiao that look like, "Same play as last time, bestie." Van Jiao gives the nod. She knows the vibes. Suddenly, Musclehead swings his fire stick like he's trying to hit a home run at Yankee Stadium. Tavu ain't sleeping though. He blocks that heat instantly. Big guy starts yapping, "I run these streets. Kid. King of close combat." Then his sidekick starts eating grenades like confetti on New Year's Eve in Times Square. Our duo hits the dodge button real quick. Boom. Explosion City. Tavu screams. Van Jiao, dip. She swerves hard, drifting like a pro. But Musclehead realizes something's cooking, and it ain't dinner. It's Brit, coming in hot from the rear with a ride the size of a monster truck. The 2 goons wet themselves and smash that emergency eject button faster than a rage quitter. Bye, Felicia. MC Night Owl is losing it on the mic. The monster Brit is unstoppable. That squad got deleted. Meanwhile, Phi 2 is hyping up the chat. "Let's go. Stick to the meta strategy, fam." Tavu nods. "Route B." Brit clears the trash, and those scrubs are still salty, talking smack like, "Y'all are too weak for this lobby." Wait, hold up, trap card activated. Vane Zhao spots a snag ahead. Tavu's like, "Since when?" But the floor literally turns into lava before he can react. Big yikes. They get launched like ragdolls in a physics engine. Tavu stabilizes and checks on his girl immediately. MC Night Owl is just shaking his head like, "Oof, that's gonna leave a mark." They tried to push, but Brit is basically a raid boss with infinite health. Splashdown. Both of them get dunked into the ocean. Is it game over? Red Flame, watching from the VIP box like a total Karen, struts over to Phi 2 to talk some mad trash now that the team is down. She's like, "Your boy lost, and my car is wrecked, 'cause of you. You're dead meat when this stream ends." But Phi 2 hits her with that smirk, "Who said we took the L?" Rewind time, flashback to the pre-game lobby. Phi 2 actually gave them the cheat codes, secret shortcuts hidden in the map glitches that boost speed. He gave them the secret hand signs for the underwater path like a quarterback calling plays. Now he's laughing straight to the bank. Check the monitor, rookie. The race just started. Suddenly, engines roar from the deep. Tavu and Van Zhao are surfing those underwater currents like they're in a submarine movie. MC Night Owl's jaw hits the floor. No way. They're still in the lobby. This is insane. Our duo bursts out of the water like absolute legends. They're still in the game. Brit is still farming kills out there, total try-hard mode. But the merge lane is coming up. Can they survive round 2 against the server's top player? Brit sees them and isn't even phased. He's like, "Luck won't save you twice, scrubs. Get ready to respawn." Bullets start flying. Tavu pops his ultimate overload mode. Vang Zhao screams over the comms, "Chill. Your HP can't take that. Don't throw the game." Tavu bites his lip, going full anime protagonist. "If I lose, I'm toast anyway." Slash. He deflects the crit with his blade like a Jedi. They're drafting right behind Brit now. Brit's actually impressed. "Okay, you got skills for a newbie," but he keeps spamming the fire button. Brit cracks his knuckles. "I usually save this move for the pros, but since you're a special kind of annoying, I'll show you true terror." He draws a circle in the air like Doctor Strange and unleashes a massive energy pulse that screams boss fight. The bullets get buffed with electricity. It sounds like a Tesla coil concert. Tavu and Van Zhao are straight up terrified of that firepower. They scramble to dodge. It's chaos. MC Night Owl yells, "There it is." Brit's signature move, the gravity domain. It nerfs everyone's skills to 0. Total shutdown. Nowhere to run in this narrow lane. Tavu feels like he's carrying a semi-truck on his back. Heavy gravity activated. The lag is real. They're frozen in the zone while Brit cruises to the finish line. Phi 2 sighs, "Good game. I guess we can't beat the meta. Brit is too OP." But Tavu snaps back on the comms, "Yo Phi 2, stop with the doom posting. Where's your hype? We ain't done." Phi 2 is whining, "Bro, it's impossible to catch up." Van Zhao laughs, "Shut it, nerd, and watch this clutch play. Don't blink." Until the screen says, "Defeat, we ball." Tavu whips out a soul stone and starts charging up like a Super Saiyan. MC Night Owl screams, "He's not rage quitting yet. Look at that energy." The sword morphs into a giant spear. Van Zhao is charging her meter too. The chat is going wild. Everyone is glued to the screen for the comeback of the century. Tavu yells, "Van Zhao, catch," and yeets the spear forward like an Olympian. She grabs it midair, locking in that momentum. The spear drags her forward at Mach 10. MC Night Owl is losing his mind. "I've never seen a combo like that. What a glitched mechanic." She's cutting through the gravity domain like butter. She's zooming past the lag and reeling in Brit fast. It's happening. Brit can't believe his eyes. Van Zhao's hands are burning, but she refuses to let go. Pure grit, she's holding on for dear life. Brit realizes, he didn't attack me, he used the knockback for a speed boost. 200 IQ play right there. Finish line in sight. Tavu is praying to the RNG gods. Phi 2 is mumbling, "Come on. Just one more pixel. Clutch it out." Vang Zhao is pushing the engine to the red line. It's a photo finish. Tires cross the line simultaneously. Who took the W? It was too close to call with the naked eye. MC Night Owl shouts, "We need the replay. Check the frames. Let the system decide." The verdict is in. Vang Zhao wins by 6 milliseconds. Insane. The gravity domain finally drops after 20 minutes of intensity. Tavu crawls across the line to take 3rd place since everyone else wrecked. A podium finish is a podium finish. MC Night Owl calls the game. Leaderboard shifted, but no world record tonight. MC Night Owl calls the top 3 to the stage for the loot drop. The crowd goes bananas. Vang Zhao is beaming on the top spot, while Brit looks like he just lost his rank streak. Phi 2 is crying tears of joy. "I'm a champion, coach. That Karen can't touch me now." Tavu shoots Vang Zhao a proud look from the podium. What a game. Yo, you were straight up fire out there. Gwen flexed, grinning like she just won the lottery. No biggie, just standard pro moves. Xavier didn't bother roasting her. Instead, he shot a look at Brett. All right, big guy. A deal's a deal. That holy dragon scale is coming home with daddy. Brett curled his lip, looking at Xavier like he was a glitch in the system. Kid, check the scoreboard. I took silver. You took bronze. Since when does third place beat second? Xavier froze, his brain buffering as he tried to find a comeback. Hold up, I carried Gwen to that #1 spot. By the transitive property of gaming, I own you. Brett just shrugged, cool as a cucumber. Sorry, bro. I only look at the KD ratio, not the excuses. Suddenly, the MC's voice boomed over the speakers. What's up, chat? We got a surprise for the awards ceremony. You guys know the top-ranked player, Lance, ghosted us for a while. So tonight, we're bringing out the big guns. The crowd went wild, spamming the chat with confused emojis. No way. They invited times him asterisk. Isn't that dude a walking hazard? The host ignored the murmurs and kept the hype train rolling. He's the guy who stomps enemies for breakfast, the legend himself. The leader of the Blood Moon Guild. Xavier and Gwen turned pale, looking like they just saw a band hammer coming their way. They never expected this guy to show up in real life. Amidst the roaring crowd, Lance, the guild leader, strutted into the arena like he owned the server. Xavier started sweating bullets, trembling as he whispered, "Is that really him, the final boss of Blood Moon?" The host handed the trophy to Lance, flashing a showbiz smile. "Floor is yours, boss." Lance nodded slightly. "Appreciate it. Thanks for the invite." Xavier squinted, panic mode engaging. Asterisk, is he here to gank me? Asterisk. While Xavier was freaking out, Lance walked straight to Gwen. "Miss Gwen, right? Sick gameplay tonight. This trophy matches your vibe perfectly." He handed her the gold. Gwen took it, hands shaking like she had lag, and stuttered. Thanks." Lance ignored her fear and moved to Brett. "Long time no see. Shame about tonight. This time's close to beating my speedrun record." Brett scowled. "Shut your trap and back off." Lance just brushed off the salt and turned toward Xavier. He looked the kid up and down. "So, you're Xavier? Heard a lot about you. My guild's been keeping an eye on your progress." Xavier knew this was a trap, but played it cool. "Likewise, your crew has definitely given me plenty of attention." They shook hands. In that split second, Lance's eyes went sharp, like a sniper locking onto a target. Xavier felt a massive pressure wave hit him, crushing his lungs. He realized Lance was just toying with him like a noob in a tutorial level. Suddenly, another hand grabbed Lance's wrist, breaking the tension. A surge of energy blasted out, clashing with Lance's aura. It was Brett, stepping in to save the day. Brett's voice was ice cold. "Lance, you're a top-tier guild leader. Bullying a teenager? Really?" Lance let go, laughing it off. "My bad. I sensed a fellow unique skill user and got a little trigger-happy." Xavier bit his lip. Even in that short exchange, he knew the gap between them was insane. This guy was on a whole different level. Seeing Xavier's face, Lance smirked. "Relax, kid. I'm not here to grief you. Actually, I've got some patch notes you might like." He turned to the crowd and dropped the bomb. "In 2 weeks, Blood Moon is opening the S-Class dungeon, the Crimson Dragon domain. Anyone under level 40 can enter. Rare loot aside, the first player to clear it gets a direct invite to the Blood Moon Guild." Xavier's jaw dropped. Gwen gasped. That was the dungeon holding the legendary healing item they needed. While they processed this, the arena exploded with hype. Lance knew exactly what he was doing. "Bring your greed, bring your rage, and tear each other apart," Lance announced. "Blood Moon promises you the ultimate showdown." He shot a glance at Xavier, eyebrows raised in a challenge. "You're not going to rage quit on me, are you, Xavier?" Xavier glared back, his face grim. A bit later, in the locker room, Brett pulled out a glowing golden scale. Xavier's eyes lit up. "Yo, is that the Holy Dragon scale?" Brett nodded. "Yup." Xavier reached for it, fingers twitching with excitement. "Sweet, you changed your mind and decided to hook a brother up?" Brett swatted his hand away. "Dream on. You didn't beat me, remember? Why would I give it to you?" "Then why did you call us here?" Xavier shouted. Brett shrugged. "Simple math. Gwen beat me, so the loot belongs to her." He tossed it to Gwen. Xavier face-palmed. "Your logic is actually broken." Gwen ignored them and handed the scale to Xavier. He looked at it, confused. Do I eat this or rub it on my skin?" "You dummy." Gwen sighed. She raised her hand and shouted, "System. Activate item, Holy Dragon scale on player Xavier." A golden light instantly wrapped around him. Instantly, the corruption on his HP bar started to fade. Within seconds, his health stats were back in the green. "Let's go." Xavier pumped his fist. It actually worked. Now I just need to farm more of these in the Crimson Dragon dungeon, and I'll be fully cured of this curse. While he was celebrating, Gwen nudged him. Hey, didn't Trixie give you something for Brett? Don't forget the side quest. Xavier blinked, then snapped his fingers. Right. Trixie told me to hand-deliver this letter to you before I left. He extended the envelope to Brett, but Brett slapped it out of his hand. Get that trash away from me. I don't want anything from her. But as the envelope hit the floor, a device slid out, and a robotic voice activated. Target Brett detected. Initiating lockdown sequence. Zap. A cage of electricity sprang up, trapping Brett instantly. What the heck is happening? Xavier yelled. A cheeky recording of Trixie's voice played. Dearest Brett, if you're hearing this, you've just been hit by my patented absolute armor-stripping ray. Damn it, Trixie. Brett cursed, struggling against the sparks. He looked up at Xavier and Gwen, panic in his eyes. Get out, both of you. Leave the room right now. But humans are curious creatures. Xavier grinned, leaning in. Hold on, this looks getting interesting. Let's see what happens. Gwen bit her lip. I don't know, Xavier. I have a bad feeling about this. Suddenly, Brett's bulky armor started to glitch and dissolve. The heavy plates cracked and fell away, revealing smooth, porcelain skin. Xavier and Gwen stood frozen, their brains crashing. The hulking warrior Brett was actually a drop-dead gorgeous girl. Brett, or rather, the girl glared at them, face red with humiliation and rage. I told you, morons, to get out. You weren't supposed to see this. Seeing she was about to throw hands, Xavier waved his arms. Whoa, chill, Miss Brett. We didn't mean to peep. Brett smashed her fist into the wall. Damn you, Trixie. You ruin everything. Defeated, she slumped onto a bench. She looked up at them with eyes that could cut glass. You two are still useful to me, so I won't end you. But if you breathe a word of this to anyone, you're dead. You finally let out a long breath, nodding. You got it, Miss Britt. But then she dropped a bomb. Actually, the name's Aine Lamb. You blinked, totally caught off guard. Wait, so Britt is just a fake ID. Hearing that, Lamb's expression darkened like she just recalled some major trauma. Flashback to when little Huon used to get in her face, yapping nonstop. Gee sis, you're gorgeous. New to the guild? What's your name? Ignoring me? Huh. Fine, I'm dubbing you Britt from now on. The memory just ticked her off. Lamb snapped, Look, don't you dare call me Britt while I'm in this form. Anyway, kid, you said you wanted to hit up the Crimson Dragon Zone, right? You nodded. Hell yeah, that's an S-tier dungeon. We're talking holy dragon scales, rare loot, and huge XP farming. No way I'm sleeping on that. Lamb's vibe got heavy. You think that Psycho Lang Jing is just gonna let you walk? Newsflash. That guy is also a freak blade user. Yu's eyes went wide. Lamb broke it down. Lang Jing plays 4D chess. If Yu is still breathing, it's probably because Lang Jing times him to be part of the plan. If Lang Jing is baiting him to the dragon zone, it's a trap. But Yu just smirked, zero fear. I've got my reasons to go. Can't exactly live my life hiding under the bed from this guy, right? Lamb scoffed, dummy. Who said anything about hiding? Just get swole enough to crush him. I can teach you how to actually use that freak blade properly. Yu froze. Wait, there's a manual for this thing? He stayed quiet for a sec, then asked, But, what's in it for you? You giving me the dragon scale was huge. Lamb didn't explain further, just walked toward him. Don't overthink it, let's just say I felt like doing it. Asterisk, snap. Asterisk, a portal popped open right behind you. He started freaking out. Whoa, hold up. I didn't sign up for this yet. Didn't matter. Lamb literally booted him into the portal, yelling, Quit stalling. Yu went flying. Van Zhao looked worried sick but couldn't do jack about it. A sec later, Yu face planted onto the floor of some weird dimension. He groaned, cursing, Damn woman, where the hell am I? Lamb materialized right in front of him, cool as ice. Welcome to my dojo. Class is in session. You look terrified. You're actually serious right now. Zero jokes. She summoned these massive mech arms and got real intense. Listen up. Either you beat me, or you prepare to get your ass handed to you. Her mech arms powered up with a hum, and she smashed the floor. You gulped. So, I'm gonna die? Awesome. Bingo. Get your head in the game or get flattened. Asterisk zoom. Asterisk, she launched at him. You barely had time to pull his blade up to block. She scoffed. You think a simple block is gonna save you? Her mech fists started flying, raining down blows like mini explosions. Asterisk, bam, bam, asterisk. You couldn't hold it. He got shoved back, his sword carving a trench in the floor as he slid. Before he could even blink, she was coming for round two. Too slow, slowpoke. She slammed him down. You couldn't react in time times boom times he got ragdolled into the stone wall. Lamb stared him down, full sass. That's it, weak. You bit his lip. actually getting ticked off. Okay, this girl is asking for it. Time to serve up some humble pie. He yelled, all right, watch this, and instantly triggered his overload mode. In a flash, he was behind her, but before he could land the hit, she caught his blade with one hand. She smirked. Oh, power times and times speed boost? You was shook. She caught his heavy hit times and times tracked his speed. Asterisk, faster than. Asterisk. He cranked it up, but she blocked every single strike like it was nothing. They were a blur, trading hits. Lamb rolled her eyes. Dude, your attacks are so basic. You're never gonna scratch me with that weak sauce. She shoved him away again. But you just grinned, not even sweating it. Is that right? Guess I can stop playing nice then. While we were dancing, I left some slash marks on the floor. Lamb paused, looking down. Sure enough, the ground was covered in glowing runes. Suddenly, the energy surged. Asterisk, boom, asterisk, you look smug. My alt move, bet that left a mark. But when the dust settled, Yu's jaw dropped. Lamb was standing inside a force field, totally untouched, not even a scratch. Yu's face fell. Those mech arms. They felt just like his blade when it transforms. While he was zoning out, she dashed at him, grinning. What's wrong? 3 minutes and you're already gassed? Yu panicked. Asterisk crap. Can't dodge. Asterisk. He burned all his juice on overload speed. His stamina bar was blinking red. Her mech claw snatched him up. Defeated. Yu sighed. All right, Miss Lamb, I tap out. Lamb scoffed. Excuse me? You're still way too soft. Can't believe I wasted energy activating my gear for this. Yu connected the dots. So your gear. It's a freak blade type 2. Lamb nodded. Yup. When a freak blade meets certain conditions, it awakens a new form. We call it mutation. It depends on the user's willpower and stats. For your blade, you gotta absorb a specific amount of energy to trigger the mutation. But honestly, she added, even if you unlocked your mutation form right now, I'd still wipe the floor with you. Your mutation doesn't fix your biggest fatal flaw. You rely way too much on overload. Against a tanky boss, you'll burn out and collapse before they do. That's a rookie mistake. You sighed, feeling defeated. So what's the fix? The Devouring Blade's energy drain is a passive skill. I can't turn it off. Lamb got real. Thinking like that just makes you the weapon's slave. If you want to be top tier, you gotta hack the system. You frowned. Hack it? You need to force a mutation awakening. Basically, find a high-level energy item to power up the next stage. You groaned. Bro, I almost died getting that last soul stone. Lamb shrugged. Energy items are basically RNG miracles. Even my spy network doesn't have coordinates on dungeons that drop them. The Freak Blade is a double-edged sword. Maybe I expected too much from you. She looked away. Next time we meet, try not to be such a disappointment. And times poof asterisk, she vanished. You shouted at the empty air, yo, you're just dipping like that? Silence. He sighed. What a weirdo. But thanks to Lamb, at least he finally figured out how his glitched-out sword actually works. Just gotta figure out the meta for this mutation mode. If I can get cracked like Natalie, farming XP is gonna be a breeze. That's the only way to get enough credits to respawn Vanessa. Xavier locked in on that thought. Just watch, he told himself. I'm about to level up big time. The next morning at the academy, Gigi rolled up to class like usual. The boys were instantly simping, throwing hellos her way, and Gigi gave them the polite nod. But she froze when she walked in. Xavier was already at his desk. Weird. Bro is never early. Is he grinding some daily quest or what? Curious, Gigi walked over to dap him up. But when Xavier turned around, he looked like a zombie extra from a horror movie. Major panned eyes. She literally shrieked, Yo, what happened to your face? Why do you look so wrecked? Xavier let out a heavy sigh. Chill. I was up all night trying to solve that glitchy puzzle Natalie gave me. 0 sleep, total grind set. Right. Gigi peeped the notebook on his desk. What are you scribbling? Xavier hyped it up. This is my exclusive, top-tier leveling guide I cooked up last night. Gigi rolled her eyes hard. Nerd alert. She didn't get it at all. You trying to speedrun the Dragon Domain Mastery or something? Xavier nodded. Bet on it. Hey, do you know which raid zone drops high-tier energy loot? Energy loot? Never heard of it. Gigi frowned, thinking for a second. Wait, didn't we just link up with that dude who knows everything? The walking wiki? Xavier's eyes lit up. Philly. That dude definitely knows the meta. But when he slid into Philly's DMs, the reply was straight up disrespectful. Philly's tone was toxic. New phone who dis? I don't remember adding any scrubby noobs. Xavier grit his teeth. This kid has a death wish, no cap. He furiously typed back that it was him, Xavier. Philly apologized instantly. Xavier scratched his head. Look, leveling up is cool, but right now, Mastering this mutation mode is the only way to boost his DPS fast enough. While Xavier was zoning out, the professor walked down the aisle. Yo, Xavier. Eyes up front. This material is a guaranteed question on the midterms. Pay attention. Then he put Xavier on the spot. Since you're so deep in thought, stand up and explain the law of conservation of energy to the class. Xavier stood up. Thank God he actually studied. Energy isn't created or destroyed, right? It just swaps from one form to another. The prof nodded. Spot on. Energy shifts forms. Back in the day, fire and lightning were just natural disasters, but humans harnessed them to create the steam age and the electric age. Same with nuclear power. It can wipe out a city as a bomb or power one if the energy conversion is managed efficiently. Xavier frowned, a light bulb going off in his head. So you're saying, if we follow the laws of physics, we can manipulate the output? Exactly. If we master the flow, humanity enters a new era of infinite potential. The prof gave him a look that said, asterisk hint hint, wink wink asterisk. Xavier processed that. Suddenly, he shouted, Eureka! I cracked the code. The prof raised an eyebrow. You solved the equation on the board? Sure. Xavier was already sprinting for the door. Actually, emergency bathroom break. Stomach exploding. Bye. He left the teacher standing there looking confused. Even Gigi whispered, what is that idiot doing? You'd think the prof would be mad, but he just cracked a mysterious, knowing smile. Outside, Xavier was texting Philly while running. Send the drop pin for that dungeon as soon as possible. He had a crazy theory, and he needed to test it in the field immediately. No time to waste. Moments later, he was standing in front of a raid portal. V hesitated. Are you crazy? You want me to attack the quest item? Tai nodded furiously. Trust me. Ye a fireball at it, or we lose the window. V didn't wait. She launched a fire attack straight at the egg. As soon as the flames hit, the shell started vibrating. Tai bit his lip, praying to the RNG gods. Please work, or we are totally cooked. The game didn't let him down. The egg shook violently, and then crack. The shell shattered. V's eyes went wide. Tai stared in shock. A system notification popped up in front of them. Congratulations. Secret quest unlocked. Dragon's mystery. Reward. Pet little winged dragon. The baby dragon shook off the shell pieces and locked eyes with Tai. It immediately flew over and snuggled into his chest. Tai sighed, disappointed. Man, I thought it was going to be a legendary weapon drop. What am I supposed to do with a baby dragon? As if it hurt him, the little winged dragon bit his finger. Ouch. You little brat, biting your owner? V laughed, petting the creature. Don't sleep on it, Tai. Pets in this game have insane scaling potential. Remember Chen's Hellhound? That thing carries him in PvP. With the right build, this little guy could be OP. You're the owner, Tai. Check its stat block. Suddenly, the evil dragon roared, interrupting the moment. You broke the seal? Fine. Then you can all die together. Lightning crashed down from the sky. V screamed, Phase 2. The boss is using his ultimate. Tai was sweating, but he looked at the baby dragon. If you're so strong, prove it, little guy. He quickly navigated his menu and activated the skill, Dragon Wing Defense. Yo fam, check this out. Lil Wing just went supernova. Eyes glowing like high beams, energy shooting straight to the moon. Tai and V are standing there with their jaws on the floor like, what just happened? When the flashbang clears, Lil Wing ain't little anymore. My dude just had a massive glow up into Blaze Wing, totally engulfed in flames. That's a level up if I ever saw one. The enemy dragon is salty, like, you want another beatdown. But Tai sees the potential. He drops some serious points in the shop to unlock the soaring flight skill. Pay to win strategies, am I right? Blaze Wing bows down like a gentleman. V's whispering, is this our Uber ride? Just as lightning strikes, the dragon launches. Bye-bye, haters. They dodge the zap, blast through the clouds, and boom straight up face-to-face with the Thunder Boss. Aerial dogfight incoming. Tai goes full action hero, jumps off the dragon midair. He screams, my turn, and drives his blade right into the monster, surfing down its spine like he's Tony Hawk. The boss is triggered, screaming about puny humans. Meanwhile, V is not just watching. She's throwing fireballs and yelling, I got your back, Tai. Teamwork makes the dream work. Tai sidesteps a claw swipe and stabs the weak spot he marked earlier. Boom. The energy detonates like 4th of July fireworks. Critical hit. Tai free falls and hollers, Blaze Wing. Pick up on aisle 4. The dragon swoops in and catches them perfectly. Tai's like, nice catch, buddy. V's like, let's dip, while we can. But wait, her eyes go wide. Oh snap, the boss isn't done yet. Plot twist. Suddenly, they're surrounded. The Thunder Boss cuts them off, growling, you thought you could ghost me? Think again. Total villain speech. V screams, Tai, get down. She starts casting a spell. She's low on mana, but she's praying for just enough juice for a short-range blink. She activates the warp circle. Blaze Wing dives through the portal, leaving the angry lizard in the dust. Tai lets out a breath. Man, that thing was cracked. Glad we bailed. V smirks. Who's the MVP of teleportation now? Tai just rolls his eyes. Yeah, but remember, your sketchy aim is why we got stuck in this glitchy map in the first place. Caught in 4K. V tries to change the subject fast. Okay, chill, look what I found. She pulls out a shiny rock. It's a legendary thunder scale. It dropped off the boss during the fight. She tosses it to Tai. He's hyped now, shouting, let's go. Getting lost was totally worth it for the Dragon Evo and this loot. I made bank today. Thanks, V. She turns bright red, getting all shy. Cute moment alert. No biggie. Just doing the guild leader's work, she stammers. With Blaze Wing, they should be back to spawn point in no time. V thinks they beat the odds. Tai switches to commander mode. Blaze Wing, full throttle. We gotta rendezvous with Gwen and Fitz as soon as possible. The dragon hits the boosters. Meanwhile, cut to Gwen and Fitz. They're dealing with some ugly mob creep. Fitz eats a grenade, yelling, eat this, loser. Kaboom. Before the smoke clears, Gwen rushes in and slices the mob into pixels. Easy clap. Gwen wipes her blade, soul farming complete. Next level. Fitz laughs. We're speedrunning this too fast. Tai's gotta be lagging behind. Suddenly, Fitz pauses. Hold up. My radar's glitching. There's a red dot camping R6. Is that a mob? He shakes his head. Nah, movement patterns are too smart. We've got a stalker, guys. Gwen frowns, mutters stalker, and randomly slashes at empty space. Show yourself. The shockwave smashes a wall, dust flying everywhere. When the dust settles, Shadow is standing there, cool as ice. Busted, she smirks. Gwen's eyes pop out. She knows this chick. Shadow rolls her eyes. I don't care about you scrubs. Where's Tai? Why isn't he carrying you yet? Gwen doesn't even answer. She just lunges. She attacks instantly. Her blade is blazing, but Shadow blocks it effortlessly with these creepy, razor-sharp threads. Denied. Gwen goes berserk, swinging wild. Shadow backflips away, confused. Why are you so salty? What's your problem? Gwen grits her teeth. You got amnesia? Remember what you did to Jade? Shadow pauses. Oh, that drama? Shadow manipulates her strings like a puppeteer. Sorry, that's classified. Also, look around, genius. You walked right into my trap. She warns that one wrong move and those strings will slice Gwen to ribbons unless she spills the tea on Tai. Fitz screams, Gwen, freeze. Gwen ignores him. You ambushed Jade with these cheap tricks too, huh? She literally grabs the razor wires with her bare hands. I don't care if I die. I'm taking you down. Just like Shadow said, the wires bite in. Gwen's taking damage, HP dropping, blood everywhere. But Gwen snaps the wires by sheer force. Shadow looks at her like she's insane. Gwen steps forward, absolutely unhinged. You're gonna pay for Jade 10 times over, Gwen growls. Shadow scoffs. Cute. Let me show you the difference between a pro and a noob. Shadow twitches her fingers and summons a massive stone golem from the ground. Gwen doesn't flinch. She raises her sword, ready to parry. I've been training for this matchup since I found out your blood moon trash. Gwen charges up her blade and obliterates the golem in one hit. Shadow actually looks shook. Fitz drops his jaw. Whoa. Gwen dumped all her skill points into that one move. Gwen starts glowing gold, doing a full magical girl transformation sequence. New outfit, new stats. Meanwhile, Tai is checking Google Maps on Dragon Back. ETA is 5 minutes, Tai mutters. He pings Fitz on the comms. Yo Fitz, you copy? What's the situation? Fitz yells. Tai. Gwen is throwing hands with Shadow from Blood Moon. Tai panics. Don't engage. She's too OP. Just hide. But Fitz is hyping it up. Nah bro, you gotta see this. Gwen is absolutely crushing it. Gwen's new form is looking unstoppable. Shadow yells. Okay, you leveled up. Cute, but I'm an A-rank assassin. Don't get it twisted. She flicks her wrists, and suddenly 3 nasty poisonous bugs spawn in. Boss battle phase 2 initiated. Fitz is peeping the metrics on the fly. Mic check 1 to 2. Yo, word on the street is the Blood Moon crew ranks power from A down to D. Shadow L used to be bottom tier D list, but somehow she glitched her way up to A tier. My scanner says our girl Gia has slightly higher DPS, so ain't no way she's catching an L today. Meanwhile, Gia is strolling up to those 3 creepy crawlies like she owns the place. She drops the ice-cold line. Honey, I peeped your little cheat codes like 5 minutes ago. Popping her pure feather form just gave her a massive speed buff. It doesn't matter how cracked Shadow L's puppets are, Gia is locking onto the player, not the NPCs. Boom. Gia glitches right past the insect trio and rushes the main boss. Shadow L just rolls her eyes, all high and mighty. Cute try, rookie. You think you can touch me? She starts spamming her string ability, summoning a fresh wave of bugs. But Gia isn't hitting the brakes. She hits the turbo boost and turns into a literal blur of electricity. Next frame, she's already spawned behind Shadow L. Tag, you're it. She swings the blade. Shadow L dodges the crit but still eats a nasty hit. Half her HP bar just melted. Shadow L is salty now, spamming her controller to wrap Gia up in wires. She hisses. Okay, that's it. You are officially cancelled. Get her, my pretties. As soon as she gives the command, the bug army swarms in. Gia bites her lip, closes her eyes, and cues the emotional flashback sequence. Rewind a few months. Gia is looking at a busted weapon, feeling totally defeated. Lil Jade, am I just a noob? That's the third one I've trashed. Jade just giggles. Girl, stop tripping. It's because your power level is over 9,000. Your adaptability is insane. You switch combat styles so fast the gear can't keep up with your DPS. Gia thinks she's being roasted and pouts. Don't clown me, I can't even keep a sword in one piece. But then Jade pulls out this sick long blade and says, here, equip this. I swear it's your perfect match. Gia was super touched. She swore on her life she wouldn't let this loot break and promised to max out its stats with her fighting style. Snap back to reality. Gia swaps her loadout, summoning the heavy blade form. She spins that stick like a helicopter rotor and decapitates the bug squad in one smooth combo. Shadow L is shook, teeth grinding. Wait, she has a multi-class build? While she's lagging out from shock, Gia is already rushing in for the kill. Wham! Shadow L drops out of the sky like a disconnected server. Gia points her blade right at her nose. Talk fast or get deleted. Why did you jump, Lil Jade? Did you flatline her? Shadow L tries to laugh it off. You gotta be kidding. Lil Jade is S-tier loot, the glass jewel. You think a scrub like me could take her out? Gia gasps. Say what? But she ghosted everyone right after meeting you. Shadow L hesitates, buffering for a second. It was the guild leader. Before she can spill the tea, a dagger comes flying in from downtown. Gia's reflexes kick in, she dodges just in time. That dagger was moving like a sniper shot. Boom. The ground explodes like someone dropped a grenade. The shockwave knocks Gia back. Enter player 2, Zen. He stands in front of Shadow L, looking menacing. Yo girl, drop the coordinates. Where's T-Woo? Meanwhile, T-Woo's dragon, Blaze, is speeding down the highway. Random NPCs on the street are freaking out, thinking it's a raid boss event. But Blaze ignores the noobs and keeps zooming. Some eagle-eyed player spots T-Woo and screams, am I lagging or is that dude riding a dragon? Haters in the chat are like, fake news. T-Woo ignores the clout chasers. Double time. Blaze. If Gia runs into him, it's game over. He's stressing hard. And he should be. Gia is currently 1v1 against Zen. They're clashing, but if you look closely, Gia's ping is spiking, she's losing ground. Zen glares at her. I'm not gonna ask twice. Where is T-Woo? Gia grits her teeth, stubborn as a mule. I ain't snitching. Get out of my face, I still have questions for Shadow L. Back at HQ, Fitz pulls up the dossier and freaks. Yo, that's Zen. He's an A-rank hitman for Blood Moon. His stats are basically broken. Suddenly, Zen orders his mecha hound to sick her. The robo-pup lunges with a dagger in its mouth. Gia parries with a panic slash. Zen steps back, then yeets another blade at her. Gia scrambles back, watching the spot she just stood on get obliterated. But before she can even respawn her composure, the air smells like iron. Zen lag switches right behind her. Zero hesitation, he goes full slasher movie on her. Fitz screams into the mic, Gia, watch out. That one combo just drains 60% of your health bar. She's biting her lip, thinking, crap, I'm out of stamina. I can't take this guy. Zen's icy tone drops, change of plans. Since you won't talk, I'll just delete you. T-Woo will come running for revenge anyway. He teleports in front of her for the finisher. Gia has zero defense left. She closes her eyes. Is this the end screen? The blade is coming down. She's bracing for the game over. But suddenly, a massive shadow blocks out the sun. It's Blaze. T-Woo screams from the dragon's back. Zen, pause the game right now. Zen freezes in surprise, and T-Woo leaps off the dragon like an action hero. Seeing his target, Zen smirks. Finally, the main quest begins. He raises his blade to block T-Woo's dive attack. K.A. boom. Another massive explosion rocks the map. Amidst the smoke, he checks on Gia. You good, fam? She nods weakly. I'm chill. But T-Woo scans her and sees cuts everywhere. T-Woo's face goes dark. He grinds his teeth. You touched my squad. He unleashes a rage combo, his power pushing Zen back step by step. The shockwave cracks the wall behind them. On the sidelines, V slides in and pops a healing circle for Gia. Feeling her HP regen, Gia asks, Who's this? Why the assist? V replies fast. I'm V from the Mist Squad. Don't worry, I'm player 2 today. Back in the fray, Zen's dagger snapped from that last clash. He looks annoyed but hyped. T-Woo, you're actually a fun boss battle. T-Woo isn't here for the dialogue. Cut the chat log. Let's throw hands. Zen sneers, bet. I'll speedrun your death then. Zen flares his aura up. Fitz starts panicking on the comms. Sis, check his power level. It's off the charts. We need to tactical retreat. Like, now. V nods, agreed. Don't mess with the devil, Zen. She casts a smokescreen skill, blinding Zen with thick fog. Zen yells, cheap mist, squad tricks. You ain't escaping. He slashes at a shadow. Fitz cackles, you baited. That's a decoy, bro. Zen's eyes go red with rage. Meanwhile, Blaze has scooped up the whole squad, T-Woo included. T-Woo is salty. Why are we bailing? If we don't clear this boss now, he's just gonna grief us later. Fitz calms him down. Chill, big guy. The next zone is the Dragon Sky Island. He can't follow us easily without a flying mount like yours. Plus, the mobs guarding the entrance are hardcore. For a regular player, passing that zone is harder than getting verified on Twitter. But Tavu's crew was built different. They were cruising through the sky on that fire-winged dragon. FaZe was totally tripping out, asking, Yo big bro, seriously, how did you even score a mount like this? Tavu just shook his head, playing it cool. Long story, man. Let's just say I found it on the side of the road. Yun Jiao looked over at Wei with pure gratitude. Wei, thank you so much. Your healing skills are legit. I feel way better. Wei waved it off like it was nothing. Don't mention it, piece of cake. A few seconds later, the dragon touched down. This was at the spawn point for the raid boss. Seeing the firewing dragon shrink down to chibi size, Yun Jiao squealed. Omg, it's so tiny now. FaZe nudged Tavu, grinning. You ready for this, bro? This is the S-tier boss of the underground city we're talking about. Hardly anyone ever clears the ST level. But word on the street is, if a squad takes down this S-tier boss, the payout is at least 1,000 points. Tavu's jaw practically hit the floor. 1,000 points? So, if I grind out 100 S-tier dungeons, I'm sitting on a cool 100,000 points. He nodded firmly, locking in. Let's do this. I'd put my life on the line for those kinds of gains. Suddenly, the vibe shifted. FaZe screamed, incoming. Watch out. It was a clutch play. Wei threw up a defense barrier right as the attack hit. Tavu, confused by the aggro up ahead, dashed toward a crack in the cliff wall to investigate. What he saw inside made him freeze. It was a chaotic brawl, and the boss's health bar was already blinking red. Damn it, Tavu muttered. We're late to the party. Lionheart and Golden Toad guilds are already engaging. FaZe panicked. Bro, what do we do? They're gonna steal the kill. Wei stayed chill, calming everyone down. Relax. Legendary S-tier bosses have phase mechanics. Even if those two guilds team up, they can't burn it down that fast. Sure enough, the boss powered back up in seconds. Xiao Huan, who was about to strike, yelled out in frustration. You gotta be kidding me. Is this thing hacking or what? In a flash of holy light, the boss's HP bar refilled completely. It immediately switched aggro and lunged straight at Long Tian. Long Tian raised his shield for a block but got knocked back hard. Spotting Tavu's squad, he shouted, Tavu, you actually showed up. FaZe gulped. You think they're gonna PK us and take everything? Tavu narrowed his eyes, standing his ground. Long Tian from Lionheart, right? Don't think you can just bully us out of this raid. Long Tian smirked, totally unbothered. Actually, the opposite. I want you to hop in and help us take this thing down. Xiao Huan screamed from the back, Long Tian, don't go rogue. Adding another squad ruins the loot split. Maju chimed in, yeah, stop messing with our payout. Lang Ran scoffed at them. You got a better strat, cause I don't hear it. That holy light dragon has infinite regen. The only way to drop it is a massive DPS burst before it heals again. Tavu instantly got the picture. They needed his raw damage output to break the regen loop, but joining a massive raid group meant the point distribution would be peanuts. After a beat, Tavu countered. Let's make a bet. The squad that lands the last hit takes 60% of the points. The other two split the rest 20-20. How's that sound? Tavu asked. Xiao Huan sneered, still addicted to gambling since the casino. Huh. But fine, Golden Toad Guild never backs down from a wager. Long Tian nodded in agreement. As long as the boss dies, I'm cool with it. With the deal set, Tavu turned to Yun Jiao to assign roles. Yun Jiao, you good to go? I'm taking lead on DPS. She nodded. I won't slow you down. He glanced at Wei. You in? Wouldn't miss a rare S-tier takedown for the world, Wei replied instantly. Tavu grinned and looked at FaZe. Fei, you're up next. Make it count. Fei looked confused but rolled with it as the squad charged the boss together. Meanwhile, back in the real world, a suit rushed into the top-floor office, panicking. Boss. Bad news. We can't stop her. Should we activate the combat defense matrix? The chairman paused, cue stick in hand, lining up a shot on the pool table. He laughed. You boys can't handle one girl? You're making the Blood Moon Guild look like a joke. This was Leng Jing. The woman beside him purred. Want me to go teach the intruder a lesson? Leng Jing smirked. Nah. When a lady delivers herself to my doorstep, I don't turn her away. Boom. The office doors exploded inward. A figure flew across the room, crashing hard and kicking up a cloud of dust. Leng Jing squinted through the haze, looking thrilled. Well, Yao Lin. I was just thinking about you. Yao Lin stood up, glaring daggers. Is that right? Cut the crap. We aren't friends, she spat. Leng Jing's smile faded slightly. So, what brings you to my penthouse? Stop playing dumb, she snapped. You know why I'm here. What's your scheme with Ta Vu? You already killed Gu Gui, are you that scared of the devouring blade? Leng Jing snapped, shut your mouth. Never say that name in front of me. Yeah, Lin didn't flinch. Why? Guilty conscience? Can't own up to what you did? She pressed. Leng Jing raised a brow. You here for revenge? Bring it on. Yao Lin growled, trust me. One day, I'll end you myself. Leng Jing shrugged, bored now. You're no fun. Fine, I'll spill the plan. But old rules apply, you gotta beat me at pool first. Fine. Yao Lin snatched the cue stick from his hand. Leaning over the table, she iced him out. I'm not the same girl I used to be. She went to work, sinking shots left and right. Click, clack, boom. In seconds, the table was cleared. She smirked. Sorry. Looks like I win. Leng Jing snapped his fingers, impressed. Not bad at all. All right, a deal's a deal. A holographic screen flickered to life in mid-air, broadcasting Ta Vu's raid team fighting the boss. Yao Lin watched intently. This is the Red Dragon Realm livestream. Bingo, Leng Jing replied. Watch closely. You'll get your answer soon enough. On screen, the raid was in full swing, spells flying everywhere. Shockwaves ripped through the air. Tian Ye was busy clearing trash mobs, yelling, We got the small fry. You guys focus fire on the boss. Leng Ran raised her sword, hyping the squad. Nice work, Golden Toad. Our turn. 10,000 sword formation, let's go. The massive sword array slammed into the boss. Ta Vu had to admit, damn, Lionheart Guild isn't messing around. They're actually strong. Long Tian shouted, eyes on the prize, focus. Then he signaled the nuke, everyone back up, incoming heavy strike. In the blink of an eye, the lightning fried the boss leader, dropping its HP bar straight to 50%. Lil Huan smirked, trash-talking immediately. Yo, your squad hits hard, but don't think I'm letting you guys swipe this kill. She went full button masher mode on the boss leader. Ta Vu wasn't sleeping on the job either. He signaled Van Jiao, let's crash this party, team up. Boom. Both of them unleashed their combos simultaneously. Vini popped her support buffs, talk about a damage multiplier. Ta Vu's dual blades sliced right into the boss leader like a hot knife through butter. Long Thien saw the momentum and shouted, keep the DPS up. Even if it has auto-heal, it can't tank this much damage forever. The boss's health bar was flashing red, basically one hit from zero. Suddenly, Lil Huan grinned like she just won the lottery. Too slow. Goldie hit him with the CC. Her sidekick, Chan 2, launched giant water bubbles instantly. Ta Vu's whole crew got caught in the trap, totally immobilized. Long Thien got snagged too, screaming in rage. Little princess, are you seriously griefing us right now? Huan giggled. Isn't it obvious? Winner takes all, losers go home. Her mech revved up to max power, charging a blast that looked like it could wipe the whole server. The boss tanked the hit with its hand, zero damage taken. Long Thane was fuming now. You think this cheap crowd control trick is going to hold me back, Kim Thane? He switched his sword's element mid-swing and attacked the boss. But Van Jiao was panicking. Ta Vu, we're stuck in this bubble wrap. We can't move. They're gonna steal the kill before we break out, she cried. But Ta Vu just chilled, smiling. Relax. If they want to play dirty, gloves are off. Don't forget our secret weapon. Huan side-eyed Fatty Phi over in the corner, sneering with total disrespect. You mean that beanpole? Please, what's he gonna do? Sit on the monster? That hit a nerve. The kid exploded. Who are you calling a beanpole? Check your eyes. I'm clearly built different. I'm way bigger than you. Ta Vu cut the drama short, yelling, Lil Phi, stop simping and focus. They're stealing the dragon. Release the pet. Phi nodded and summoned the little winged dragon. Ta Vu figured with all the points he farmed from speed running, he was loaded. Bagging an S-rank boss would mean a massive payout. It was time to use that premium feature on his pet he'd never touched before. Do it, Tvu screamed. The little winged dragon activated Roar of the Fire Dragon King. That single click cost Tvu 50,000 points straight up pay to win mechanics. Instantly, the little guy started morphing. Pure energy wrapped around it. Wings sprouted on top of wings, and in a heartbeat, that cute pet evolved into a massive, terrifying dragon. Max level vibes. Lil Huan freaked out. What is that? A second boss monster spawned? Is the game glitching? Even Phi was stunned. Bro, where did you loot that pet? I need one as soon as possible. Tvu stammered, honestly shocked. I didn't know the upgrade was going to be this insane. With glowing eyes, the dragon took flight and didn't hesitate. It unleashed a beam of hellfire straight down, turning the battlefield into a barbecue. The boss screamed as it got incinerated instantly. Ding! The system notification popped up. Player Tvu successfully eliminated the Holy Light Dragon leader. Lang Nian watched in awe. Man, Tvu actually secured the kill. Long Thian nodded. Can't deny it. The guy is a beast. Having an evolving pet, Tvu was playing 4D chess. Meanwhile, Huan was raging. No fair. It was 1 HP away. Chan Tu just laughed. Chill, princess. I'll buy you some corn later. Back in the arena, the terrifying dragon shrank back down to its cute pocket-sized form after the job was done. It flew right into Tvu's arms. Good job, buddy, he grinned. Phi was hyping them up. We hit the jackpot thanks to that little guy. Watching from the lobby, Na Lam sighed with relief, then threw shade at Lan Qin. Is that what you wanted to show me? You underestimated Tvu. He's leveling up faster than a hacker, that's why you're scared, right? But Lan Qin wasn't mad. He actually smiled like a creep. His eyes went cold. What if I told you this was all part of the script? Na Lam's jaw dropped. When light dies, darkness wakes up, he explained cryptically. Back in the game, black smoke started swirling around the dead boss. Before anyone noticed, it crept up right behind Tvu's squad. Tvu sensed the aggro and turned around, but it was too late. The darkness snatched him up, lifting him into the air while everyone just stared. A soul-eating dark dragon materialized out of nowhere. Tvu got hit with a soulbind debuff. He was stuck as a sacrifice for 2 hours. If he doesn't escape in 2 hours, the dragon eats his soul and respawns fully as a holy light dragon. The monster roared, shaking the whole map. Van Jiao was panicking. Vini shouted, this boss has auto-heal and a second phase resurrection? That's broken. It got worse. The dead mobs on the ground got infected by the black smoke, stood back up, and started aggroing the players again. Madu tanked for Thian Diep, yelling, what the heck? We cleared these guys already. Why are they respawning? Juan was just as confused. Is the game bugged? In seconds, the entire dungeon was repopulated with undead mobs. Long Thian took charge. Don't panic. We killed them once, we'll do it again. Focus on saving Tvu. He launched a tornado, but the dark dragon didn't even flinch. It spit a beam of dark energy right through the tornado. Long Thian's eyes went wide. The blast missed him and obliterated a mountain in the background. The terrain was destroyed. Everyone good? Long Thian asked. Lil Huan was trembling her mech, just lost an arm to the blast. Thian Diep shouted, heads up. The zombies are hitting way harder than before. Van Jiao yelled, Vini, we can't win this. We need to grab Tvu and log out. Vini nodded. But suddenly Long Thian got a voice chat notification. Long Thian, copy, go ahead. The voice on the other end was frantic. The whole red dragon zone is crashing. Mobs are respawning everywhere with buff stats. The death count is skyrocketing. The whole server is a kill zone. Long Thian's face went pale. You mean the dungeon city is on lockdown? No exit? Vini gritted her teeth. I've got enough mana for one last spell. I just need to warp Tvu out of that boss's grip. She cast a teleportation circle, but the spell fizzled out the second it touched the dark aura. Vini's face dropped, access denied. The dark soul dragon went full goblin mode, eyes glowing red as it spit bars of dark energy like a heavy metal vocalist. Kim Thian's squad got absolutely wrecked, and Lang Nian was tied up in shadow chains, leaving Long Thian stressing out big time. Vini totally crashed out, dropping to the floor and shaking like a leaf. She whispered, I get it now. I was tripping. The monsters before were just the tutorial. This is the actual boss fight the Prez warned us about. We're all gonna get folded here, including Tvu. And me? I got 0 skills to clutch this up. Long Thian was the only one not acting like a total NPC. He frowned. Yo, check the stats. This boss revives as a holy light dragon by sacrificing a player. It's a respawn glitch. It's an infinite loop, fam. Unbeatable. Long Thian is the last man standing, but his health bar is flashing red. How exactly is he supposed to solo a raid boss at 1 HP? If he doesn't figure it out, the whole squad is toast in this dungeon. But suddenly, boom, a red laser slash cuts through the darkness, hitting the dark dragon right in the gut. Long Thine squinted, totally confused. Chan Dien, for real? Chan Dien smirked. Long Thine, you look like trash. Getting bodied by a mid-tier dungeon? That's hilarious. Even my grandma plays better. Long Thine bit his lip, salty as heck. Cut the cap. Even you can't speedrun this boss right now. Chan Dien laughed out loud. Beating the dungeon and killing the boss are different quests, bro. The boss is buffed because it's draining the sacrifice. To win, we gotta delete Tavu. Long Thien froze. That hit different. Seeing his hesitation, Chan Dien kept roasting him. What's wrong? You too righteous to make the hard call? Don't be a snowflake. Before Long Thien could answer, Van Jiao screamed, stop yapping. You just want to kill Tavu to farm XP. Don't drag Long Thien into your toxic gameplay. But then Long Thien whispered, nah, he's spitting facts. It's the only way. Van Jiao looked at him like he grew a second head. You serious? Lam Vi Ni, you got a backup plan, right? Vi Ni shook her head, doomed. I'm out of mana, sorry. Tu Hoen started panicking too. We're cooked. Game over. Man, game over. Van Jiao couldn't believe this betrayal. Meanwhile, outside the server, Na Lam saw everything on the stream and lost it. Lan Kin. This was your setup all along, wasn't it? Using the dungeon mechanics to sacrifice Ta Vu? That's dirty. Lan Kin laughed like a classic villain. Hey, this dungeon is hardcore. It almost wiped my whole guild back in the day. Na Lam gritted her teeth. I'm not letting you win. She tried to open a portal to leave, but Lan Kin blocked her instantly. Na Lam, chill out. You're always so spicy. Snap. Na Lam got boxed in a high-tech energy cage. Lan Kin shrugged. Custom-made jail cell, just for you, babe. Even an OP player like you needs 30 minutes to break that, so just sit tight and watch the show. The real content is just starting. Na Lam was raging, but she was stuck. Back in the game, Chan Dien and Long Thien rushed in. Long Thien sighed, never thought I'd be duo queuing with you. Chan Dien scoffed, less talking, more killing. Target is Tavu. The boss spat dark matter at them while Chan Dien's mecha dog lunged forward. Chan Dien shouted, Rakshasa mode, activate. Boom. Man and dog merged like a Power Ranger transformation. He turned into a beast-human hybrid, leaking raw power. Phi 2, watching from the sidelines, freaked out. They're teaming up? Big bro Tavu is totally dead. Ugh, I'm so useless. I can't do anything. Van Jiao stood there, lagging out, not knowing what to do. In a split second, Long Thien and Chan Dien blitzed past the Dark Soul Dragon. Chan Dien went berserk with dual blades, lighting up the sky like the 4th of July with pure energy. Meanwhile, Long Thien sprinted straight for the trapped Tavu. He whispered, sorry, bro. It's for the greater good. He thrust his blade to end it. But suddenly, clank. Van Jiao blocked the hit instantly. She stared down Long Thien. Fam Van Jiao, are you lagging? Do you know what you're doing? If you save him, we all get wiped. I know, Van Jiao nodded calmly, then screamed, but I can't just watch my teammates die again. Not on my watch. Long Thien nodded. Respect. But I gotta do this. No hard feelings. He unleashed a tornado slash that sent Van Jiao flying into the wall. Bam! Chan Dien threw his sword down, yelling, Long Thien, stop stalling. You're so slow. No way, Van Jiao muttered, looking fierce. She dashed back in, parrying Chan Dien's attack just in time. The air turned blood red. Chan Dien teleported right in front of her face. Girl, you're annoying. Just die with him. His blade spun like a fidget spinner on steroids, dodging her guard and stabbing straight through her chest. Van Jiao froze, watching the blade pierce her as her weapon snapped. Outside, Lan Kin looked grim. Van Jiao was always the smart kid, the straight-A student. Her parents' pride and joy. But being a nerd made her an outcast. She spent her whole life solo leveling in the library. Then she found this game and met Tiu No Ka. But Tiu No Ka ghosted, leaving her depressed. Then this random noob Ta Vu showed up. She planned to use him for loot, but the guy kept saving her, acting like a total hero. Seeing Ta Vu risk it all gave her hope that maybe she could revive Tiu Ngok. But now, she's critically injured, weapon broken, totally defenseless. Van Jiao gritted her teeth. I can't let him die. Last time, I ran away and Tiu Ngok paid the price. She grabbed Chan Dien's blade with her bare hand. I ain't running this time, I'm done living with that guilt. Suddenly, her broken sword started glowing and transforming. The shards reassembled into a legendary weapon. Chan Dien stepped back. What the heck? Van Jiao didn't care. She channeled all her energy. Meanwhile, a golden light pierced the darkness and entered Tavu's mind. Tavu's eyelashes fluttered. He woke up in a panic, looking around the void. Yo, where am I? Is this the lobby? A bright light flashed in front of him, morphing into the shape of a girl. Ta Vu gasped. Vu-ni, how are you here? Vu-ji smiled, looking like an angel. I'm here to save you, dummy. If you die, how can we hang out in the afterlife? Trust me, we'll link up again. Ta Vu stared at her, caught in 4K emotion. Meanwhile, back at the guild HQ, things were getting trippy. There was this massive purple energy orb pulsating like crazy, and a girl was just vibing in front of it, trying to keep the juice flowing. She was literally shaking, muttering to herself. My prediction is totally wrecked. Some mysterious OP energy just flipped the script. At that exact second, inside the game, a golden light exploded out of nowhere like a flashbang. Then, bam, a hand grabs Jaden's blade mid-swing. Jaden looks super salty about it, but the squad down below, Phil and Vicky are freaking out, straight up about to cry tears of joy. Logan starts grinning like an idiot because Xavier is officially back in the server. Xavier catches Vanessa, looking all sincere. My bad, Vanessa. Then crunch, he shatters Jaden's weapon with his bare hand. Savage. Xavier hits Jaden with a death stare. I got this. Step back. Jaden stumbles back, screaming like a noob. No way. How did he break the Dark Dragon's soul bind? That's impossible. Instant karma hits hard. Jaden gets smacked by the dragon's dark energy and goes flying. Xavier doesn't even blink. He turns to the boss mob and goes, Yo, you the main problem here? The Dark Dragon glares at them with zero chill, looking like it wants to smash them both into a pixelated pancake. In real life, Lance is hyping himself up. Haha, called it. My prediction was spot on. Natalie is totally confused, like, what are you even yapping about? S-rank boss binds are unhackable for normies. Lance smirks. But what if he didn't break it? What if he reset the code using a dev-level ability? Natalie freezes, her mind blown. Wait, not a normal player? You mean he unlocked the... Bingo, Lance says. The fourth polarity blade. I've been hunting for this. Back in the game, the dragon spams dark fog, but Xavier's golden shield blocks it all like a pro. Vanessa's jaw drops. That crystal shield isn't just tanking hits, it's auto-healing her HP bar. It hits her, this was Jade's weapon. Suddenly, a voice echoes in her head. Vanessa, if this message is playing, it means I've logged out for good. Sorry, I ghosted you without saying goodbye. Vanessa realizes it's Jade's voice coming straight from the blade itself. Guilt Trip City. She hugs the sword, sobbing. You were protecting me the whole time. Then, the AI voice switches targets to Xavier. Dark Dragon energy, contained. Xavier hears it and freaks out for a split second. Lance is losing it with excitement outside. Yes. Show me the combo wombo. Xavier grips the weapon and screams, Devour Blade. Activate. Eat this darkness up. Whoosh. The dark energy gets sucked right into the blade like a vacuum cleaner on steroids. Xavier slashes without hesitation. Slash. The dragon gets cut in half. Suddenly, boom wings sprout from his back. He grabs Vanessa and skyrockets into the air. I got you, Vanessa, he says, sounding tough. Anyone tries to mess with us, they get toasted. He drops her off in a safe spot. Camp here for a sec, okay? You good? She asks, worried. You seem different. Xavier nods. I'm leveled up, way stronger than before. Surprise. The boss enters phase 2. Dark energy swirls and the dragon respawns. Xavier doesn't wait, he lunges for another strike. He slices through the fog, jumps, flaps those new wings, and gets face to face with the ugly beast in seconds. Sit down, ugly, he growls. A massive downward slash sends the dragon crashing into the dirt. Suddenly, a blade comes flying out of nowhere. Xavier senses the aggro and blocks it. It's Jaden again. Dude, you are so annoying. Seriously, Jaden, Xavier scoffs. Jaden shrugs, looking psycho. You're my XP farm, buddy. I'm not stopping until you're zeroed out. Come get some. Xavier swings. Clang. The impact knocks Jaden back, but the guy is relentless. Jaden spams his throwing knives and rushes in like a maniac. The sound of wind tearing apart is deafening. It looks like a storm of razor blades, but Xavier just flexes his wings and deflects everything. Ping, ping, ping. Not a single scratch. Xavier laughs. Bro, read the room. My power level is way over 9,000 compared to yours. He catches Jaden's weapon midair. You messed with Vanessa. Big mistake. Slash. There goes Jaden's arm. Jaden hits the floor, muttering, You cheat. Before he can finish, the dark dragon swoops in and gulp eats him whole. Xavier blinks. Did he just get snacked on? Less trash to clean up, Xavier shrugs. The dragon fires a laser beam. Xavier dodges, and the cliff behind him explodes into gravel. The dragon roars, sucking in all the dark energy like a black hole to charge up a mega attack. Logan starts panicking. That boss is broken. Xavier's toast. But Xavier just smiles, finally unleashing the ult. Huh. Xavier charges in. The darkness forms a massive nuke, but Xavier doesn't flinch. He thrusts his blade straight into it. He pushes back against the pressure. Game over. Boom. A massive beam of light erupts and swallows the darkness. All the mobs turn to dust instantly. Vanessa sighs. That guy never disappoints. Total legend. Xavier lands like a pro. A HUD pops up. Achievement unlocked. Dark Dragon slayed. Dungeon cleared. Phil cheers. He wrecked the S-rank boss. Vicky exhales. Man, Xavier is just built different. No words. Xavier checks his inventory. Sweet loot drop. Finally done with this grind. Alright squad, let's bounce. But just as he speaks, a portal opens behind him. Xavier spins around fast. A dude steps out, smirking. Yo, Xavier. Don't rage quit yet. I came to say good game. It's Lance and his goons. Xavier grips his sword. Lance, what are you doing in this server? Logan is shook. The Blood Moon Guild leader? Logan gasps. Lance laughs. Chill, bro. I'm not here for you. Tavu, seriously. The dude just scoffed. Is that it? We bounce in then. But before they could even step off, Lankin hit him with the boss command. Get him. The blonde chick next to him was like, say less, boss, and instantly spammed 3 arrows. Tavu's eyes went wide, total panic mode. Because she wasn't aiming at him, she was locked onto Van Jiao. Just as predicted, those projectiles zoomed straight for her. But plot twist. They smacked into some invisible force field and stopped dead. Van Jiao stared down Lankin's crew, ice cold. Like, yo, what's the big idea? The second she spoke, the arrows went boom outside the barrier. Huge energy spike, sparks flying everywhere, but Van Jiao, completely untouched. Not even a scratch. Lankin didn't even flinch. He just muttered, yup, that's little Jade's polar blade alright. Basic attacks can't break that defense. Then he strolls up to Van Jiao and drops a fake polite bow. He keeps it cool, saying, my bad, Miss Shen Van Jiao. As the head honcho of Blood Moon, I'm officially inviting you to our HQ. VIP treatment. Van Jiao was shook. You want me to roll with you? For real? But Tavu wasn't having it. He snapped. Quit yapping. There's no way I'm letting you take her anywhere. He rushed in, ready to throw hands. But one of Lankin's goons intercepted him. Tavu tried to block with his blade, but the minion's punch was way too OP. Bam. Slammed him right into the pavement. Phi 2 started freaking out from the sidelines. Bro, what is happening? It ain't just Lankin. Those 2 beside him are the top dogs of Blood Moon. High-tier S-rank dungeon clearers. Tavu was eating dirt and definitely not vibing with it. You guys are doing too much, he gritted out. He forced himself up, refusing to stay down, and geared up for round 2. He ignored the side character and dashed straight for the final boss, Lankin. His blade was glowing with dark energy, a full power slash. But Lankin, he stopped it like it was nothing. The villain smirked. Coming at me head-on, brave, but stupid. Tavu couldn't believe his eyes. Blocked with one hand. While he was stunned, Lankin finally decided to draw his own weapon. You really thought unlocking a tiny fraction of that blade's power was enough to clap me? Lankin scoffed. Think again. No hesitation, he swung down hard. Slash! One of Tavu's wings got clipped, and he dropped like a broken kite. Lankin's strike didn't just hit him. It shattered the ground beneath him. Phi 2 was watching this horror show, shaking in his boots. Tavu was tripping. How is this guy so strong that a casual swing destroys the terrain? Lankin looked at the crater he made and gave a sarcastic little smile. Haha, oops. Guess I don't know my own strength. He glared at Tavu. Stop struggling, kid. It's useless. I'm taking Shen Van Jiao today, period. Inside her crystal bubble, Van Jiao was totally lost. What was his beef with her? Why was he so obsessed with dragging her away? Tavu didn't get it either. Why are you so thirsty for Van Jiao? Lankin grinned, looking all smug. Fine, I'll spill the tea. A year ago, I found this special support weapon. Its auto-heal stats were off the charts compared to regular gear. Figured it was a support-type polar blade. I tracked down the owner, but she ghosted me. Then, poof. Little Jade vanished from the game world entirely, until you showed up, flexing that legacy polar blade and grabbing everyone's attention. But here's the kicker, I don't care about you, bro. The one I'm actually interested in is the girl standing next to you. I figured that missing blade was hidden on her. So, I sent Ghostface to scout you too and set up this whole S-rank dungeon specifically as a trap. Only under extreme combat stress would that blade wake up. Tavu thought he was talking crazy. So what? You're still not taking her anywhere, scrub. Lankin cracked up. You still don't get the meta, do you? I wasn't asking for your permission. Boom, he vanished. Next frame, he's right in Tavu's face. They clashed, but Lan Kin wasn't even trying. "You're way out of your league," he sneered. With a simple wrist flick, he sent Tavu flying backward. The kid tried to counter-slash, but he was swinging at empty air. Pure fear flashed in Tavu's eyes. Before his brain could even process the lag, Lan Kin had already closed the gap again. Speed hacks, basically. The villain unleashed a flurry of strikes, blade dancing so fast it looked like a glitch. Tavu couldn't dodge. He got sliced and diced, blood spraying like a horror movie. Lan Kin watched him drop. Level 40 trying to solo me. Cute. Suddenly, whoosh. 3 bombs came flying out of nowhere straight at Lan Kin. It was Phi 2 trying to clutch, but Lan Kin swatted the bombs away like flies. His goon teleported behind Phi 2 instantly. "Who's this random?" He grabbed the kid and asked, "Boss, what's the move?" Lan Kin was cold. "Anyone in the way gets deleted." Tavu panicked for his friend but was too wrecked to move. The bald henchman tightened his grip, ready to crush Phi 2 like a soda can. But at the last second, zap. A beam of energy sniped him from across the map. Baldy got hit and dropped Phi 2. At the same time, Lan Kin got wrapped up in magical threads. "Another interrupter. Seriously," he grumbled. Chan Tu looked into the distance and started hyping up. "Let's go, little prince, it's the guild master himself." Portals opened up everywhere. 2 heavy hitters stepped out, the vice master of Golden Toad Guild and the big boss man himself. Lan Kin squinted at the newcomer. "This ain't your business. You bring a squad into my turf, you trying to start a guild war with Blood Moon." The man took a drag of his cigarette and shrugged. "Not my business, you're hurting my family." Phi 2's jaw dropped. "That guy looks familiar." "Wait, no way. It was the legendary scumbag dad." "Yup, the Golden Toad Guild master was actually the deadbeat father Phi 2 always complained about." He glared at Lan Kin. "If you know what's good for you, let my son go." Lan Kin lifted Phi 2 by his head. "Oh, this shrimp is your kid? Here, catch." The vice master smirked. "The boss's kid is VIP. Sure, but we can't leave his squad behind either." The guild master nodded. "Facts. As the head of Golden Toad, loyalty is my brand. I'm taking my son's homies, Tavu and Shen Van Jiao, with us too." Lan Kin was triggered. "You're really pushing it, old man. A lame excuse to snatch 2 key players from me? I'm losing way too much value here." The Golden Toad boss shrugged, acting casual. "I'm a businessman. Let's make a deal. I'll trade you 2 S-rank dungeons under my control for them." Lan Kin laughed out of pure rage. 2 S-rank dungeons? Pricey, but you clearly don't know who you're dealing with." He waved his hand, and a horde of monsters spawned behind him. "Listen up," Lan Kin roared. "I'm taking Shen Van Jiao no matter what. But the Golden Toad Master," he looked at the villain like he was a total noob. The old dude hits him with that boomer villain smirk, like, "Too bad, kid. Guess I gotta unleash my monster squad since you want to play hardball and won't hand her over." But suddenly scream. "Hold up." A literal laser beam nukes the ground from orbit. Dust is everywhere, total chaos. Then this deep voice drops from the clouds. "Yo, who gave you permission to wreck the server like this?" Xavier and his crew are instantly hyped. Lang Ran is freaking out. "Wait, is that voice the vice prez?" Smoke clears, and boom, an absolute unit of a dude steps out with a sword the size of a surfboard, backed by a whole cavalry squad. The vice prez grins. "Everybody chill. Violence isn't the vibe today. We can talk this out." Xavier is looking at the new arrivals like, "What is happening? The Lionheart Guild pulled up too? What is this? The biggest crossover event in history." The Lionheart vice prez roasts Viper. "You just want to kidnap Gwen to use her glazed time staff. We know you're trying to reopen the portal to the abyssal pit." Viper's face goes totally dark, grinding his teeth, trying not to lose it. Viper snaps back. "Lionheart, quit yapping. Save your breath. If you want the girl, come catch these hands." Little Huan sighs, shaking her head. This is a disaster. The Big Four Guild alliance is crumbling faster than a cookie in milk. 3 boss-level leaders in one spot. It's about to go down. Xavier bites his lip, furious. "I don't care about your guild drama or politics. I'm taking Gwen and Phi out of here, period." But right in the middle of the standoff, these invisible razor wires start dancing through the air, slicing past the Blood Moon goons like nothing. Blink and you miss it. Suddenly a dude is standing right in front of Gwen. The guild leaders are shook. Is that Titan? The legend? Xavier is totally confused. Xavier heard the rumors about this guy's power level, but Viper just starts cackling. "Interesting. Actually, this is hilarious." Red energy starts crackling around him. Viper speed blitzes the new guy, swinging wildly and trash-talking. Another hero trying to play savior. "Get in line, scrub. Cut the act. The real Titan died ages ago. You're just a cosplayer." The mysterious guy doesn't speak, just parries with a massive energy blast that knocks Viper back. Seizing the moment, he throws up a triangular force field around Gwen and Xavier. He grabs them both to bail out of there. Not so fast. A blade beam slashes through, forcing Titan to stop dead. Viper screams, "You ain't going nowhere," and launches a blood-red slash that snags Gwen. Xavier grabs her hand tight, but Viper teleports right in front of Titan, icy cold. "Where you going, impersonator?" Game over. Viper strikes without hesitation. Titan takes the hit, ouch, but uses his magic to forcefully separate Xavier's hand from Gwen's to save him. They get ripped apart. Xavier gets pulled into the portal by Titan while Gwen screams, helpless. Just like that, Xavier and the Savior vanish. Xavier wakes up days later, feeling groggy. First thing he sees, some random chick. He rubs his eyes. Who? She grins. Yay, he's rebooted. The meds worked, time for another shot. He sees the needle and freaks out. Whoa, lady, who are you? Put the sharp thing away. She laughs. Chill, bro, don't be a baby. The door opens and a familiar deep voice enters. Sleeping Beauty finally decided to wake up. Huh. Xavier's jaw drops. Mr. P. My physics teacher, you're a player too. The teacher chuckles. Surprise, kid. Xavier frowns, connecting the dots. Wait. So, you were the guy cosplaying Titan. You saved me. Mr. P shakes his head. I saved you, yeah. But I'm not Titan. Xavier is lost. Then who are you guys? Why save me? Mr. P explains slowly. Before the real Titan died, he started a guild called Titan's Legacy. He's gone, but we kept the server running in secret. And you, kid? You inherited his will. You're the current guild master. Xavier nods, processing the info. He jumps off the bed. Okay, cool backstory, but where is this? How long was I out? I gotta go. He looks out the window and freezes. It's not the real world. He's still stuck in the game. The guild master, Mr. P, seems to read his mind. There was no war that day, but Blood Moon got what they wanted. Xavier panics. You mean Gwen is in danger? Mr. P smirks. Chill as ever. Relax. Just ping her on the team chat. She'll pick up. Xavier yells, are you kidding? If she's captured. He cuts himself off and dials. Gwen picks up instantly. Xavier. Oh my god, finally. Xavier is rushing his words. Gwen. Did those Blood Moon creeps hurt you? What's the status? Gwen sounds weirdly hesitant. Actually. Don't worry. They aren't torturing me. They sent me to a luxury resort in Hawaii. Said I needed to rest or something. Xavier freezes, totally confused. He thought she was dead. And she's sipping coconuts? Gwen adds. Seriously, I'm fine. Gotta go before they see me on the phone. Bye. She hangs up. Mr. P laughs. Told ya, she's safe. Xavier is mind blown. What is happening? What's the play here? Why are those Blood Moon psychos being nice? Mr. P explains. Gwen is a key piece in Viper's master plan. He's keeping his prize pawn happy, not trying to break her. Xavier frowns. You know Viper's entire strategy, don't you? Mr. P takes a drag of a cigarette, voice getting serious. All right, sit down. Let me spill the tea. It started 2 years ago. A mysterious gate spawned in the underworld. No level requirement, no guides, no loot table. Just a total mystery box. System just dropped one notification. Abyssal Demon Dungeon unlocked. Reward? Ultimate power. Every top guild, including us, rushed in to claim the first clear. But it was a trap. Players went in, nobody came out. Death counts skyrocketed. The dungeon remained undefeated. To stop the massacre, Titan went in solo to fix it. He never respawned. The dungeon wasn't cleared, just sealed shut. Nobody knows what happened inside, Xavier realizes. So Viper wants to reopen that death trap. Mr. P nods. Exactly. After grinding for years, he thinks he's finally strong enough to beat the raid boss. If Viper clears the abyss, he gets the secret god tier loot. He'll crush the Big Four alliance and rule the entire game world like a dictator. And Gwen's staff has the ultimate healing buff needed to reopen the gate. That's the game plan. You tracking with me? You guys have been played by Lanking from the start, Xavier frowned, pausing for a beat before hitting him with the real question. But yo, I'm still confused. Why help me? What's your endgame? The War Guild Prez cracked a smile, crushing his cigarette butt. Ha! Straight shooter. I dig that. All right, no cap. I'll lay it all out for you. Our squad is going to boost you to become the new king. In exchange, you help us wipe the floor with the Blood Moon Guild and flatline Lanking. Xavier's eyes bugged out. Wait, you want times me times to be king and 0 Lanking? Are you for real? The Prez nodded, cool as a cucumber. Spot on. This game is just a Shark Tank big fish eat the little ones. The only way to see the credits roll is to become the apex predator. Xavier hesitated for a sec, then shook his head. Appreciate the invite, big dog, but nah. I'm grinding for 100 million points right now. Your drama is way above my pay grade. The Prez didn't even blink, like he saw it coming. Ha, figured you'd say that. You've got zero interest, just like old man Goo back in the day. Asterisk, there's that name again. Asterisk, Xavier scratched his head. Who is this Goo legend everyone keeps hyping up? But he didn't care enough to ask. Anyway, am I free to bounce or what? The Prez nodded and pointed toward the horizon. Sure, kid. I won't gatekeep. If you want to exit the map, just head in that direction. That beam of light is the fast travel gate. My mana is tapped out, so I can't Uber you there myself. Watch your six, though this island used to be an S-ranked dungeon. Xavier didn't waste a second. He hopped onto the windowsill. Thanks for the bailout from Lanking. I owe you a solid for that one. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk, he triggered his transformation skill and vanished into the jungle. The assistant girl looked worried. Boss, are we really just letting him walk? We grinded so hard to get him here. The Prez cut her off before she could finish. Chill. Let him cook. If my radar is right, he might just trigger that glitchy artifact Master Goo left on the island. The girl nodded, finally getting the play. Asterisk. Oh. So it's about that item? Asterisk. Meanwhile, Xavier was already deep in the woods, putting distance between him and the base. System check. Xavier pulled up his HUD. After all those fights, he hit level 42. Nice. That Dragon Zone XP was juicy. Plus, I still haven't popped the loot box from that raid. Let's see what we got. He cracked open the inventory and nearly choked. 1 million points and a dragon scale buff item. Is this real life? He felt a momentary pang of guilt. Asterisk, I was supposed to split the loot with Leo and Cicada, but things went sideways. Asterisk, so. Finders keepers, that means my total stash is now sitting at 12,286,940 points. He was buzzing. If I can solo 100 S-rank dungeons next, that 100 million goal is totally in the bag. Asterisk snap. Asterisk, a bush rustled behind him. Xavier's spidey senses tingled. He sidestepped just as a mob lunged at his head. Whoa, too close. Xavier drew his blade instantly. A level 60 hardwood treant? Bet. He didn't overthink it, he just charged. Killing a level 60 mob would be huge XP. Asterisk whack. Asterisk. He landed a solid hit, but the blade bounced off like he'd struck concrete. The tree monster backhanded him, launching him 30 feet through the air. He grimaced, getting back up. Okay, the level gap is no joke. Even a trash mob is tanky. Suddenly, two more appeared. Great. A 3v1 gank squad. This is getting annoying. Xavier really didn't want to use his ultimate, but before he could move, a laser-sharp sword beam sliced through the clearing. Asterisk, slash, asterisk. The mobs dropped. A girl stood there, looking like a total boss. Meanwhile, back at the War Guild base, a rookie burst in screaming. Prez. We got a situation. Code red. The Prez frowned. Spit it out, man. What's the panic? The rookie gasped for air. It's Feng. She went rogue. She went to chase down Xavier solo and I couldn't stop her. The Prez face palmed, looking stressed. I told you guys to babysit her. Lainey stepped up nervously. Should I go intercept her before she does something stupid? Back in the jungle, the girl wiped her blade. She glanced at Xavier. You're Xavier, right? Xavier blinked, confused. Asterisk. Did I just get carried? Asterisk. Asterisk. Who is this chick? Asterisk. Whatever. She helped. Thanks for the assists, sis. Huge help. Back at base, the Prez shook his head. Hold up. Don't make it messy. Lainey was still stressing. But boss, if we leave it, Feng might actually delete Xavier from the server. She's intense. Lainey wasn't wrong. Before Xavier could finish his sentence, another sword beam flew at his face. The girl, Feng, dashed in and pinned him against a massive oak tree. Whoa, chill. Who are you? What's your problem? Feng glared, ice cold. Shut up and fight me. I'm taking that devouring blade off your corpse. Xavier panicked. Pause. Even if you frag me, the drop rate isn't 100%. Surprisingly, Feng sheathed her sword. True. Fine, I won't kill you, but we're dueling. If you lose, you hand over the devouring blade. I need to prove I'm the main character here, not you. That sword belongs to me. Her eyes were dead serious. Xavier squinted at her. Who sent you? You with those blood moon creeps. Don't insult me, she scoffed. I'm Feng from the War Guild. Xavier clicked his tongue. Asterisk. Ah, she's salty because I turned down her boss's offer. Asterisk. He shrugged. You keep yapping about a duel, but what's in it for me if I win? I don't work for free, Feng yelled. Excuse me. I never lose. Xavier rolled his eyes. Boring. If there's no prize, I'm not playing. Peace out. Seeing him walk away, Feng panicked. Wait, if you win, I'm at your disposal. You can do whatever you want with me. Xavier stopped and smirked. Asterisk. Now that's an offer. Asterisk. All right, game on. Feng grinned, battle mode activated. Come get some. That sword is mine. Xavier swung his blade, unleashing a massive energy wave straight into the trees to create a smokescreen. While the trees were crashing down, Xavier booked it. Psych. I ain't fighting a crazy lady for free. He barely made it 10 steps before he froze. Asterisk, swish. Asterisk, she was already behind him. Man, you can't outrun a speed build. Sword beams flew everywhere like a rave light show. Xavier was barely parrying. Asterisk, damn, her stats are way higher than mine. I can't tank this. Asterisk. She pushed him back with a heavy strike. Decline the duel again, and I'll torture you until you drop that sword manually. Xavier shivered. This girl was unhinged. Time out. This matchmaking is broken. It's not even fair. Feng frowned. What's the bug? Xavier yelled. I'm level 42. You're level 60. That's smurfing. How is that a fair fight? Feng huffed. Fine, crybaby. I'll nerf myself. She pulled out a length of rope. I'll make it even. Yo, welcome back to the channel. So, imagine this. Fiona literally has Tai taped to a tree right now. She's giving him the death stare like, don't even think about ghosting me again, bro. I'm doing this for your own good. She wants him to respect the grind. She claims she's gonna power level him real quick. Then she whips out this sketch-looking gadget, basically a monster magnet that starts screeching like a broken car alarm to attract the mobs. And boom, instant aggro. A whole squad of level 65 creeps comes charging in. Tai is shook, and then awkward alert, she sends him a friend request right in the middle of the chaos. He's confused as heck. Fiona drops the info slowly. Just accept the invite, dummy. Once you're in the party, you can just stand there and look pretty while I soak up all the XP for the team. Then she goes full try-hard mode, launching herself forward. Her sword is slicing through those mobs like a hot knife through butter. Tai's just chilling by the tree, watching his level bar shoot up to 58. Easy money. Tai's watching her like, okay, she's kinda a baddie, not gonna lie. But I can't catch feelings right now. I gotta save my stamina for the real grind. After clearing the entire map, Fiona struts back to Tai, flipping her hair. So, look at your level. We basically the same rank now, right? No more whining about me being unfair. Tai smirks, hitting her with the, thanks for the carry, sis, but I'm out. Let's roll, Lil Draco. And pop. His pet dragon bursts out of the inventory like a surprise unboxing. Fiona is stunned, her jaw hits the floor. But it's too late. Lil Draco evolves into full-blown inferno mode, grabs Tai, and takes to the skies. Tai shouts back, bet you didn't see that coming. Can you fly, though? I don't see any wings on you. Thanks for the free levels. Feels good. Tai laughs. Fiona is fuming down there, grinding her teeth and screaming. I will literally end you. Tai, get back here. He ignores her rage quit and cruises toward the exit. But just as he thinks he's home free whoosh, something tries to snipe him out of the air. Inferno dodges last second. Yo, who's taking shots at me? Tai squints and sees a floating squad of mobs locking onto him. His mood drops instantly. These things aren't acting like normal NPCs. They shouldn't be able to attack like that. Something's fishy, guys. Just as he suspected, there are dudes riding those sky beasts. Tai whispers to the camera, those dragon riders ain't other players. They're part of the game system. He scans them, boom. Humanoid mobs. Level 60 Dark Knights. This just got real. A spear comes flying at his face. Tai dodges, clicks his tongue, and surfs on Inferno's back. You scrubs aren't worth my mana. Get lost before I get angry. He throws a power move, a wave of energy, but clank. They block it with a giant shield. Tai's eyes go wide. Wait, they actually have a tank class in their squad? These guys are weird. First magic, then shields, now a melee rush. Unlike those brainless dungeon zombies from the last episode, these guys actually have team strats. High AI alert. Tai realizes he can't just cheese this fight. If he messes up, it's game over. Time to switch skins, Dark Dragon mode activated. But before Tai can even throw a punch, the knight blows a massive horn. Asterisk, toot toot, asterisk, Tai pauses. Are they seriously calling for backup right now? Yup, seconds later, dozens of riders swarm him like paparazzi. No chill, they start attacking instantly. Tai throws his wings up to block the spam, totally overwhelmed. He laughs. Is that the best you got? 0 damage. But then, he feels a glitch in the matrix. His wings are freezing over. They're specifically nerfing his flight ability. These mobs are playing 4-dimensional chess. Before he can react, another volley of spears comes raining down. Suddenly, Fiona rides in on a hijacked monster. No hesitation, she unleashes a sword beam that turns into a tornado, yeeting the enemies away. Tai side-eyes her, annoyed. You caught up already? But Fiona isn't laughing. She screams, you absolute noob. Are you trying to get deleted? You rushed into Snow Valley without a plan. Don't die until I get my legendary loot. She tosses 2 flashbangs. Asterisk, bang, asterisk. A massive wall of light blinds everyone. It's brighter than the sun on max settings. While the knights are blinded, Inferno pulls a U-turn and jets out of there, leaving the haters in the dust. A bit later, they land in a safe spot. Tai pets his ride, feeling guilty. My bad, buddy. You took some hits. Go recharge in the inventory, okay? But Fiona immediately points her blade at his throat. Nowhere to run, Tai. Tai sighs, girl, chill. Isn't the boss of this zone already defeated? Why are we stressing? Why are the mobs still acting like endgame content? Fiona purses her lips and explains, the boss is gone, but the Night Legion went rogue in the mountains. They got stronger, smarter, and started taking over the map like a virus. Anyone who enters gets wrecked. That's why no players come here anymore. It's the perfect hiding spot for my guild to stay low-key. She points the sword again, accusing him. And thanks to your little stunt, we are smack in the middle of their base. I don't even know if we can log out alive. Tai sighs, knowing he messed up. He gently pushes the blade away. Okay, put the toy away. Let's focus on not dying first, alright? Suddenly, rustle. 2 dark knights appear nearby. They aren't attacking, just chatting in some weird alien language. Tai whispers from the bushes. Wait, they have their own dialect? Fiona nods. Yeah, my guild leader coded a translation mod to spy on them. Watch this. She boots up the software on her interface, and suddenly the gibberish turns into English. One knight groans, patrol duty is a drag. I haven't showered in ages. The other agrees. Same, girl. And then they start unbuckling their armor right there. Tai's jaw drops. Yo, they're stripping. Fiona is just as confused. What is happening? I've never seen an NPC do this. Plot twist. Under the scary armor, 2 stunning visuals. Pointy ears, totally human looking. They hop into the spring like it's a spa day. Tai is sweating bullets. Wait, the killer knights are actually female elves? Fiona rolls her eyes, totally unbothered. Relax, simp. They're just polygons in code. Tai frowns. So, what's the play? Fiona pulls out her binding rope again. Duh. We bag him. Capture first, ask questions later, she says. Tai sighs. Can't we just say hi peacefully? Fiona snaps. Zip it. If their squad shows up, we're toast. Stop stalling. She tosses the rope into the spring. The elves try to dodge, but yoink. Fiona wraps them up like Christmas presents. Screams echo through the forest. Fiona steps out of the shadows, looking cold as ice. Stop squirming unless you want it to hurt. She points her sword, going full bad cop. Tell us the exit route, or it's game over for you. But the redhead elf glares back, acting tough. In your dreams, human scum. You're never getting out of here. The elf sidekick started yapping too. Real talk? Kill us if you want, fam. We ain't bowing down to humans. We don't vibe with your kind at all. Fiona went from 0 to 100 real quick. She gripped her blade, grit her teeth, and raged. You're just background NPCs. Keep running that mouth and I'll delete your save file right now. Xavier had to physically restrain her. Whoa, chill out, Fi. Suddenly, the tough red-haired elf from earlier started sobbing like a baby. Just wait. The squad's gonna pull up and wreck you guys. Right on cue, a booming voice shouted from behind. Gotcha, humans. Fiona glanced back and saw a whole crew of dark knights pulling up. The leader was carrying a massive mace, screaming. Who gave you the green light to enter Snow Mountain? I'm about to show you what a rage quit looks like. Xavier squinted at the dude, totally confused. Is that a beastman? For real? Looks like the elves and beastmen are teaming up. Fiona, cold as ice, dragged the 2 elves up and put her blade to their throats. Listen up, try anything sketchy, and these 2 are toast. That move absolutely triggered the beastman. He ground his teeth, growling, stupid human. Getting caught is for losers. They're a disgrace to the clan. Without missing a beat, he snatched a spear from a knight and yeeted it with 0 hesitation. Fiona's jaw dropped as the spear pierced right through the red-haired elf. Xavier felt a chill down his spine, muttering, dude has 0 chill for his own teammates. Fiona was shook. She didn't see that coming. Ignoring the drama, the beastman yelled, Archers, load up. The knights hesitated, probably lagging. In real life, after seeing their ally get friendly fired, the beastman glared at them. Yo, what's the holdup? You defying me? Suddenly, the knights aimed their bows at Xavier and Fiona. Xavier's face went pale. He tried to proc his dark dragon blade, but the skill was still on cooldown. Arrows started raining down like a glitch. Xavier didn't think twice. He dashed in front of the elves, using his sword form to parry the shots. The elf's eyes popped out of her head. Even crazier, Fiona jumped in too, blocking shots but taking an arrow to the arm. She ripped it out, seething. Okay, now you're dead meat. She lunged forward, closing the gap in a split second, but the beastman blocked her strike like it was nothing. He scoffed, that tickled. Then he slammed his mace down, sending Fiona flying across the map. He wasn't done yet and charged at her like a freight train. I'm gonna make you pay for that times 10. Xavier saw things going south and fired a massive energy blast at the beastman, but the dude just shrugged it off like a tank build. He laughed. Useless. Your DPS is trash. Fiona hated his smug face. She dashed back in, shouting, there isn't a boss in this game I can't slice up. She swung hard, but the beastman raised his mace to block. But this time, Fiona went full sweat mode. She unleashed a wild combo, slashing him until his HP hit 0. As his avatar started to glitch and fade, he gritted out one last threat. Beating me means nothing. Just wait, you pesky humans. Lord Bloodfang is gonna snack on you fools. With the beastman gone, the knights raised their bows again. Xavier yelled, hold up, you guys aren't like him, right? Let us go, and I can heal this elf girl. The lead knight laughed, taking off her helmet to reveal a stunning face. She iced him out. Humans lie as easily as they breathe. No deal. Xavier sighed. Great. Boss fight number 2. But suddenly, the blue-haired elf shouted, wait, Captain Nina. My healing spells are glitching. That human took an arrow from me earlier. I think we can trust them, fam. She begged Nina to let Xavier try to save her sister. Nina hesitated for a hot minute but finally caved. If you fix her, I'll walk you out. If you fail, it's game over for both of you. Xavier smirked, confident as ever. Relax, this scratch is nothing for my sacred dragon scale. He whipped out the item and applied it. Boom, instant heal. The elf's health bar filled up completely. Whoa, the lag is gone. No pain at all. Her sister cheered. Even Fiona was impressed. Dang, Xavier, you're packing some rare loot, huh? Xavier puffed out his chest. Don't forget, I soloed the Dragon Realm raid. The blue-haired elf looked at them with starry eyes. Thank you guys so much. My sister would have been. Nina cut her off cold. Enough, don't thank the humans. This was just a business transaction. The elf went quiet. Nina ordered her squad, go recharge at base. I'll deal with these two. She turned to Xavier and Fiona. I keep my word. Follow me, I'll get you out of here. The red-haired elf panicked. Captain Nina, rolling solo is too dangerous. Let us back you up. Nina shut it down. I'm good. These two human noobs are zero threat to me. Fiona looked ready to throw hands again but held back. Nina pointed at some spare armor in the corner. Put those on, now. Fiona rolled her eyes. Excuse me, I'm not your minion. Nina shrugged. Fine. Don't listen and get caught. See if I care. Xavier sighed, realizing he was stuck between two divas. You two are impossible, Xavier muttered. Can we just leave already? Despite the sass, they eventually suited up. Nina led the way, whispering. Stick close and keep your mouths shut. Soon, they reached the beastman base. A guard spotted Nina and started roasting her immediately. Well, if it isn't Captain Nina. Where you sneaking off to? Nina kept it cool. Intruders spotted. We're heading to the border for backup. The guy blocked her path. What's the rush? Stay and have a drink with me. Nina bit her lip. I'm on the clock. Move. The beast got aggressive. I'm being nice, don't disrespect me. He grabbed her face and poured the nasty grog right down her throat. Nina didn't even fight back. She just took the disrespect. Fiona was fuming. That dirtbag. I'm gonna wreck him. Xavier held her back. Chill. Remember the plan. Finally, the beastman got bored and shoved Nina away. Boring. You drink like a fish and never get wasted. All your minions pass out, but you're still standing. Nina wiped the drink off her face and signaled Xavier and Fiona to keep moving. The creep yelled after her. One day I'll get you trashed, just watch. Once they were clear, Fiona ripped off her helmet. Why did you just walk away? Aren't you supposed to be the boss? Why let those furry losers treat you like that? Nina ignored her concern completely. Cold as ice. Phoenix clapped back, looking fierce. Quit capping. You invaders are the real problem, crashing this place like tourists in Times Square. If I hadn't teamed up with these beast dudes, your entire elf squad would be history, wiped off the map completely. Taz nodded like a bobblehead, totally vibe-checking her. Big facts. To us gamers, the elf tribe is basically just a bunch of NPCs. You guys are just walking loot boxes with some sweet rewards inside, no offense. Nina looked at him like he was speaking alien. She cut him off. Ice cold, I don't speak, nerd. What is this player nonsense you keep spitting? I'm just trying to survive out here in the concrete jungle, but you guys keep grieving us, even took out the Elf King. Phoenix looked shook. Wait, the Elf King was the OG boss of this dungeon? That's not what Sensei G told us. Before she could finish, Nina interrupted with zero chill. You saved my crew. Maybe you're built different or just want a deal. Either way, we're square now. Don't push your luck. Phoenix bit her lip, totally stressed out. Her teacher, Captain G, doesn't make mistakes. The mission was to take out the dungeon boss, but the intel was starting to smell fishier than a seafood market in Seattle. Taz was feeling sus about it too. What kind of buggy game mechanics were the devs hiding here? The two of them walked on, heavy thoughts weighing them down like lag. A minute later, Nina hit the brakes. Prep room ahead. Beyond that is the restricted zone VIPs only. They rushed inside, but Phoenix immediately covered Taz's eyes like a protective big sister. Eyes on the floor, bro. We got armored elf baddies changing in here. Keep it PG-13. Taz trailed behind, peeking through his fingers. Yo, why is the elf tribe basically a sorority house? Where the dudes at? Nina held back a rage quit and replied. Our male warriors got wiped in the last server event. Happy now? Taz zipped his lip real quick. The trio pushed forward until they reached the Gryphon hangar. Nina broke it down. My squad's gonna launch a distraction with the flyers. When chaos hits, you two dip out the back door. Suddenly, the ground started shaking like an earthquake in California. A massive set of claws stomped into view, followed by a roar that could blow out speakers. Everybody freeze. Don't move a muscle. As soon as he shouted, every flying beast dropped to the floor like a sack of potatoes. Nina followed suit and whispered frantically to Taz and Phoenix, hit the deck, fam. Kneel down, now. Taz frowned, whispering to himself, is this the main boss? Horned dude riding a wolf the size of a Ford F-150. The beastman sniffed the air. I smell intruders. There's a human hiding among you rats. I can smell the fear. The beast leader, Blood Claw, scanned the rows of dark knights, smirking like a high school bully. So, who's the imposter? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, let's have some fun finding out. Without warning, Blood Claw charged up an energy blast and fired it at a knight. Boom. The armor melted instantly, revealing a terrified elf underneath. Blood Claw sked, shaking his head. Swing and a miss. My bad. He didn't care at all, laughing as he started blasting armor off random soldiers one by one, stripping them down just to see if they were human. Nina watched from the sidelines, fuming. This guy is trolling us. He's treating my people like toys. I'm about to lose it. Someone else lost it first. Phoenix drew her sword and charged in like a frantic streamer. Die, you trash mob. But Blood Claw was ready. The second she swung, he countered with a backhand. There's the rat, he sneered, barely trying. You got guts, human, I'll give you that. Blood Claw's strength was off the charts. Phoenix got yeeted across the room like a ragdoll. But you're weak sauce. Taz jumped in, sword glowing with energy, trying to clutch the play. He stabbed, but his blade couldn't even scratch Blood Claw's skin. The beastman smirked. Is that a sword or a toothpick? That tickles. Blood Claw grabbed Taz by the head and slammed him into the dirt. Sit down, boy, he roared coldly. I ain't interested in human dudes. Get out of my face. After dropping Taz, Blood Claw flexed for the crowd. Witness me. I'm Blood Claw, and I don't let humans breath in my hood. We run this world. The beastmen started cheering like it was the Super Bowl. All hail Lord Blood Claw. Nina watched helplessly, looking torn. Sorry guys, looks like game over. I can't carry this match. Blood Claw turned his attention back to Taz. Human, you'll be player number 109 to die by my hand. Consider it a badge of honor. Taz caught the slip-up immediately. He whispered, wait, he speaks English and knows what a player is. Phoenix nodded. Yup, he's an evil beast, a glitch in the system. I'll tag you out, bro. Nah, I got this. Taz summoned Lil Draco. Hey chat, watch this. Spending 10,000 points to unlock the ultimate skin. He activated the max level upgrade instantly. Boom. Lil Draco evolved into King Draco, engulfed in flames hot enough to grill a steak in 2 seconds. Without hesitation, the dragon slammed its fist into the ground. A massive pillar of fire erupted, but Blood Claw didn't even flinch. He laughed maniacally. Nice light show, kid. But fire doesn't work on the Fire Lord. He opened his mouth and literally inhaled the flames like he was drinking a slushie. Taz's jaw dropped. Yo, what? He just ate the fire? Is this guy for real? Blood Claw wiped his mouth, laughing. I own the heat, baby. He teleported instantly, glitching right in front of King Draco. Let me put you out of your misery, pet, he grinned, looking terrifying. Bam! One punch. King Draco got deranked instantly, turning back into Lil Draco and falling into Taz's arms. Taz panicked. Draco, you good, little buddy? Blood Claw scoffed. Glass cannon. Weak. Phoenix rushed over to defend Taz, throwing shade. Thought you said you had this? What happened to the flex? He's bugged. We need to run, Taz shouted. Blood Claw laughed, his voice booming like thunder. Run? There's no exit button here, losers. You're stuck in the lobby with me. He swung a massive fist down to finish them, but suddenly, CLAing. A blade stopped the punch midair. Bloodclaw recognized the attacker and groaned. Ugh, not you again. Phoenix's eyes popped out of her head. Captain G? The guild master is here. Bloodclaw stared daggers at the new arrival, screaming, all humans must die. Get wrecked. Captain G smirked, looking cool as ice. Is that so? Don't think you have the DPS for that, buddy. A mysterious aura flared up around him. The sword in Captain G's hand shifted, morphing until it looked exactly like Taz's Devourer blade. Taz was shook. Yo. He just copied my loadout. That's my sword. Phoenix explained. Don't trip. The captain's ability lets him copy any weapon he's touched. It's broken as hell. Bloodclaw started raging, losing his mind. You got lucky last time. Now I'm gonna shred you like paper. But before Bloodclaw could move, lasers shot up from the ground, locking him in a cage of light. Captain G nodded at Taz. Nice blade, kid. Good stats. Taz scratched his head. Thanks, Cap, internally crying because the copy was clearly stronger than the origin. Bloodclaw grunted in pain, realizing he was trapped. Fine, I admit it. For a human, you're not total trash. You got some skills. Wolf Squad, roll out. On his command, a gang of beastmen on wolves circled them, surrounding the trio like a pack of hungry sharks. Captain G stayed calm. Don't panic. I did my research. This glitchy boss has a weakness. Taz frowned. A weakness? Spill the tea. Ice builds nerf his fire stats. We just need to time it right. Captain G instantly morphed his weapon into an ice greatsword and charged in like a pro player. Slash. He landed a critical hit, freezing half of Bloodclaw's body in a block of ice. But surprisingly, Bloodclaw didn't look worried at all. The dude snorted, looking down his nose like, you moron. You miss one shot, and it's game over. Don't even dream of hitting me. But then, bam, flames started roasting the ice right off his body. The Titan Guild boss gasped, yo, this guy's power level is way higher than the last time we saw him. Right then, Bloodbat unleashed the heat. He knew he couldn't slack off, so he instantly threw up a wall of ice and bone to block the incoming damage. Feng saw things going south and rushed in, screaming, I got your back. I'm packing ice skills too. The boss gave a quick nod. Sick. Let's jump him together. On 3. He swung his sword, and snap ice chains locked Bloodbat's legs down instantly. Suddenly, a chopper noise filled the air and some dude yelled from the sky, Boss, your ride is here. Hop in. Let's bounce. Xavier was totally confused. Like, since when do we have backup? Meanwhile, the Dark Elf Knights saw the crowd growing and raised their bows, ready to fire on sight. A rain of arrows zoomed straight for Feng. She was panicking mid-air with nowhere to dodge. Talk about a close call. Suddenly, asterisk thwack times another arrow came out of nowhere and split the one aiming for her face in two. It was Nina, she whispered. That's all the help you're getting from me. Over on the other side, Bloodbat was raging hard, screaming, You punks. No way I'm letting you escape. The Titan boss just scoffed, colder than ice. Chill out, you overgrown monster. Quit acting like you're the main character. Keep dancing. As soon as he spoke, giant ice lotuses exploded from the ground, blocking the monster's view perfectly. The squad managed to dip out safely. Later, back at base, Lamb High was absolutely fuming at Feng. You went rogue. Do you have any idea how much danger you put the guild in? Feng knew she messed up. She looked at her shoes and mumbled, My bad. I'm sorry. But Xavier, who just escaped the snow mountain, overheard this and wasn't having it. He clapped back. Excuse me, are you seriously blaming her for this? The boss snapped. Enough. Feng, I know you want to prove to old man Gu that you've leveled up, but stealing someone's ultimate weapon, you think that counts? Feng started trembling, totally speechless. After dealing with the drama, the boss looked at Xavier, feeling guilty. Look, my bad on the lack of security. Tomorrow morning, I'll personally drive you out of this dungeon. Xavier nodded. Cool, thanks for the lift, teach. Then Feng spoke up, looking confused. Wait, I still don't get one thing. The Elf King runs this dungeon, right? Did old man Gu really delete him? The boss frowned, his voice dropping low. Did the elves feed you that garbage? All right, sit down. I'll spill the tea. Gu wasn't the one who started the fight with the Elf King. Feng's jaw dropped. Then who was it? The boss sighed. It's a long story. I actually record every raid for strategy review. Check this out. He popped in the tape. The screen lit up, and Xavier's eyes went wide. He was finally going to see the legendary gameplay he'd heard so much about. He spotted the character named Gu. The footage cut to a battle scene, a blood-red blade tearing through the battlefield like a hot knife through butter. That sword belonged to Gu. Fresh from a fight, he laughed. This dungeon boss is tougher than I thought. Too bad for him, on rocking fire stats. It's a hard counter. The Ice Elf King was beaten down, his HP bar almost empty. The elves saw their king about to lose and went berserk, pointing their weapons at Gu. They were shouting stuff nobody understood. A player next to Gu aimed his gun at the elves and said, "Nice work, Gu. Let me get the final kill shot." The Ice Elf King narrowed his eyes. He saw it coming and swatted the flames away with a wave of his hand. Then, using the last of his mana, the king threw up a massive ice wall, shielding every single elf behind him. Dietheat was confused. What's he doing? Why the wall? The current boss, who was there too, replied, "Looks like he's got a plan." Gu laughed coldly. "Yeah, he's forfeiting. He put up that wall to separate us from his soldiers. He's hoping we won't aggro onto them." That move actually hit Gu right in the feels. He sheathed his blade and said, "Crazy. Even game monsters have humanity and brains. Even though he's a boss, I can't bring myself to finish him." Dietheat couldn't believe it. "Are you trolling right now? We've been grinding on this boss all day." Gu cut him off. "Drop it. We're done." The Elf King didn't speak English, but he looked shocked watching Gu's squad walk away. Gu kept talking as they walked, "Sacrificing yourself for the squad? That's exactly what our guild stands for. If we attack now, we'd be hypocrites." He ordered a retreat, ignoring Dietheat's complaining. Suddenly, the Elf King yelled something and waved his hand, blocking their path with ice again. Dietheat panicked. "Look, he trapped us." While everyone was freaking out, a sword floated into the air and drifted toward them. Gu was confused, but the young boss chuckled. "He's not trapping us. He doesn't want us to go home empty-handed. It's a loot drop as thanks for sparing his life." After delivering the gift, the Elf King dropped the ice wall. Watching this, Feng realized something. She pulled out her weapon. "Wait, is it this one? Old man Gu gave me this sword." The boss nodded. "Yep. Gu gave you the elf spirit sword. I know you hate using it, but you had to pull it out to fight off Bloodbat earlier." The boss continued, "Here's my theory. The one who actually killed the Elf King was that monster, Bloodbat. He waited until the king was weak and took him out so he wouldn't have any counters left." Xavier was baffled. "But aren't NPCs supposed to attack players? Why would a monster kill the dungeon boss? They're on the same team." The boss broke it down. "In this game, evil beasts like him are glitches. They're smart, and worse, they level up just like we do. Ever since Bloodbat off the Ice King, he's been getting insanely powerful. That's why I banned you two from the Snow Valley. Plus, having Bloodbat there scares off other players from raiding this dungeon. It actually helps our guild control the area." Feng stayed quiet, soaking it all in. That night, alone in her room, her thoughts were racing. She wanted to do something, but defying the boss was a huge no-no. "Ugh, this sucks. What am I supposed to do?" She thought about Nina being humiliated by that beast. Nina might be code, but she felt more real than most people. After stressing out, Feng made up her mind. She wasn't gonna let this slide. Meanwhile, outside the base, a dark dragon mech was parked on the ground. Xavier did a quick inspection and nodded. "Solid. I'll take this mech its way faster. My dragon is busted, so he needs to rest." Suddenly, a hand grabbed his shoulder, scaring the life out of him. It was Feng. She glared at him. "What are you sneaking around for at 3 in the morning?" Xavier stammered, trying to come up with a lie. "Nothing much, just taking a stroll through Aspen," Zack said with a shrug. Fiona rolled her eyes so hard it physically hurt. "You think I'm buying that?" Zack just smirked, leaning back. "Don't hate the player, hate the game. You're the one sneaking out past curfew like a rebellious teen. Trying to break the guildmaster's rules, huh? Keep talking and I'm snitching to the mods," Fiona snapped, giving him a death stare that could freeze hell over. Seeing her face turn tomato red, Zack dropped the act. He gave her mech suit a friendly slap. "Chill out, I'm just pranking you. I knew you'd show up. I was literally waiting for you." Fiona looked at him like he just grew a second head. Zack laughed. "Look, I don't care about the snow elves drama. But those monsters, that's a massive XP grind waiting to happen. It's free real estate. If you want in on this raid, stick with me." Meanwhile, deep in the Snow Valley, the sun was hitting different, lighting up the whole map. But the vibe was totally off. Nina and her squad were tied up on poles like Thanksgiving turkeys, roasting in the open. Bloodfire was chilling on his throne like a mob boss, staring down the elves below. "Listen up, fam," he barked coldly. "Anyone caught simping for humans is a traitor. That's a violation of the highest order. The penalty is straight-up cancellation, permanent deletion." The red-haired elf started crying. "Captain Nina, my bad. This is all on me. I dragged you into this." Nina bit her lip hard, looking fierce. "Save it. We didn't do anything wrong. Stand your ground." Bloodfire didn't wait for the commercial break. "End them. Delete these losers." The beast squad raised their spears and yeeted them without hesitation. The elves were panicking, major freak-out mode. But Nina? She was zen. She closed her eyes, ready to respawn in the afterlife with the Elf King and her fallen homies. But hold up. Out of nowhere, a sword slash cut through the air like a hot knife through butter, snapping those spears in half. The elves gasped. Plot twist. The Beast Squad was salty. They saw Zack and Fiona standing in front of Nina, looking like main characters. "Why are you guys back?" Nina screamed in shock. "You're supposed to be gone." Fiona scoffed. "And let you die? No way." "We'd never hear the end of it." Bloodfire saw Zack and laughed. "The humans returned. You guys have a death wish or something." "All elves, listen up. Capture these two noobs right now," Bloodfire ordered. The elves were confused, murmuring like a chaotic comment section. "What do we do? Are we really gonna attack them?" Fiona jumped onto a high rock, projecting her voice like a streamer. "Yo, pause. You're being scammed. We didn't kill the Ice King. Bloodfire did it. He's the imposter." She pulled out the elf sword to flex. "Receipts. Look at this. The king gave this to us years ago. It's verified merch. We didn't touch your boss." Seeing the sword, the elves started buzzing. "Yo, how does she have that? That's limited edition loot. Is she actually telling the truth?" Nina's jaw hit the floor. "That's the Royal Ice Blade. The king only dropped that loot for his top-tier allies. She's not lying, guys." Seeing he was losing the room, Bloodfire raged. "You useless bots. Don't listen to their fake news. Die." He started spamming fireballs at his own squad. Zack launched himself into the air, slicing through the fire attacks like a pro gamer. He turned to the elves, shouting, "This beef is between us and Bloodfire. We don't want smoke with you guys. Just stand down." The Beast Squad laughed. "Just two humans? You guys are tripping. We're gonna crush you into pixel dust." But suddenly, the temperature spiked. Zack's pet dragon went full Charizard mode, blasting a flamethrower attack at the Beast Squad. Bloodfire was triggered. He let out a roar that shook the mountain and spat a massive stream of fire right back. Fiona switched to her Ice Blade loadout. "Zack, I got your back." She created a massive ice ring around him, buffing his defense so he could charge through the flames. Zack closed the gap instantly. "I'm gonna enjoy tearing you apart, human," Bloodfire growled. Zack just smirked. Big talk for a guy about to lose. "I'm not letting you off the hook either." Zack swung his sword, dark energy swirling like a vortex. But Bloodfire dodged the crit and caught the blade with his bare hand. "Weak sauce," Bloodfire sneered, throwing a haymaker. Zack dodged just in time. Suddenly, Fiona rushed in. "Hey, don't forget player 2. She slashed, and ice chains locked Bloodfire down. Zack's eyes lit up. He noticed the boss's defense dropped to 0 when he was frozen. That was the glitch. Zack poured all his mana into his blade and stabbed straight into Bloodfire's chest. Boom. Critical hit. Fiona cheered softly. "We got him." Bloodfire screamed in rage. "You little pests." He threw a punch that sent Zack flying across the map. Bloodfire huffed, his eyes glowing with pure rage. Zack picked himself up, shocked. Dude was holding back. Suddenly, massive dragon scales started popping out on Bloodfire's skin. Phase 2 has started. In seconds, Bloodfire was fully armored up in hard scales. He looked up and screamed, "Everybody dies." The whole snow mountain turned into a blazing inferno. It looked like the 4th of July gone wrong. One of his own minions caught fire. "Boss, help." But Bloodfire was in berserk mode. He grabbed the guy's head like a basketball, totally ignoring friendly fire rules. Splat. Game over for the minion. Bloodfire laughed maniacally. "Yes, the blood buffs my fire stats. I need more juice." Zack and Fiona flew back in. "Watch out. His power level just skyrocketed," Zack warned. Bloodfire looked at them with hungry eyes. "I'm gonna drink you dry like a slushie." He smashed the ground, and a pillar of fire erupted, blocking their path. "There's no logging out now. You're trapped with me." The heat was intense. The flames were dancing around like they were at a rave, threatening to melt the entire valley. Fiona tried to use her ice skills, but it was useless. "My ice is melting too fast. He's too up." Suddenly, a massive ice claw materialized out of thin air to block the flames. Fiona looked back, stunned. The snow elves were geared up, channeling their magic together. "The cavalry has arrived." Nina rallied the troops. "Humans aren't the enemy. Drop that trash armor. Equip the weapons the king gave us. Let's raid this boss." Bloodfire sneered. "You traitors want to get wrecked too? Fine, I'll wipe the whole server." He unleashed a barrage of fire missiles from the sky. The fire twisted into demonic ghosts screaming toward them. Zack tried to slash them, but his sword passed right through. What the heck? Physical attacks aren't working. Fiona was getting swarmed. "He's not aiming for us. He's spawn camping the elves." She was right. The fire ghosts had Nina and her squad pinned down, completely lagging them out. A ghost claw stabbed Nina. Critical damage. Bloodfire saw the red HP bar drop and started laughing like a maniac. That vintage elf blood flavor. I hope it tastes as good as your king did when I ended him. Fiona. Zack shouted over the noise. This strategy isn't working. Freeze those ghosts now. Fiona bit her lip, frustrated. I'm trying, but I don't have enough mana to counter his ult. Fong's mind flashed back to the advice old man Kuei dropped on her. He swore this sword wasn't just a prop, it was the cheat code to unlocking her true potential. Snapping back to reality, Fong muttered, Sorry, Coach Kui. I ain't swole enough yet, but I got homies to protect. She yeeted the sword across the battlefield, screaming, Yo Vu! Catch. Vu looked confused but snagged it out of the air like a pro wide receiver. Fong shouted over the noise. My stats are too low to solo Blood Liao. But if you mix your Devourer skill with this, we might actually stand a chance against this bozo. Don't choke on me now, bet. Vu nodded, activating his black dragon skin and firing up the devouring blade to inhale the ice spirit's sword like a smoothie. Boom! Instantly, the creepy spirits around Fong got put on ice, literally. Every hostile mob in the area turned into a popsicle. Vu successfully downloaded the ice spirit's sword. Blood Liao saw this and didn't even flinch. You smell like the Spirit King. Delicious. Eating you is gonna give me crazy XP. He didn't wait for a commercial break, dude charged in, fist aiming straight for Vu's blade like he was trying to punch through a bank vault. It was a deadlock. Fire met ice like a rap battle gone wrong. Both were going all out, but Liao's base stats were just higher. He landed a haymaker on Vu's face, sending blood flying. Oof, that's gonna leave a mark. Vu wiped his lip, thinking, asterisk, even with the spirit sword buff, am I still gonna take the L? Asterisk. Suddenly, Liao roared. Playtime's over. Kid, go to hell, and activated his Inferno avatar ult. Liao's avatar looked like a demon straight out of a death metal album cover, slashing down at Vu. No time to chill, Vu threw up a block just in time. On the sidelines, a spirit asked, should we jump in? The human's getting wrecked. Nina shook her head. Nah, their power levels are way off the charts. We'd just get one shot. But wait, the human got stronger when he absorbed that sword. She paused, then screamed, Hey, human, listen up. Vu glanced over, startled. Nina held out her blade. If you can clap this guy, you can have ALL, our spirit swords. Take him. The system UI went crazy with notifications inventory filling up with ice spirits. Vu grinned like he just won the Powerball. You guys are the real MVPs. Devouring blade, feast time. All the elf swords turned into light particles like a Vegas light show. Vu's blade glowed up, and the enemy fire started dimming down like a dying campfire. Vu bit his lip and screamed, Consume! Ice spikes erupted from his blade, freezing the flames instantly. In seconds, that scary Inferno avatar was nothing but an ice sculpture. Blood Liao was grinding his teeth in pure rage. Freezing my fire? Only the Ice Spirit King could pull that off. You're just a puny human. Nina and her squad were shook. That ice energy felt super familiar, hit them right in the nostalgia feels. Vu transformed, frost aura dripping off him. Nina started tearing up because he looked exactly like their late boss, the Spirit King. But she was tripping. It was just Vu's new skin, Ice Spirit King mode. He was cosplaying the legend. Fong watched, smirking. The devouring blade is totally broken. Nerf PLS. Power surging, Vu shouted, Yo Liao. I'm about to use this gift from the spirits to flatten you like a pancake. Liao scoffed. In your dreams. Even the OG Spirit King couldn't beat me. He lobbed another fireball like a pitcher in the 9th inning. Vu stayed cool, literally. Cap, you only won back then because old man Kuei weakened him first. You couldn't beat the king in a fair 1v1. Vu slashed, and boom, ice cage. Liao got trapped in a prison of frost colder than a Chicago winter. The dude was absolutely fuming now. You little trash mob, I'll crush you. Liao threw a punch, but Vu got his shield up just in time. Plang. Game over, Vu screamed, delivering a massive slash. The ice storm howled, and Liao took critical damage. It hurt like stepping on a Lego barefoot. But suddenly, blood spurted out and Liao screamed, Burn, my blood. Vu's eyes widened. Say what? Burning HP for a damage buff? While Vu was stunned, Liao rushed him. Gotcha now, burn to ash, loser. Inferno flames wrapped around Vu like a cheap suit. Vu gritted his teeth, trying to kamikaze me. Not today. Suddenly, Fong dived in like an eagle and drop-kicked Liao in the head. Don't forget I'm player 2, she snorted. Then she yelled at Vu, stop lagging. Finish him. Copy that. Vu nodded and cranked the ice power to max. A massive ice tornado drilled into Liao, locking him down. He screamed, no way. That's the Spirit King's ult. This is cheating. But screaming wouldn't save him from the deep freeze. Vu snapped his fingers, MCU style. Shatter. Liao didn't want to go, but physics said yes. He crumbled into ice dust. Asterisk. Ding. Asterisk. System alert. Quest complete. Blood Liao eliminated. Vu smirked. Tell the devil I sent ya. Seeing their boss turn into snow, the beastmen started freaking out. Boss Liao got wrecked by a human. Impossible. Without him, we're cooked. They dropped their loot and hands. We surrender. Don't kill us. Spirits. The elves weren't having it. Spare you. Your boss killed our king and roasted us daily. You think we're gonna let that slide? The beastmen switched tactics. Don't get cocky. Without Liao, the humans would have wiped us all out anyway. The elves paused. Wait, he's spitting facts. We have no leader. The humans are gonna farm us for XP next. Suddenly, Vu stepped up. Chill out, guys. I'll cover the spirit clan. I got you, fam. He sounded dead serious, and all the elves looked at him with puppy eyes. You guys gave me this power. If anyone tries to mess with you, they gotta go through me. The elves were stunned. A human protecting us. Is this guy for real? Is it a scam? Mina frowned, thinking it over. Vu had the king's power, so he was legit. She dropped to one knee. I'm in. If you protect us, I'll follow you to the end of the map. Seeing the captain pledge loyalty, the rest followed suit. If Mina trusts you, we trust you. We ride at dawn. Just like that, Vu flipped the script and became the spirit idol. Asterisk ding. Asterisk system. Congrats. You unlocked the Spirit Alliance achievement. Notifications flooded his screen, hundreds of elves joining his party. Vu stared at the kneeling crowd, dumbfounded. Did I just become king of the elves by accident? Fong Chuk was straight up vibing, couldn't help but fanboy a little. This is next level stuff, game NPCs turning into ride or die homies. From what she knows, only the big 4 guilds in the whole server have unlocked this kind of cheat code. Is this the legendary loot the guild master was always yapping about? That secret sauce hidden on the island? It's the King of Power title, and Tavu just secured the bag. Meanwhile, over at the Blood Moon's Iron Tooth Trap house, the vibe check failed hard. Red lights flashing everywhere, signaling a massive energy spike straight from that ice dungeon. One of the goons got all hyped, shouting, Yo, the dungeon boss is already toast. Why is the energy meter tweaking out? Recon team, pull up the feed. Let's see what's popping over there. The lackey nodded. Bet, boss cat. In a heartbeat, the scanner pinged the location they caught the War Giant Guild's hideout in 4K. Cat grinned like he just won the lottery, yelling, Bingo. Found those rats hiding out. Lord Lankin's master plan is officially a go. Boys, head to Ice Island and delete the War Giant Guild from the server. Inside the base, Lam Hai was just grinding away when the alarm system started screaming. She panicked. Big yikes. The boss is exposed. It's definitely the Blood Moon goons. We gotta pack up and dip, like, right now. But before she could even finish, her face went pale. She started shaking, whispering, Oh snap. Never mind. They're already revving up the teleport gates. Sure enough, the sky went full dark mode. The portal ripped open, spewing out a swarm of players and flying mobs like it was Black Friday. The War Giant leader saw the drama and shouted, Fire up the warp drive. Move our entire inventory. As soon as possible. Lam Hai hesitated. But boss, the upload speed is trash. We need at least 15 minutes. The leader kept his cool. Chill. I'll tank it. Outside, the Iron Tooth Squad's flying beasts were turning up the heat, literally roasting the base with fire breath. Suddenly, one guy's eyes bugged out of his head. He saw Kokwei's combat avatar out there, slicing and dicing his own crew. One dude started blasting, yelling, You wanna 1v1 me? I'll turn you into Swiss cheese. But the War Giant leader was too cracked. He dodged every shot with godlike reflexes. Right then, Leader Lam Trun shouted, Mr. Kokwei, let me borrow that juice. In a flash, he swung his blade, sending a shockwave that swept through the flying mobs like a broom. Cat was actually impressed, shouting, Classic Mirror Man. Lam Tron, you got all those legendary skills, huh? Let's see if you can handle the Iron Tooth Captain. He charged in with his axe, looking for a highlight reel kill. Cat side-eyed his minions and yelled, Boys, I'll keep Lam Trun busy. You guys rush the base. Go, go, go. Hearing that, Lam Trun instantly panicked. Ah, hell no. The Iron Tooth Squad pivoted to rush the base, but out of nowhere, a massive ice wall popped up like a force field, deflecting all the fire right back at them. Total Uno reverse card. Cat's jaw hit the floor. When he squinted, he saw a squad in all-black armor riding flying beasts, absolutely wrecking his team from the air. He screamed, Black armor? Which guild sent backup? Those Dark Knights were absolute units, dominating the fight while Blood Moon players dropped like flies. Cat realized things were going south and gritted his teeth. Trash. Which guild is crazy enough to want smoke with Blood Moon? Suddenly, an icy slash cut through the air, freezing the Blood Moon's flying mounts instantly. Then, a flying beast swooped in with a figure standing on top, looking majestic as heck. Behold the new Elf King. It was Tavu. He spoke coldly. Oh, it's the Blood Moon Guild. Perfect. I don't have to hold back against you clowns. Lam Trun looked at Tavu in shock. Did he actually clear the dungeon? He remembered when Ko Kui told him, Lam Trun, I've made up my mind. We're building our guild base right here on this island. Back then, Lam Trun was totally confused and asked, why the sudden change of plans, bro? Ko Kui grinned. If my gut is right, this dungeon is hiding some god-tier loot. It could literally break the game's meta. Lam Trun muttered, for real? This basic-looking dungeon? If that's the case, let's speedrun it and grab the loot now. Ko Kui laughed, haha, slow your roll. It's not that simple. Insane loot means insane difficulty. We're too underleveled to raid it right now. So he decided to set up camp and build the guild base there instead. He left the secret loot for Lam Trun and the future guildies to figure out later. But sadly, not long after that, Ko Kui got taken out. To rebuild the guild's rep, Lam Trun kept researching the island, but the Blood Moon haters kept interfering. But now, Tavu actually pulled it off. Suddenly, Cat raised his axe and screamed, don't sleep on me, you scrubs. I'm Cat, captain of the Iron Tooth Squad. I don't care who you are, you're all getting deleted. A massive bolt of lightning exploded, yeeting the Dark Elf Knights backward. Lam Trun threw up a shield to cover everyone. Tavu pointed his new blade at him, offering, teach. Go ahead and copy my new weapon stats. Got it. Lam Trun nodded, and instantly, his weapon morphed. He gasped, damn, this ice build is absolutely broken. Let's get him. Immediately, 2 ice dragons roared to life, making Cat panic hard. Tavu and Lam Trun unleashed a twin dragon combo, turning Cat into a giant popsicle instantly. The Blood Moon lackeys saw that and freaked out. The captain just got folded. We can't beat these guys. Retreat. Inside the base, Lam Hai was cheering like she just won the Super Bowl. Yes, Blood Moon is dipping. Outside, as the dust settled, Fong Chuk ran up to Lam Trun, asking, Guild Master, you good? Lam Trun shook his head. I'm good, just totally out of mana. He looked at Tavu with big gratitude. Thanks, kid. You saved the guild. Tavu shrugged. Don't mention it. Blood Moon and I have beef anyway. Lam Trun nodded, then asked, so, next move you're going to rescue Thumb Ven Jiao, right? Roll with us. Tavu looked surprised. Wait, you guys want in? Lam Trun nodded. Yeah, it's officially go time. He announced he was launching a full-scale war on Blood Moon and needed Tavu's help. Meanwhile, at some sketchy mountain pass, Lan Qin looked back. You sure you're ready for this? It was Van Jiao. She gave him the cold shoulder, quit yapping and keep moving. Lan Qin laughed. Haha, feisty one aren't you? Tum Van Jiao. All right, let's go crack open the next level. He stepped forward and she slowly trailed behind. Later, back at the War Giant base, Tavu walked in for a strategy meeting, but things were getting awkward. Nina and her sister were following him like lost puppies. He sighed. Yo, I told you, stop shadowing me everywhere. Nina shook her head aggressively. No can do. You're our acting VIP now, so we gotta run security. Lam Trun watched the scene and cracked up. Haha, hilarious. Guess that's the loot you get for beating the boss, huh, Tavu? Tavu shrugged. I guess so. They're on the team now. Lam Trun smirked. Bro, you don't get it. Those aren't just teammates, that's Legion Power. The rarest buff in the game. Tavu blinked, totally confused. Legion Power? What's that? Lam Tran broke it down for the chat. So, Legion Power is the meta right now. It's basically when your support NPCs stop being useless and actually help you fight. It's super rare, like unlocking a secret achievement. Tai realized he'd seen this OP mechanic before. It was exactly how the Big Four guilds ran the entire server. You had Gold Rush with their mech army, Lionheart's dual knight squads, and Blood Moon's creepy shadow beasts. Since Tai was currently rocking some elf warrior stats, it all clicked. Oh, so that's their secret sauce? He nodded. Lam Tran kept it 100. Look, your squad is nowhere near the Big Four's level yet. But against Blood Moon, you're gonna be our MVP. You're the secret weapon for this raid. Tai cut him off immediately. Whoa, hold up, Teach. You got it twisted. The elves aren't just minions I throw into the meat grinder like Blood Moon does. They're my crew, my homies. Lam Tran nodded, respecting the vibe. Chill, I get it. You aren't the main tank for this raid anyway. Hey, Blue. Patch him through. Blue typed back, on it, boss. Seconds later, the UI flickered, and the holograms popped up. The head honcho of Gold Rush and the VP of Lionheart joined the lobby. They looked totally chill. Sup, Lam Tran. Been a minute. Tai was shook. Wait, We're actually partying up with these guys. I thought we were rivals. The Gold Rush leader spoke up first. Yo Lam Tran, Han from Lionheart, don't sweat it. We got the armory stocked. Gold Rush is locked and loaded. Han just rolled his eyes at him. You greedy old fox, always playing the economy game, Han scoffed. While you count your loot, Lionheart is gonna be on the front lines tanking the damage. That's how we roll. Lam Tran smiled, seeing the hype. Big thanks to both of you for hopping on this stream. But hey, I got a special guest. Someone who hates Blood Moon just as much as we do. No cap, she's stronger than everyone in this lobby combined. With her carrying us, it's good game for the bad guys. Just then, a pair of long legs strutted into the frame. It was Nat. And yeah, saying she had beef with Blood Moon was an understatement. She was out for blood, specifically the Ice Kings. The Gold Rush leader practically cheered. Yo, that's huge. Ever since that Abyss Dungeon raid disaster, Nat went rogue. If she's back on the roster, this is an easy dub. Han nodded in agreement. Legends say she was one of the Tri-Blade Masters before the Ice King showed up. We need that DPS. Tai waved excitedly. Yo Nat, long time no see, girl. Nat shot him a death glare. Zip it, moron. She turned to the holograms. Listen up, you boomers. I'm carrying you guys, but we aren't same. You just want to block the Ice King from farming the Abyss Dungeon. I'm here to make sure that server never goes online again. Nat paused for dramatic effect, then slid her eyes over to Tai with a look that screamed danger. Even if I have to delete the Kijia to do it. Tai flipped out. Excuse me? What did you just say? Lam Tran stepped in before a fight broke out. Miss Nat, does this have to do with the glitch where players got jumped in the dungeon years ago? Nat's voice went ice cold. That wasn't a glitch or a rumor, and those weren't just mobs. Listen close. That dungeon is infested with parasitic nightmare beasts. The Gold Rush leader's jaw hit the floor. A whole swarm? Just one of those things wiped a 100-man raid group back in the day. Han started sweating. This is news to me. That place is a death trap. Nat bit her lip, looking stressed. The Ice King is trying to make a pact with him. He wants to trade us for unlimited power. If that gate opens, it's game over for everyone on the server. Tai felt a chill. He remembered the dragon and the blood beast he fought absolute nightmares. A whole army of those, total server wipe. Lam Tran's face went dark. I hear you, if that's the case. We have to speedrun this. We need to dismantle Blood Moon before the Ice King hits the start button. Glad you finally get it, Nat scoffed. You guys figure out the strat. I got errands. She snapped her fingers. Tai's spidey sense tingled. Why do I hear boss music? Before he could react, Nat's boot connected with his face. Get in the portal, loser, Tai shrieked. Stop kicking me in the face. But he got yeeted into the warp gate anyway. Tai face planted on the ground. He looked around and groaned. Not this map again. Suddenly, 2 more people dropped from the sky. It was Nina and her squad mate. They crash-landed right on top of him. Ow, why are you guys here too? Tai wheezed. Nina stayed perfectly calm. Protocol dictates we protect you 24/7. Sir. The other elf panicked. Lord Tai, are you okay? Just then, Nat strolled out of the shadows. Get up, slacker. Tai rubbed his head. Seriously, Nat, you want to spar again? Don't sleep on me. I've leveled up since last time. You absolute nugget. Nat rolled her eyes. We're about to go into a guild war. Solo skills don't mean squat. It's about synergy. She admitted he had cool new Legion buffs, but did he know how to use them? Doubtful. She snapped her fingers, and 2 battle droids materialized. Pop quiz time. It's going to be a 3v1. If you can't even handle my bots, you're going to get folded by the Ice King instantly. Nina stepped in front of Tai, sword drawn. Bring it. We'll show you what elves can do. Nat smirked. Big talk for an NPC. Plus, your default skins are way too loud. If people realize you aren't players, we're screwed. Snap. Flash of light. Suddenly, the elves were wearing modern streetwear. Tai stared at the skimpy outfits and sighed. Well, thanks for the skins, I guess. Fan service, much? Nat poked him in the chest. Focus, Tai. I'm not playing games. If we can't take down the boss, I'm taking out Gia to close the gate. Period. Got it. Tai nodded, his expression hardening. He pulled his weapon. Watch this. He triggered his ultimate, Alley Resonance. It was a passive buff that boosted his elves' stats by 10%. Right on cue, the battle droids charged in. Nina slashed, sending a wave of ice spikes flying. The droid didn't flinch, it smashed through the ice with a single punch. The second droid flanked the other elf. Tai Dash stepped forward. Just tin cans. I'll scrap him. But he forgot the boss mechanics. Nat intercepted him. Eyes on me, kid. She threw a haymaker that could have leveled a building. Tai barely dodged the shockwave. He countered with an ice blade slash, sending a frost trail ripping through the floor straight at her. Nat didn't even blink. She backhanded the attack like it was a mosquito. Weak. Your ice build is useless against my raw DPS. I'm a hard counter to your whole playstyle. With a provocative smirk, Now Lam raised an eyebrow. Check out my polarity blade, kid. This weapon is basically broken, it has 0 stat caps and infinite scaling potential. Her blade has a force recall perk that absorbs incoming damage and reflects it back double. Bam! She threw a punch before he could even blink. Tavu wasn't sleeping on this, he threw up a block instantly. But his ice blade build lacks burst damage, it's a terrible matchup for this kind of opponent. Big brain moment. He immediately swapped to speed mode. The sword flashed swing, and he chopped down, canceling Now Lam's punch animation right in its tracks. But Now Lam just scoffed at him. Rookie move. Sure, your speed counters my heavy hits, but you just lost the stat buffs from your spirit form. Tavu froze, realizing his spirit was getting wrecked in the background. The other spirits were done for, too. They couldn't handle the puppet formation Now Lam had set up. It was a complete mismatch. She dashed in again, absolutely roasting him. You call that teamwork? Please. In a real raid, one bad call like that means your whole squad gets wiped. Tavu was sweating bullets now. What's the play? If he stays in ice spirit form, she crowd controls him easily, and he can't support the team. But in speed mode, Nina and the crew get stomped by the puppets. After a second of hesitation, Tavu went for the safest bet, tank Now Lam himself. He triggered Resonance Link. Now Lam smirked like a villain. Too little, too late. You can buff yourself all you want, but you're trapped in my gravity lock. Meanwhile, Nina started glowing like she was about to level up. Tavu kept his cool, grinning like he knew something she didn't. Oh yeah, didn't you say earlier that the polarity blade has no limits? Boom. A dark aura exploded around him. Now Lam gasped, totally shook. Wait, you're stacking black flame power on top of an ice build. You said it yourself. Tavu laughed coldly. No caps. If all this power belongs to me, why not spam it all at once? Combine the Devourer's ice attribute with the black flame ult, and you get a massive power spike. He hit Resonance Link again. It was showtime. Giant wings popped out of Nina's back, and she took to the sky. Both spirits looked jacked now. Now Lam was stunned. The black flame buff had fused into the spirits too. While she was still glitching out, Tavu yelled, "Send it!" Dark flame combo. Nina and the other spirits slashed down, launching a wave of sword energy dripping with black smoke. The puppets tried to tank the hit with their palms, but the dark energy just ate right through their shields. Tavu smirked, feeling himself. Force fields block ice, not black flame. Enjoy the burn. In a split second, the dark energy corrupted the puppets, and they dropped like rocks. He ran over to Nina, hyping it up. Good game. We took the W. Now Lam looked at her fallen puppets without even flinching, then nodded at him. Okay, kid. Your power scaling actually surprises me. Fine, I admit it, you're strong. Tavu locked eyes with her, looking serious. Then trust me on this. Stop treating Van Jiao like bait. I'm going to save her, no matter what. Now Lam nodded calmly. Chill. I was just testing your resolve. This time, I'm protecting everybody. Suddenly, a voice dripped with sarcasm from the shadows. Protect everybody? That's a huge cap. Now Lam whipped her head around, frowning. You? It was Fong Chuk, and she looked ready to throw hands. Didn't you say the exact same thing back then? I got Master Kokwei's back, remember? Fong Chuk rushed her. Clang. Now Lam blocked the hit. You ghosted us right after it went down. Now you just waltz back in here. Tell me why you were the only one to make it out of that dungeon alive. Why did you leave Master Kokwei to die? Now Lam gripped her sword until her knuckles turned white. I couldn't bring him back. That's on me. My bad. The arrogance was gone, replaced by pure guilt. She mumbled, I've been hiding off the grid because I couldn't face you guys. But Na Lam said she was done running. She was going to fix the mess she made. She told Fong Chuk that if she still had any trust left, she'd spill everything about the Abyss Demon Dungeon. Fong Chuk hesitated, then asked, how did a legend like Ko Kui lose? Not here. Na Lam logged them out and took them to her crib in the real world. Tavu looked around, feeling nostalgic. Man, haven't touched grass in forever. She poured tea. Make yourselves at home. Fong Chuk was flipping through a photo album. Na Lam handed her. What's with the nostalgia trip? It's a timeline of everything Ko Kui went through, Na Lam explained softly. Proof he was here. Tavu peeked over and spotted something sus. Yo, why is this pic edited? It was an old shot of Ko Kui and Na Lam, but a third person had been taped over. Na Lam slowly peeled off the tape. Tavu's eyes went wide when he saw who was hiding underneath. No way. Yeah, that's what I needed you to see. The Abyss Raid team was us three, me, Ko Kui, and Lan Qin. We used to be tight. Fong Chick looked like she was going to be sick. You're telling me Lan Qin was on our side? Now Lam nodded. Yep, that's why I hid the truth. Ta Vu saw Fong Chuk spiraling and stepped in. Hey, take a breath. Let her cook. Listen to the story. Now Lam sighed. This goes way back, before you guys even logged in. Before the big four guilds ran the server. Back then, the Red Moon Guild ran the lobby. Total anarchy. P2W bullies destroying noobs. No rules, just survival of the fittest. The game was hell for weak players. But then, one guy stood up to the entire Red Moon roster. Solo. It was insane. He solo wiped their whole guild. Then he took the throne and wrote the server rules. He wanted the game to be civil, like society. No random PKs. Fair play. That man was Ko Kui. Dude was the GOAT, Ta Vu admitted. Fong Chick crossed her arms, smirking. Duh, that's my teacher. Na Lam waited for them to finish fanboying. But that was just the prologue. After the reset, new guilds popped up: Gold Flash, Red Lion, Mist fighting for dungeon clears. I ended up joining Gold Flash. During a massive raid event, I ran into Ko Kui. But he wasn't solo anymore. Standing right next to him, taking his orders, was Lan Qin. Yo, so word on the street is Lan Qin used to run with the Red Moon Guild back in the day. But after Ko Kui completely dismantled Red Moon, Lan Qin jumped ship and joined Ko Kui's crew. Ko Kui trusted the guy with his life, bringing him along for every major raid. From then on, the three of them were an absolute dream team, crushing the hardest dungeons like it was nothing. They were on a whole different level compared to everyone else. Even the big shot guilds with massive armies had to show them some respect, but you know the good vibes couldn't last forever. The Abyss Demon dungeon popped up, and things got messy real quick. At first, Ko Kui slept on it, thinking it was just another dungeon, but then the monsters inside started acting up. They actually started hunting players on their own turf, totally flipping the script on the whole hunter versus prey dynamic. That's when Ko Kui's squad realized to these beasts, the players were just food. Hearing this, Fong Chuk started piecing it all together. That's exactly why Ko Kui greenlit the suicide mission to raid the Abyss Demon dungeon. Na Lam nodded, looking grim. Exactly. To stop mass panic, we kept it on the down low. Only a handful of us knew the monsters were actively hunting players. So, the top guilds rounded up their heavy hitters, forming an all-star squad to storm the Abyss dungeon together. But the monster count was off the charts, way more than anyone expected. The elite squad got wrecked almost instantly. Still, Ko Kui, being the absolute unit he is, powered through and dragged Na Lam and Lan Qin into the deepest part of the dungeon. The strategy was for Na Lam to cover their six and handle the mobs from the back, leaving the final boss fight to Ko Kui and Lan Qin. Ta Vu, looking skeptical, cut in. So, Ko Kui got taken out by the monsters? Just like that. Na Lam shook her head, her hand trembling so hard her teacup was rattling. No, the monsters were tough, and there were a ton of them, but Ko Kui, he wouldn't go down to some trash mobs. The one who actually took him out was Lan Qin. That moment is burned into Na Lam's memory forever. Ko Kui was done dirty, dying full of rage and despair, while Lan Qin stood there with this smug, trashy grin on his face. Hearing the full story, Ta Vu was totally shook. Fong Chuk was fuming, practically grinding her teeth to dust. I knew it. I knew there was no way Ko Kui would lose a fair fight. She had heard rumors from Lam Tran that Lan Qin pulled the trigger, but she never guessed it was a backstab this dirty. Now Lam choked back her tears and continued. Lan Qin and I barely managed to escape, and the dungeon sealed itself shut. But honestly, we just walked out of one hell and straight into another. Lan Qin showed his true colors immediately. He used the power boost he got from the dungeon to rebrand Red Moon into Blood Moon, stealing resources and bullying newbie players like a tyrant. Ta Vu looked confused. If you guys are so loyal to Ko Kui, why not just use your points to respawn him? Fong Chuk snapped back, don't be a dummy. If that worked, I would have done it ages ago. If you die in combat inside the game, it's permadeath. Na Lam sighed. Fong Chuk, I kept the truth from you because I knew you'd lose it and try to solo Lan Qin for revenge. But the timing is finally right. Let's go get some justice for Ko Kui. Seeing their pain, Ta Vu got caught in the feels. Even though he never met the guy, Ko Kui's legacy was clearly keeping them going. Ta Vu picked up a photo album on the table to check it out. He spotted a pic of Na Lam and Ko Kui, but then he clocked a familiar face in the background. Yo, Na Lam, what's the deal with this pic? Where and when was this taken? Na Lam looked confused. What? It's just a normal group selfie. Ta Vu shook his head, looking intense. Nah, nothing normal about it. Why is Vu Nhi creeping in the background of your photo? Sure enough, way in the back, you could see Vu Nhi. Ta Vu recognized him instantly. Later that night, back in his room, he couldn't sleep, obsessing over it. Why was Vunji there? When he asked Now Lam, she claimed she didn't know him. Tavu frowned. Was it just a coincidence? That seems super sus. Maybe it's just a small world? He finally sighed. Whatever, I can't stress about this now. I need to focus on the grind and stack those points. He checked his stash from the last raid on Blood Liu. Holy cow, 300,000. That brought his total to over 1,200,000 points. The loot drops from these monsters are insane, he muttered. Plus, he scored a rare item from the Blood Guild leader. He could use it to buff his blade's fire stats, but since he was already rocking the Black Flame build, it wasn't really an upgrade for him. Suddenly, his little dragon pet, Little Winged Dragon, jumped out, reaching for the item like a kid wanting candy. Tavu laughed. All right, buddy. It's fire-based, so maybe it'll level you up. Here. He tossed it over, and the dragon started crunching on it like a bag of chips. Tavu's jaw dropped. Wait, you eat the gear? I thought you were supposed to wear it. But the dragon had already wolfed it down. Suddenly, a voice from behind made him jump. Tavu, who are you talking to? It was Fong Chuk. He panicked. Yo, why'd you just barge in like that? She looked at him like he was a clown. Relax, moron. You left the door wide open. Anyway, I need you. The raid on Blood Moon is live. Let's move. Tavu blinked, confused. Wait, the battle started already? Cut to the game world. Fong Chuk led him to a base. This is our temporary HQ. Lam Hai spotted him and rushed over. Tavu, about time you showed up. What's the rush? Tavu asked. I thought we had 3 days before the attack. Lam Hai shook her head slowly. Change of plans. Things went south fast. 3 hours ago, we detected a massive energy spike at their base. We suspect Lan Qin is trying to boot up the Abyss Demon dungeon early. Lin Chen decided waiting was too risky, so he greenlit the assault immediately. We're splitting into 2 groups, led by Lin Chen and Han Shi. With those 2 beasts leading the charge, breaking in should be a breeze. Tavu nodded. Yeah, with 2 guild leaders, Blood Moon doesn't stand a chance. But Lam Hai looked worried. Don't jinx it. The battle just started. It's too early to call. Meanwhile, on the front lines, Long Tian was scoping things out. He looked at Han Shi. Cap, is this really the best they got? These monsters are weak sauce. We're gonna steamroll them. Han Shi narrowed his eyes. Don't get cocky. They've got a huge variety of mobs, and some of them are hard counters to our formation. Right on cue, shadows covered the sky. Han Shi sighed. Speak of the devil. He immediately shouted, Incoming, light 'em up. The flying monsters tanked the first volley like it was nothing and retaliated with a spray of venom. Watch out, Han Shi yelled. That stuff is corrosive. But it was too late, some players were already getting melted. Han Shi barked orders. Shields up. Defense mode. These flying freaks are tougher than they look. The sky was swarming with them, raining down poison on the army. But suddenly, the attacks were deflected midair. Long Tian looked up, surprised. Whoa, someone just blocked that? Stone smirked, raising an eyebrow. So this is the air support CU kept hyping up, huh? Just then, CU floated down like a total boss. Looks like I arrived just in time to clutch this round. Let's go, elves. The second he dropped the beat, a squad of elves in dark knight armor spawned in. Wings spread wide, they swarmed those flying centipedes faster than fans at a merch drop. ZU shot a look at Nina. Yo, this boss raid is no joke, stay frosty. Nina nodded, completely unbothered. Relax, fam. These mobs are trash tier compared to us, high elves. She wasn't capping. The elves immediately started dunking on the flying bugs, totally dominating the server. The Blood Moon commander was raging so hard he looked ready to smash his keyboard. He screamed, no shot. Since when does the Lion Guild have an air force? My bad for the misplay, but we still have way more units. Then, he smashed the button to launch the cannon tail monsters to clear the skies. Nina was feeling herself, but suddenly, boom. Energy blasts came out of nowhere. She flinched, totally caught lacking. The elves were scrambling, dodging energy shots left and right. CU clicked his tongue. We're basically sitting ducks up here. Those mobs are spamming ranged attacks like crazy. Nina yelled into the mic. Defense up, squad. Don't get hit. Down below, Stone jumped into the fray. You ignoring the lions? Big mistake, rookies. Push forward and delete these bugs, Stone shouted. On cue, his elite cavalry charged in, ready to throw hands with the giant insects. Stone raised his blade and slammed it down, critical hit. Energy exploded outward like a shockwave, knocking the bugs back. Nina saw the opening and screamed, focus fire. DPS, check, right now. The elves immediately unleashed a bullet hell on the flying centipedes. Even though it was a pickup group, the cavalry and elves were syncing up perfectly, pushing the Blood Moon creeps back. The Blood Moon commander lost it, Send in the assassin squad. All units rush B. But a voice cut in from behind. Yo, Commander. Rushing in just feeds the enemy team. Let us handle this carry. The commander turned around and saw a woman in a black cloak strolling up like she owned the place. He sneered. What are your cheap parlor tricks gonna do in a real fight? She smirked, fully confident. Don't sweat it. We already set up the lobby. We're about to flip this whole game upside down. Asterisk, snap. Asterisk, just like that. She clicked her fingers, and magic runes lit up the sky like a neon sign. The lion squad started freaking out. Captain, weird graphics glitch in the sky. Stone looked up and his jaw dropped. You gotta be kidding me. See, you saw the cloud pattern too. What is that? Some kind of ultimate? Stone recognized the brand immediately. Heads up, that's the Puppet Guild's signature move. Stay alert. Long Thean gasped. Puppet and Blood Moon are teaming. That's against the rules. The cloaked lady laughed. Too late to complain now. Mist barrier, activate. Thick fog swallowed the mountain instantly. Stone panicked. This fog jams our comms and nerfs our stats. We're gonna start lagging hard. Shiyu was lost in the sauce. What's going on? My screen just went white. I can't see a thing. Stone bit his lip, furious. Why is the Puppet Guild third-partying us? This just tanked our win rate to 0. We're in trouble. While everyone was confused, enemies started creeping in. Long Thean attacked the mist, but it did 0 damage. This fog is bugged. I can't hit it. Somewhere in the smoke, an elf got jumped. Armor shattered instantly. Nina screamed, group up. Don't split the party. CU touched down. Reset. Reset. We need to regroup. But swoosh, something swung at him. He dodges, but there was nobody there. Invisible enemy? Before he could react, a weird circle popped behind him. CU spun and slashed clang. He knocked the weapon away just in time. Who is it? He barked. A voice laughed from the ground. Who cares? You're about to get deleted anyway. It was Mahyu Thean, the top assassin from Blood Moon. Back at HQ, Lam Hai watched the stream go dark. She was shaking. What just happened? The feed is cut. The fog was blocking all vision, and Blood Moon assassins were using it to farm kills on the blinded team. The cavalry and elves couldn't react fast enough. They were getting spawn-camped in the smoke with no backup. The kill feed was lighting up red. Lam Hai was freaking out. We're throwing. It's a total wipe out there. Inside the fog, Shiyu faced off against Hugh Thean. You can't 1v1 me, bro, Shiyu taunted. But Hugh Thean turned into mist and vanished. Stealth mode, huh? Shiyu lost visual. Suddenly, the assassin popped out of stealth from behind, swinging an axe. Shiyu read the move perfectly, blocking with his sword. He smirked. Typical rogue gameplay. Always looking for the back shots. Hugh Thean laughed. Fine. Face to face then. He rushed in, but Shiyu deployed his dark dragon wings to tank the hits. Nice try, buddy, but your DPS is too low. The assassin jumped back. Okay, you're cracked. I might not be able to solo kill you, but look at the minimap. Shiyu looked. Elves were dropping like flies. Hugh Thean grinned. I just need to keep you busy while my squad wipes your friends. Easy game. He claimed victory too early. Elsewhere, Stone got jumped, but punched the guy away. Get off me, you camper. Cheap tactics. Stone was stressed. Puppet Guild opening a lane for them. We're gonna get wiped if this keeps up. No surrendering, Stone yelled, refusing to take the L. He charged his blade. Lightning crackled everywhere like a Tesla coil. Asterisk boom asterisk. He unleashed a thunder slash. The shockwave blew the fog away, clearing the map instantly. Long Thean cheered. Let's go. Vice Captain cleared the smoke. Hugh Thean cursed. That old guy is hacking. How does he have that much mana? Stone commanded. Everyone on me. Stack up, right now. The team sprinted to his marker. Shiyu gathered his crew. Nina signaled the elves, land and group up. They nodded and dove down to the assembly point. The Blood Moon commander grumbled. Why won't these guys just die? Both teams reset their formations. The Mist Lady scoffed. Cute effort. But my fog ain't a one-time thing. She cast her spell again. Round 2, boys. Lights out. The map went blind once more. Long is sweating bullets, looking totally stressed out. Yo, we can't turtle up forever. If we don't clear this fog, we're cooked. But Taz, he's chilling, hitting him with that confident smirk. Relax, fam. The guild leader got the squad together for a reason. I've got a big brain play to delete this fog. Stone looks at him like he's crazy. For real? You got a strat? Taz just winks, looking mysterious, and summons his pet, Little Wing. Long watches the little guy and suddenly connects the dots. Oh snap, Little Wing. If he spams that heat move from the red dragon zone, this fog is gonna evaporate instantly. Suddenly, a notification pops up times ping, asterisk, system alert. Little Wing unlocked his secret perk. Pay 1,000 points to activate the skill. Explosive Fang? Taz frowns. Wait, what? Explosive Fang? Isn't that the loot drop from that Blood Fang boss? Taz doesn't hesitate. Send it. Spend the points. Let's burn these clowns down. As soon as he gives the command, Little Wing's eyes go nuclear. Taz jumps back as Little Pet is having a total glow-up. He grows massive, wings pop out, and he sprouts two wicked sharp horns. Little Wing roars at the sky straight-up Godzilla style. Hylos grinds his teeth, shaking. Did he just summon a Gigantamax dragon? You gotta be kidding me. Asterisk boom, asterisk Little Wing stomps, and the whole ground shakes. He starts spitting fire. But not just in the air, the flames tunnel underground like a subway train straight toward the Blood Moon assassins. Seconds later, times kaboom, asterisk, the ground erupts. The assassins get toasted. Stone nods, impressed. Sick play, Taz. That was clutch. Taz grins. I try. Honestly, even Taz is shook. That skill from the Blood Fang loot is way more OP than he thought. The enemy leader barely dodges the flames, screaming. The valley is toast. The fog is gone. Visibility is back to 100%. Stone grips his blade and yells, counterattack time. Hit him back 10 times harder. Let's go. The Lionheart elite cavalry rolls out, charging the leftover Blood Moon goons like a freight train. The enemy commander looks at the mystery woman, panicked. The fog array is busted. What's plan B? She stays ice cold. We stall. You, Blood Moon, losers better handle the rest. The commander loses it. I knew you cloak-wearing weirdos were unreliable. We can't let King's master plan fail. I'm going all in. Release the kaiju. Suddenly, the valley shakes again. A massive beast smashes through the mountain, heading straight for the Lionheart cavalry. Long starts panicking again. Not good. Giant monsters spawning everywhere. Stone sighs. Do they have infinite respawns or what? We're in trouble again. But wait, plot twist. A giant mech suit drops in and blasts a laser beam. Asterisk, zap. Asterisk. The beast takes a direct hit and faceplants into the dirt. Wendy pulls up with her squad. Reinforcements have arrived. Taz looks around. Wendy? Just you guys? Where's the boss man? Wendy shakes her head. He ghosted us the second the fog cleared. I thought he was linking up with you guys. Meanwhile, cut to another scene, a figure is speed running through the valley so fast he's just a blur. King squints at the incoming blur and sneers. So, I couldn't keep you out. Typical. The blur stops. It's Lin. Main character energy activated. Lin cools down and stares him down. Finally, face to face. You know there's no respawning after this, right? He draws his weapon. It's go time. The Blood Moon minions aim their bows at Lin. The mystery woman laughs. Don't bother. Watch the show. Before they can shoot, King waves them off. Stand down. You guys are NPCs compared to him. I'll handle my old friend personally. King draws his blade. Boss fight music starts. Lin scoffs. Friend, please. I don't vibe with backstabbers. This is payback for goo. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. A massive energy aura explodes around Lin. King just laughs. You think you can take me? You know my polarity blade is busted. One hit and you're deleted. Lin doesn't flinch. I know your build, but that blade is never gonna touch me. King cracks up. Big talk. Asterisk slash asterisk. He throws a massive attack. Lin stands his ground and activates Copycat Blade. A portal opens up, blocking the slash and redirecting it right at King's back. King blocks it casually. Reflection skill. You really prepped for this matchup, huh? Lin stays cold. 2 years. I spent 2 years studying your gameplay. Every move you make, I already predicted it. You're gonna lose. Lin switches weapons, Buster Sword mode. Asterisk bam. Asterisk, a giant stone wall slams down. It blocks King's path. Lin doesn't stop, he starts spamming copied skills. Fireballs, lightning, ice spikes, he unloads the entire clip at once. King grunts, blocking furiously. Zero chill, huh? You're not even letting me breathe. Back at the squad, Taz looks at Wendy. I bet the boss went straight for King. Wendy looks worried. Solo, that's reckless. He's tilting. Taz goes quiet. He knows he needs to get over there. And is Van okay? Long steps up. Taz, we got the trash mobs. You go stop King. Taz hesitates. You sure you guys are good? Long nods. We can handle the minions. Your DPS is needed on the boss. Go. I'll cover you. Taz thanks him and takes off flying. Back to the 1v1. Dust covers the arena after Lin's combo. When it clears, King is still standing. Like a raid boss with too much HP. Red aura surrounds him. Close one. Had to pop my blood shield or I would have been wrecked. He smirks at Lin. But you know the mechanics, right? Every time I get hit, my blade levels up. My damage just got a massive buff. This next hit ends the game. King charges in. Lin stays calm. I told you, I've got your download. I'm not giving you a window to attack. Lin fires a holy wind blade. It clashes with King's blood aura, trapping King in a vortex. Lin sneers. Told you, you can't hit me. But King starts laughing. Lin, buddy, you analyzed my playstyle from 2 years ago. Before I entered the abyss, Lin freezes. He realizes King's attack had already launched before the clash. His face drops. King laughs maniacally. New patch notes, bro. My new passive, auto-counter. You hit me. My blood intent locks onto you and fires back instantly. Asterisk slash. 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 Asterisk Lin gets hit by a dozen invisible blades. Blood flies. King taunts. Give it up. My level cap is way higher than yours. Lamtran's body was literally trembling, and he didn't say a word. Next thing you know, a portal spawned right in front of Lan Kin like a VIP elevator. The guy gave a cold look and said, if you don't want to get deleted, get lost. The login queue is opening up, and I'm going to be the admin of this game world. Lamtran snapped, screaming, you snake. You betrayed Kokwei just to chase some clout and become top dog. Lan Kin shrugged, acting super salty. Yeah, the Abyss dungeon has high-level mobs. People getting wrecked is part of the grind. That's just the gameplay loop. Bro, you're looking at this world like a total noob. A noob? Lamtran scoffed, his voice icy. So all that stuff Master Kokwei grinded for back in the day. You think hoping for a balanced game was just a naive dream? Yep. Lan Kin's tone suddenly got super aggressive. Lamtran roared, I'm not gonna let you trash-talk Master Kokwei like that. He instantly triggered his weapon copy skill. Lan Kin's face went pale as he stuttered, wait, what the? Is that? Boom! Energy exploded like a geyser. From a distance, Fong Chuk spotted the aura and felt those familiar vibes. She froze it was Kokwei's signature limit breaker blade. She wasn't wrong. Lamtran had pirated Kokwei's limit breaker. Han Thach felt the power spike too and cracked up. Haha. Yo Long Thien, check this out. That's the most OP gear in the current meta. Long Thien was shook and asked, the strongest? So Guildmaster Lamtran actually managed to copy Kokwei's legendary blade, but he was kinda confused. Lamtran's main weapon isn't that blade, so how does a copycat skill let him break past his own power ceiling? Han Thach smirked and broke it down. You're right, our basic gear has level caps. Only the limit breaker has infinite scaling. Like the Devourer blade, it eats physical matter to keep buffing itself. The Power Fist stacks damage endlessly during combat, turning enemy attacks into its own juice. The Blood Blade, it's a vampire weapon, stealing HP and mana every time you frag someone. Those abilities are already scary, right? But Kokwei's Awakened Limit Breaker, it's on a whole other level compared to that trash. No cap, the Limit Breaker has infinite mana. Han Thach said Lamtran's invisible blade is basically a mimic skill. Usually, a copy keeps 80% of the stats, plus 10% of the weapon's power, so it relies on the user's base level. Long Thien couldn't believe it, whispering, only 10% of the Limit Breaker. Thach grinned like a maniac. Exactly. Even just 10%. 10% of infinity is still infinity, dude. Lamtran was glowing with god-tier energy, and his blade was radiating pure terror. Hey guys, if you're loving this fight, smash that like button right now. Lan Kin bit his lip hard. Lamtran, you can't handle that kind of DPS. If you force it, you're gonna crash your own character. He looked at him with total disdain. But Lamtran didn't care. He said calmly, whatever. As long as I drag you down to the respawn point with me, I'm good. I'll show you the skill gap between you and Master Kokwei. He gripped his blade, ready to rush. Lan Kin stopped trolling and quickly charged up his blood aura to tank the hit. Lamtran shouted, you should feel honored to get one-shotted by the Limit Breaker today. Asterisk slash. Asterisk, massive energy released instantly. Lan Kin tried to dodge, but there was no escaping the hitbox. He barely blocked it, maxing out his blood defense. Lamtran didn't give him a second to breathe, unleashing the next move, the first slash of Earth Destruction. The blade breezed past Lan Kin. Lamtran spoke coldly. The mana cost is insane, so Master Kokwei rarely used it. But spoiler alert, nobody survives the 3-hit combo. Lan Kin frowned, thinking, dang it, that first slash took half my HP, but Lamtran was already charging him like a madman. I'm not giving you time to heal. Boom! The Limit Breaker's second slash was unleashed. Lan Kin tried to juke, but Lamtran said calmly, you can't dodge the first, and you can't block the second. A pillar of lightning energy shot out. It felt like orbital cannon fire, one touch and you're dust. Suddenly, the lightning split into tiny laser threads raining down. Lan Kin panicked and popped his ultimate blood shield. In a split second, red aura covered him, forming a giant blood sword to clash with the lightning storm. The shockwaves were insane, energy dancing in the air like a dubstep light show, destroying everything it touched. Lankin screamed, I am not losing my rank here. Watching from the side, Lam Tran saw the massive AoE damage and thought, with damage scaling this high, no wonder Master Kokwei never needed a guild. Finally, the energy faded and dust filled the air. But Lankin was still standing there, laughing. Ha ha ha. Is that all? I survived the second slash, loser. Lam Tran just smirked. Why are you celebrating, bro? Did you think I was out of cooldowns for the third slash? This ends now. He raised his blade. Zero hesitation, Lam Tran swung down hard. Energy surged again. The Limit Breaker's third slash dropped. Lightning pounded the ground, tearing a hole in the server map, but Lankin didn't even flinch. Lam Tran screamed. The third slash ignores all defense and destroys the target. Go to hell, Lankin. But Lankin smirked. Sorry, I'll go to hell eventually, but not today. Suddenly, glitchy crystal shields popped up around him, blocking the world-ending attack. Lam Tran was shook. What the heck? The third slash is unblockable. Lankin sneered. Your slash breaks space, sure, but space can't beat a time hack. Even I was surprised it worked. The truth was revealed. Behind him stood Pham Van Jiao, holding the glass staff, a legendary item that manipulates time. Lam Tran realized what happened. He gritted his teeth. Jiao, why are you boosting this villain? She looked down, unable to answer. Lankin cut him off. Save it. The combo is over, and you lost. Lam Tran was out of options. He whispered in despair, Dang it, Master Kokwei. I failed the mission. Time was up. The Abyss Dungeon event started. Lankin laughed. Nobody can stop my run now. He snapped his fingers. Squat up. Instantly, shadows appeared. The elite members of Blood Moon stood ready. S-tier hunters, raid the Abyss Dungeon for me. Lam Tran was out of mana, sighing helplessly. It was over, but suddenly, a loud shout echoed. Don't get your hopes up, Lankin. A massive punch slammed down from the sky. Asterisk, boom. Asterisk, rocks flew everywhere. Lankin looked over. Took you guys long enough. It was Na Lam and Tavu. Na Lam glared, we're gatekeeping this dungeon. You're out of stamina, and your trash mob army can't beat me. One of the S-rank dudes from the squad wasn't having it, clapping back immediately. That's some serious trash talk. I love taking out loudmouth chicks like you the most. Right as he finished yapping, the whole crew rushed in with weapons drawn. But before they could even trigger a skill, random energy beams came out of nowhere and zap instant wipeout. This sudden plot twist had all four players staring with their jaws on the floor, and when they looked closer, creepy, dark smoke started filling the air, accompanied by a voice that sounded totally unhinged and hyped up. We've been stuck in timeout way too long. Come on over and entertain us, you puny humans. A beastly-looking monster snapped its fingers, sounding absolutely thrilled to start the chaos. It's rare to see a full lobby like this. Who should I wreck first? But mid-sentence, she spotted something and smirked. Wait a minute. I spot two familiar faces in the crowd. Looks like you losers aren't escaping this time. The two people the monster was shading were Lance and Natalie. They had beef from way back, so she immediately dashed into aggro Lance while the other beasts squared up with Natalie. Travis saw the situation and rushed in like a hero, shouting, Natalie, I got your back. But before he could even land a hit, the beast threw a punch that yeeted him straight across the map. The female beast started powering up, screaming like a banshee, while Travis was on the sidelines grinding his teeth, thinking, this sucks, just two monsters and they're this OP, way stronger than that Blood Leo boss we fought. Even the S-rank members of the Blood Moon clan were getting tossed around like ragdolls, and Natalie was barely holding her own against these nightmares. The monster girl grabbed one of the Blood Moon goons by the neck, sneering, pathetic humans, time to donate your souls. But suddenly, a streak of red light sliced through the air and chopped her arm clean off. Lance glared at her, clearly annoyed. Did you seriously just ignore me? And right then, he channeled the blood energy into his blade, coolly stating, Natalie, I'm gonna have to disagree with your previous assessment. You said Liam and I were too drained from our duel to fight, that we weren't a match for her anymore, Lance said, leaving Natalie totally confused while she was trying to dodge attacks. The beast girl screamed in rage, Die, you insects, and brought her claws down. But Lance didn't even flinch, he just smirked and said, My bad, I haven't even used my real stats yet. Let me show you the power I've been hoarding this whole time. As soon as he dropped that line, energy poured out of him like a waterfall, forcing the beast to dodge or get absolutely obliterated. But a split second later, an arm shot out from that energy wave, followed by a massive figure rushing in, and before the monster could even process it, a blade flashed and decapitated her instant fatality. The guy standing there was Lance in his final form, screaming like a maniac, Take a good look, I am the true Black Dragon. And seeing this, Liam's face went completely sour. What is even happening? This power level is scarier than the actual monsters, Liam thought, just as the second beast flew at Lance. But Lance was ready to 1v1 that thing with zero fear. Lance smirked, asking, in a rush to die. And with lightning speed, he swung his blade, turning that beast into confetti before it could even react. His aura was terrifyingly overwhelming, making the monsters look like total noobs, and he laughed. "I'm done playing with you scrubs," before stepping up onto the high platform. Natalie was furious seeing this, especially since Lance let out a wicked laugh right before stepping toward the portal. "Listen up, Natalie, Travis. If you aren't afraid of a game over, come try and stop me. Hope you can keep up and don't get wrecked by the mobs," he said, stepping into the abyss gate, leaving Travis panicked screaming, "What do we do now? Are we just gonna let Lance walk in there?" Natalie was fuming, cursing under her breath, but before they could come up with a plan, the abyss gate started shaking violently and shadows started pouring out. Travis yelled out again, "We are so cooked, a massive wave of demon beasts is flooding out," and Natalie worriedly said they needed to block the entrance, betting there were boss-level monsters hiding in the swarm. Travis didn't hesitate and jumped in to hack and slash the shadows, but no matter how many he took down, more kept coming, and he panted, "There's no way we can clear this many ads." Suddenly, a magical staff spun through the air. It was Vanessa. She walked up and said, "I'll handle the rest," leaving Travis totally shocked to see her. Vanessa ignored his reaction, raised her staff to the sky, and shouted, "Time, Arts, Chronolock." And instantly, iron chains materialized out of thin air. The chains wrapped tight around the abyss gate, sealing it shut, and Travis ran over to Vanessa, cheering, "Vanessa, you're okay. That's awesome. But why the heck did you help Lance? Why did you open the underground abyss?" Travis asked, and Vanessa looked down, hesitating for a long moment before whispering, "No, it's not what you guys think." She explained that she wasn't the one who opened the gate, which made Natalie gasp in surprise. "You didn't open it? Then what is actually going on here?" Vanessa sighed, "It's a long story. Basically, Lance spilled the tea to me. 2 years ago, the underground abyss didn't just close on its own, it vanished. When Lance left, he saw a crazy energy source sealing the city, something nobody had ever seen before, and the wildest part was that the energy came from the polarity blade. It was Jade. She used her own power to lock down the city and stop the monsters from escaping, ending the disaster. But then Lance created the Blood Moon clan specifically to reopen it. He knew Jade was the key to restarting it, and you guys know the rest. 1 year ago, I joined the game and met Jade, thinking she was just a regular player like me." Travis finally connected the dots and shouted, "Wait. So Lance found Jade a year ago, and because she hadn't opened the city yet, he took her out?" Vanessa shook her head. "No, that wasn't on Lance. The Shadow Clan ambushed us that day and kidnapped Jade. Later on, Jade ended up meeting Lance, who looked down at her coldly and said, 'Finally found you. I assume you know why I'm here.' Jade replied calmly, 'Obviously, but hate to break it to you. I don't have enough juice left to open the abyss anymore,' which made Lance frown and ask, 'Not enough power? If you use the blade's power to seal it, surely you know the cheat code to undo it?' Lance pressed, and Jade said, 'True, but you know the backlash from overusing that blade gets worse every time.' 'I'm at my limit,' she said. And seeing her starting to fade away, Lance panicked. 'Hold up, I just found you. Why are you glitching out now?' Before disappearing, Jade just said, 'It's destiny. I can't control the RNG, but don't worry, it'll respawn in 1 year. Lance looked confused and bit his lip, asking, 'If you're done for, just hand over the polarity blade to me.' But Jade shook her head. 'Nope. My blade holds the power of time, and I've already passed it to a worthy player.' As soon as she said that, she turned into dust and vanished into the air. Vanessa finished the story, gripping her staff tightly with a sad look on her face. So that's how the seal on the abyss weakened, and it reappeared right on schedule, which is when Lance tracked me down, Vanessa said, adding that Lance told her there was a specific enemy in this game only she could defeat. Liam heard this and clenched his jaw, thinking, "I can't believe Lance plotted this whole thing out like a chess master." Natalie was furious, snapping back, "Even if that's true, why did you block Liam's attack for him? Lance would have lost if you hadn't interfered." And Vanessa bit her lip, whispering, "It's because of a promise Lance made to me." Lankin was popping off about how the grand prize in the Abyss dungeon isn't just god-tier power, it's a literal respawn button for little Jade. Tavu and Nan Lam looked like they just saw a ghost, shouting in stereo, "Yo, for real? We can actually bring players back from the dead?" The gears were turning in his head as he thought, "Okay, so if I solo this dungeon, I bag 100 million points times and times Voongi logs back in. That's the endgame right there." Nan Lam was on the same wavelength, desperate to hit undo on Ko Kuei's game over, but a voice from the back cut through the daydream. "Y'all are tripping. You actually buy Lankin's trash talk. Enter Han Thaksh, crashing the party." He pulled up looking salty, eavesdropping on their convo. "That dude is capping hard just to play you guys. Thum Ven Jiao, The boss lady of the Golden Toads nodded along like, facts. Total migraine situation, she admitted. We let Lan Qin slip into the dungeon, and that's bad news. We gotta put a stop to his little field trip before things go sideways. Tavu side-eyed the group, doing some mental math. Even if Lan Qin was bluffing, the chance of a wish-granting genie at the end meant the lions and the toads were definitely gonna throw hands for the prize. Then Van Jiao started flip-flopping. Look, my mana bar is too low to seal the entrance again. If we crack it open now, we're inviting a whole zoo of nightmare fuel to come out and play. The other guild master let out a cold snort. Is that really it? Or are you secretly hoping Lan Qin raids the dungeon so he can grant your wish for you? Convenient, huh? Ven Jiao was gagged, couldn't clap back with a single word. Han Thak doubled down. Exactly. If Lan Qin secures the bag, he gets god-tier hacks. He'll turn this entire server into his personal chaotic playground. Just open the gate already. Suddenly, a new voice dropped from behind. Why are two big bad guild masters grilling a girl like that? Chill out. Everyone whipped their heads around to see a purple-haired chick walking up, clutching a crystal ball like she's straight out of Salem. Han Thatch grimaced. Mist Leader. I see you've teamed up with the Blood Moon Creepers. Save the cryptic poetry. If Lan Qin wins, our 3 guilds are officially cooked. The Mist Leader shook her head, cool as a cucumber. Fake news. I have zero alliance with Blood Moon. I'm just following the script written by Destiny. We need to reboot the Abyss dungeon properly so we can finally shut this whole thing down. She claimed her crystal ball showed the Abyss crumbling under a massive player raid. Tavu bit his lip hard, thinking. Asterisk, great, more flashy predictions. Is she doing this for clout or what? Asterisk. Everyone here was acting super sus. Unfazed by his thoughts, the Mist Lady continued. I'll use my Grey Mist ult to keep the monsters at bay. You guys just rush the dungeon. Go. She didn't waste a second, casting a spell that ripped open a portal straight into the Abyss. Boom, just like that, the 4 major guilds squatted up and charged inside. Random players started swarming in too, hoping to loot whatever scraps the big guilds left behind. Tavu walked alongside the stampede, sighing at the sheer stupidity of it all. Asterisk, these noobs have no idea they're walking into a meat grinder. Asterisk, he thought. Suddenly, Vang Jiao pulled up from behind, voice chilly. Yo, Tavu, why are you lagging? Let's move.
The lobby is full. We can't just stand here. Tavu hesitated, getting real for a second, but that respawn reward. We all have someone we want to bring back.
If it comes down to it, we might end up fighting each other. He didn't even finish his sentence before Vang Jiao cut him off. Don't be a dummy. What are you stressing about now? We don't even know the meta inside yet, or if we can even clear the dungeon. But if there's even a 1% chance, you think we're gonna rage quit? No way. Tavu went silent, letting that sink in. Suddenly, a voice called out, Hold up, Tavu. He turned around to see Lamtron hobbling over, barely standing with some help. The guy spoke slowly, like every word hurt. If you want that loot, you're gonna have to 1v1 Lan Qin. But let's be real, your current stats aren't enough to clutch a win against him. It sucks, but I can't take him down. Tavu lowered his voice, trying to be gentle. Master, you already gave it 110%. Don't beat yourself up. But Lamtron just tossed his blade to Tavu like it was nothing. Finish the mission for me. Take this weapon. Tavu looked at the blade, panicked. Whoa, I can't take your main gear. Lamtron sighed, interrupting the protest. If you don't equip it, this limit breaker blade I spent my last ounce of HP copying is just gonna despawn with me. Tavu froze, his voice shaking. Master. Lamtron's body was literally turning to stone, pixel by pixel. Yeah, it's the recoil from the blade. My timer just hit 0. Tavu, please, wreck Lan Qin for me. This replica has 1 shot left in it. Make it count. I know you've got this. And with those final words, Lamtron turned into a full-on stone statue. Fongtrak started bawling his eyes out. Tavu closed his eyes, letting out a heavy sigh. Even at the game over screen, Lamtron's only wish was to defeat the boss. Tavu couldn't let him down now. He snapped his eyes open, looking fully locked in. Vang Jiao, let's roll. One of us is walking out of here with that prize, no matter what. The two of them dove straight into the Abyss. A system notification popped up in their HUD. Welcome to the Abyss dungeon. Good luck, have fun. They spawned into a random map zone labeled the Land of Greed. Tavu frowned, confused. Wait, does random map mean the RNG just yeets players into different coordinates? Suddenly, a manic laugh echoed through the hall. Tavu followed the sound, curious, but what he saw made him do a double take. It was a mosh pit of players hacking each other to bits. One guy grabbed a glowing sword and screamed, Yo, another legendary drop. This dungeon is cracked. You just gotta farm these little mobs and you get top-tier gear. Tavu whispered, stunned. This isn't what I expected. I thought we'd be fighting for our lives against mobs, barely able to move an inch. Instead, the players were the ones bullying the monsters. They were in a total frenzy, even kill-stealing from each other just to get the drops. Van Zhao didn't care about the small fry. Ignore them. The loot from these trash mobs is okay, but we're not here to farm. We gotta speedrun this. Tavu nodded. Agreed. It's way too easy, definitely a trap. Just then, a dude shouted, "Ha ha ha, another S-tier weapon. I've been grinding dungeons for a year and never saw drops like this." But as soon as he flexed, black smoke erupted from the sword. In a split second, it coiled around him like a snake and forced its way down his throat. It wasn't just him, players everywhere started glitching out. Tavu gasped, "The weapons, they're consuming the players." Amidst the panic, a creepy voice boomed over the area. "You absolute morons. Time to pay the tax for your greed. Congratulations, you're all my slaves now." A massive monster materialized in the air, dripping with dark energy. Tavu yanked Van Zhao back, whispering, "Watch out, that's the zone boss. This place is rigged." It was the lord of the land of greed, the soul-locking calamity. The thing threw its head back and grinned like a psycho. "Wahaha, it's been 2 years since I've had a human snack." The other players stopped their loot celebration, looking terrified. "Drop the gear. Drop it now," someone screamed. "It turns you into a mob." Too late, a player fully mutated and sliced a guy in half. Another shout rang out, "Don't freak out. If they turn, just delete them." The panic settled into a grim focus. Meanwhile, Tavu and Van Zhao locked eyes on the soul-locking calamity, ready to throw down. The head honcho behind this whole mess is that beast right there. You managed to delete him? Major loot awaits. But as soon as the words dropped, 2 players rushed in. The monster didn't even take them seriously, just casually swiping his scythe like he was swatting flies. In a split second, those 2 turned into straight-up skeletons. Tai couldn't help but scream. One hit and they're instant bone broth? You gotta be kidding me. The other players in the lobby started freaking out, whispering, "This is bad. We can't handle a boss with this kind of OP stats." While everyone was panic spiraling, the beast spoke up. "Chill, humans. Crushing you is easier than stepping on ants. But before I wipe the server, let's play a little game." Tai frowned, suspicious. "What is this guy plotting?" Calamity grinned with pure malice. "Anyone who clears my conditions gets a legendary reward package from yours truly. The condition is super simple. Just zero the player I point at." The crowd gasped. A white-haired dude who had been grinding mobs froze. "Congrats, bro. You're the first target." Seeing everyone giving him the hungry eyes, he yelled, "Don't let him troll you. He just wants a battle royale. He's baiting us into killing each other." But barely a second later, another player backstabbed him, literally spearing him from behind. The killer scoffed. "Battle royale? So what? I came here for treasure. If I can get a payout, I'm taking the shot." Calamity laughed, loving the drama. "Excellent. We got a winner already. Come claim your prize." The reward dropped instantly. The guy got 100,000 points and a massive level up. Seeing this, the hesitant players started drooling, thinking, "Wait, that monster wasn't capping. That was an easy 100,000 points." Seeing the greed kick in, Calamity hyped them up. "Let's keep the party going with the next round. But heads up, the reward for this next round is double." The guy who just got paid went full adrenaline junkie, yelling, "Double. Forget escaping. I'm all in. I'm staying for the next round." Tai instantly clocked the strategy. This monster wasn't planning to solo the players, he was hacking their greed. Everyone raiding this underground dungeon was thirsty for high-tier loot, so he was hitting them right in their psychology. If this kept up, everyone would wipe each other out while the boss played them like fiddles, but they had to delete the boss to unlock the next floor. While Tai was buffering, Van spoke up. "Tai, I have a play. Or should I say, me." Tai hesitated, whispering, "That's way too risky." Van shook her head. "Relax. I know what I'm doing." She stepped into the spotlight, shouting at the beast, "Hey boss, why not make me the next target? I'm wielding a relic weapon, basically the MVP here." The lobby went wild. "For real? A relic weapon? Never heard of a player having that." Calamity was intrigued though. He asked coldly, "Why volunteer? What's your angle? What's in it for you?" Van shrugged. "True. I want a side bet. If I survive 10 minutes, the reward goes to me." Calamity thought for a second and nodded. "I like your hustle. Deal. The designated target is you." As soon as he said it, the mob rushed her like it was Black Friday. Van dodged, creating distance from the chaotic mosh pit. Seeing this, the players started blasting ranged attacks, refusing to let her escape. Van kept sprinting forward. Waiting for the perfect frame, she popped her ult, Glass Light. While her Glass Light was active, it hit the pause button on every incoming attack. Basic attacks couldn't touch her. Van flew right up to the boss's face. Calamity grinned, "Heh, Definitely a demon relic. Van landed cool as a cucumber, eyebrows raised. So, time's up. The mob behind her was looking thirsty, some guy already plotting that relic. If I zero that girl, it's mine. No scam. Van got the notification. 200,000 points added. Calamity spoke again. You really satisfied with just that? Win the next round, and I'll warp you straight out of here to the penthouse level of the dungeon. Van scoffed. Icier than a slushy. Save the sales pitch. I'm not biting. She pointed her glass staff at Calamity. While I was dodging, I actually redirected all those attacks meant for me and surrounded you with them. And now that the time freeze is over, catch. Time resumed, and every single attack slammed into the beast at once. Dust flew everywhere, but Calamity walked out without a scratch, looking annoyed. Why attack the admin? You only get what you want if you follow my game rules. Van cut him off. I'm not falling for your clickbait. I know the only way to the next level is beating you. Hearing this, Calamity ground his teeth, muttering, unforgivable. Breaking the terms of service. Humans are unforgivable. Chains burst out of the ground around him. Calamity roared, listen up, scrubs. Patch update. From now on, the rules change. No more specific targets. Just kill anyone, and you get the prize. To balance the matchmaking, team kills count. Co-op, solo, doesn't matter. Just drop a body, and I'll pay everyone involved. Then Calamity pointed a claw at Van. But whoever kills this girl gets a massive jackpot, 800,000 points. That number made the player's eyes turn red with greed. After dropping the update, Calamity gave the command. Game on. Feed your hunger. Instantly, the mob locked onto Van. Hee, sorry girl. You got a cool sword, but I can't say no to that bounty. Ty watched from the sidelines, his face grim. This was bad. The beast had weaponized the lobby's greed against Van. The guy who wanted to kill Van realized he wasn't high level enough for her, so he decided to farm a different player first. But karma is fast. Before he could move, a glitch happened. Another player backstabbed him, skewering him instantly. Calamity nodded, satisfied. Perfect. The autopay system is online. Meet the condition, get the cash. The killer instantly got over 200,000 points, screaming in hype, let's go. I can feel the power leveling. High on adrenaline, he rushed Van next. Van barely blocked with her staff. He's buffed. Boom. The guy's blade crashed down. He laughed maniacally. You can't tank this damage anymore. On the other side, Ty was getting jumped too. He wasn't going full try hard, just parrying. These guys were so thirsty for rewards, they turned the place into a chaotic deathmatch. The arena was a mess. Ty grit his teeth. If they wanted to play rough, fine. He stopped holding back and deleted the two guys attacking him. Instantly, the reward hit Ty's account. His stats skyrocketed. Van saw this, her expression tightening. Her opponent powered up fully, laughing. Hee, nowhere to run, girl. Ty saw things going south and flashed in front of Van, blocking the hit. Van, I got your back. This dude thinks he's got the W in the bag, laughing like a maniac. You really think you can stop me? Please. I've already fragged over 10 players. My stats are boosted by 10 times, baby. Van frowns and whispers to the chat. That buff the monster gave them is way too OP. There's no way we can tank a mob of players that huge. Vu size, totally out of options. Guess we gotta go loud. If we don't clear these guys, we can't touch the boss. But suddenly, Van is like, hold up, I've got a crazy idea to test out. She swings her glass staff and screams, crystal flash. Boom, in a split second, a glass-like light floods the area, wrapping around the creeps we just knocked out. The glass staff has this sick time warp ability. It doesn't work on actual players that would be broken, but it can reset those NPC puppets back to their pre-KO state. Vu cracks a grin, realizing the play. I get it now. The quest rule is just to confirm a kill on enemy unit, right? Say less. He immediately dives in, going ham on the monsters. One shot, one kill, wiping out a whole squad. Doomlock, who was just watching the show, suddenly looks super shook. Vu doesn't care. His power spikes again. He laughs. Heh. Drop 3 of them in a second. Level up. The enemy player is freaking out, stuttering. No shot. Is that even legal? Van is loving the chaos. She raises an eyebrow and teases. Watch closely, you big ugly beast. I can be greedy too. Keep going. Vu doesn't hesitate. He spawn camps the revived mobs instantly. He's getting hyped. Awesome. As long as your mana keeps looping, I can farm these guys forever. A second later, Vu wipes out another massive wave. He gloats, keep this up and I'll have a 10 times multiplier in no time. The other players watching are getting salty, yelling, hey, that's gotta be a hack, right? Is that an exploit? Doomlock clicks his tongue, annoyed, and starts executing the leftover minions himself. Van squints at him, throwing shade. What's the matter, big guy? Gonna rage quit your own game? Doomlock shakes his head, stone cold. Nope, rules are fine, game on. I never said I wasn't going to join the lobby myself. Before he even finishes speaking, those chains on his back start dancing like possessed snakes, snatching players and deleting them instantly. Doomlock keeps it casual. If I'm a player in this game, I have every right to go on a killing spree. In a blink, he wipes the floor with them. The air smells like iron. He starts sucking their souls into this white cup. Your souls will make the finest vintage wine. Top-tier loot for this world, he brags. It's a total horror show. One guy loses his nerve and tries to bail. I made my cash. I'm out. Not worth dying for this. But you don't just walk away from Doomlock. Chains snag the runner instantly, leaving him dangling upside down. I'm a greedy guy, the boss grunts. Nobody leaves the server. Watching this, Vu sighs. Well, the monster finally showed his true colors. Total psychopath. Doomlock speaks up. I wanted the strongest soul for my brew, but you two and your fancy polarity blades messed up the recipe. No worries though, I'll just drain you dry instead. Doomlock shifts into battle mode. Vu doesn't back down. A head-on 1v1, way easier for me. Van, combo attack with the polarity blades. Not even a boss can tank this. Vu charges in, his blade tearing through the wind. But then plot twist. Doomlock doesn't even dodge. He tanks the hit, loses a sliver of health, and laughs. Nice hit. Polarity blade lives up to the hype. My turn. The boss swings his scythe. Vu dodges fast, but not fast enough. He gets a nasty cut across his chest. Doomlock raises the scythe and shouts, Ambition Scythe, activate. Every hit steals your power and your soul, kid. Vu watches his health bar drop in shock. What the heck? Lifesteal is that OP? Doomlock cackles. Haha. Did you think your little toys could match me? Vu grits his teeth and charges. You ain't getting away. But chains instantly cage him in. Just give up and become my drink, the boss sneers. In your dreams, Vu yells, landing a double tap. Barely a scratch on the boss's health bar, but Vu keeps spamming attacks. Doomlock scoffs at the desperate struggle. Drain him dry. Vu's health is tanking, and he's getting ticked off. He's losing gas, and the boss is still at 100%. Doomlock thinks it's good game and laughs. Tasty. I can't wait to drink every drop. Vu thinks fast. Magic against magic, right? Maybe the Devourer blade can flip the script. He shouts, Don't celebrate yet. Eat this Devourer blade. Since the boss gave him that power-up earlier, the blade actually syncs up and starts draining the boss. Instantly, Doomlock's energy starts leaking out. Boom! Explosions everywhere, dust flying all over the map. Vu unlocks Bone Demon Mode passive skill, lifesteal acquired. His stats skyrocket. He smirks, Come get some, you ugly mug. Doomlock is triggered. You little thief, you stole my build. Unforgivable. He swings the scythe straight at Vu. Vu loses 50% of his health in one hit but just laughs. Stole? Nah, bro. This is the reward you gave me earlier. How's it taste getting hit by your own buff? Vu strikes back. Doomlock takes it to the face, arrogant as ever. Useless. I'll just leech it right back immediately. Vu's chill. Oh, yeah? Skill activate. Soul drain. Doomlock pauses, totally stunned. You have that perk too. Vu grins. Yup, now we're on a level playing field. I don't fear you. Doomlock goes full rage mode, screaming at the sky. Damn you. He unleashes a barrage of flying scythes like throwing knives. Vu stands his ground. With this lifesteal, dodging is for losers. I'll tank the whole combo to the face. Explosions everywhere. Vu's HP hits 0, but he lunges forward screaming, Nice damage. You drain me dry. He lands a heavy hit on Doomlock. His health bar fills right back up. Not bad, huh? Doomlock is losing his mind. I'll kill you. The boss rushes in, spamming attacks and screaming, Die already. Vu hits back just as hard. I ain't losing to you. Van watches from the sidelines, nervous. They both have insane lifesteal. It's a DPS race now. Whoever hits harder takes the win. Right in the heat of the battle, Xavier swings his blade for a crit, but the Reaper doesn't even bother dodging. He tanks the hit and literally catches the sword with his bare hand. The monster starts cackling like a maniac. Gotcha now. Xavier is totally confused by the flex. What is this guy doing? But before he can process the cringe, heavy chains snap around his ankles, locking him down. The Reaper swings his scythe and throws some shade. I knew you were a fraud the second we started throwing hands. Then times bam, asterisk. He lands a nasty slash on Xavier that's impossible to dodge. The Reaper keeps trash-talking. Your knockoff power is a joke compared to mine. Basically, my HP bar is regenerating while yours is draining down to 0. It's looking bad, guys. If this keeps up, Xavier's soul is gonna get deleted. Gwen sees her boy getting wrecked and decides it's time to clutch up. Xavier's face gets serious. The beast isn't lying. The HP regen difference is real. If this drags on, Xavier is going to tap out first. He's stuck in the chains, and his health bar is flashing red. But just as he's sweating bullets, the HP drain suddenly freezes. Wait, what? The Reaper looks just as confused, screaming, "No shot. Why is my times health bar dropping now?" Shout out to Gwen for the play of the game. She popped a time lock skill on his weapon, freezing it solid. No weapon means no lifesteal hacks for a hot minute. Realizing he's been nerfed, the Reaper grinds his teeth, raging, "I hate you humans. I'm gonna end you." Xavier just smirks. "End us? You sure about that, buddy? Looks like you missed your window. Real talk. The monster could have wiped them easily, but he got greedy trying to enjoy the suffering. That greed was his downfall." In a split second, the beast's HP hits 0 and he starts fading. He goes out screaming the classic villain line, "You punks, just wait. I'll be back." Boom. He explodes into pixels. The system pop-up appears. "Good game. Congratulations on conquering the Abyss Dungeon, Realm of Greed. Loot drop time." It's a shard of greed. Xavier looks at it sideways. "Yo, no XP points, no legendary gear, just this weird rock." Then the system chimes in, "Collect all shards to unlock the ultimate god tier prize." Gwen's jaw drops. "No way. That means King wasn't capping after all." The gate to the next floor opens up. As they roll out, Xavier nods confidently. "We're cracked. With our combo, there's no level we can't beat." Gwen stays tactical though. "Stay frosty. We don't know what's next." Suddenly, the door ahead starts glitching out. Before they can blink, bodies go flying out the doorway. It's the Lionheart Guild crew getting tossed. Xavier frowns. What's the drama up ahead? They creep in and see total chaos. A new beast is raging out, and the Lionheart squad is struggling to hold the line. The monster, eyes glowing red, crushes a knight like a soda can, growling, "Delete yourselves, trash." Stone bites his lip, frustrated. "Dang it, we're totally outmatched here." Xavier sees the carnage and gasps. Even the mighty Lionheart Guild is getting folded by this thing. The beast roars, "Taste my rage, noobs." As it charges, Xavier rushes in with his Frostblade, perfect counter to this fire-type freak. Stone spots him and panics. "Xavier. Oh snap, don't do it." But Xavier ignores him, slide canceling right up to the beast and stabbing it point blank. Sky's face goes pale instantly. Big mistake. Every hit just buffs his stats and size. Sure enough, the monster starts getting swole. It's whining about the pain, but its hitbox is tripling in size. Xavier's eyes bug out. In seconds, the thing is massive. It screams, "Pain is my fuel. I'm gonna return that damage 10 times over, you little ants." It summons a fireball that looks like a mini sun. The boss is now kaiju-sized, and Xavier is struggling to control the situation. Asterisk. Boom. Asterisk. The fist slams down, nuking the floor. Xavier barely dodge rolls out of the blast zone. Stone screams, "It's useless, Xavier." DPS just feeds him. "This isn't how you beat the boss." Sky adds, "We messed up the rotation. We should have one-shotted him when he was small. We missed the crit window, and now we're cooked." Gwen looks stressed. "How do you beat a monster like this?" While everyone is panicking, the beast charges up a fire punch that looks like a world ender. Xavier grits his teeth. There has to be a cheese strat here. Suddenly, Gwen's staff lights up, sending a glass-like energy beam straight at him. "Yo, what is this?" Xavier watches in shock as the light morphs into a familiar figure. It's a hologram of Jade. She yells, "Xavier, use the Holy Dragon Scale, now." He's shook. "Jade? Wait, why use a healing item on offense?" He doesn't need healing. But as the fist comes down, it clicks. Big brain moment. Xavier shouts, "I get the mechanic. The Dragon Scale." He whips out the item and yeets it straight at the boss. Instantly, the Holy Dragon Scale wraps the beast in a golden aura. Gwen gasps, "You're healing the enemy?" Even the monster pauses, totally confused. Thanks for the buff. Human." Stone frowns. If damage makes him stronger, then healing. He doesn't finish before Xavier cuts in with a smirk. "Exactly. He turns pain into rage mode, so if I heal his wounds." Suddenly, the monster shrieks as it shrinks down to pint size. Xavier laughs. Boom. Debuffed. He's tiny again. "Everyone, ult him now. He can't stack rage if he's not hurt." Stone nods. "I got this. Time to pay back that damage 10 times over." He raises his sword, charging up his special. Lightning crackles around the blade. "Eat this." Stone screams, bringing the heaven-breaking sword down. The beast gets engulfed in electricity. The impact tears a hole in the map. The energy surge vaporizes the monster instantly. Just like that, threat neutralized. Xavier whistles. Dang, that vice captain power is no joke. He turns to Gwen. "Hey, did you catch that glitch earlier, Jade's ghost?" Gwen nods softly. "I saw her too. I don't know how, but Jade's energy is definitely still watching over us. Yo fam, right on cue. The system finally dropped the loot box this time. It was the Shard of Wrath. Hanthak squinted at it for a hot minute, then just yeeted it away, looking totally unbothered. It's yours. Tavu caught the item, standing there completely shook. Hanthak broke it down slowly. Look, my night squad is wasted. If we keep going, we're just gonna wipe. You gotta carry the rest of this run, make sure you grab the objective before Lan Kin does. Tavu instantly picked up on the strategy. He nodded, locking in. Got it. Doesn't matter what the next level throws at us, but before he could finish his sentence, Tavu's eyes went wide with panic. He didn't even make it through the door before a purple shadow popped out of nowhere. A new boss monster just spawned. She smirked. Not bad. Humans. Can't believe you actually beat Wrath. Tavu immediately went on high alert, shouting, Heads up, everyone. We don't know this boss's stats. Hanthak's face dropped. He was mentally cursing. He wanted to rage quit this dungeon, but the boss brought the fight to him. Long Thien had 0 options left, so he ordered the cavalry to hold the line and keep their distance. No melee until we figure out her gimmick. The demon lady just scoffed at them. She grinned. Wow, rude. Kinda makes me jealous. Tiny humans with such a loyal squad. Tavu narrowed his eyes, keeping his guard fully up. Every boss down here has crazy power levels. This one was definitely built different. The monster clicked her tongue. Man, everyone else gets all the cool stuff. While she was monologuing, her hair suddenly morphed into snakes. Then, they started spamming purple energy blasts at the cavalry. In a split second, the knights got hacked and started attacking each other. Tavu watched in horror. Did she just mind control them? The Lion Guild's cavalry blocked the monster, and she laughed. Everything I envy ends up belonging to me. While everyone was freaking out, the leader of the Kim Thiem Guild stepped up, wearing a sarcastic grin. Pathetic. Lion Guild, your soldiers got hacked way too easily. Hanthak shot him a look, clearly not in the mood for trash talk. But the Kim Thiem boss just laughed. Doesn't matter who the enemy is, enough firepower solves everything. Send in the mechs. On his command, a giant robot army stomped forward. Tavu tried to stop him. Wait, this boss isn't normal. The monster looked annoyed, one after another. You guys are making me so jealous. The Kim Thiem leader froze, yelling, What the heck? Her power isn't charm, it's theft. In a blink, his robot army got hijacked and turned their guns on him. He ducked behind a robot, grinding his teeth. Are you kidding me? She took control of over half my heavy units. Hanthak started panicking too. This sucks. She can steal our entire army. If this keeps up, we're gonna get steamrolled. Just like that, both guild armies were under her control. Tavu decided to go full aggro. He roared, Fine. I'll just DPS the boss directly. He swung his ice spirit sword, launching ice spikes, but her shield blocked it all. She smirked. Human, that's a nice weapon. I'm jealous. The moment she said it, a weird aura wrapped around his sword. Tavu froze. Before he could react, the sword was already in her hand. She laughed. Now it's mine. Tavu stared at his empty hand, muttering, She can literally loot a player's weapon mid-fight. While he was stunned, she slashed at him with his own sword. Ice spikes popped up to push Tavu out of range. Hanthak yelled, Don't use weapons, she'll just snatch them. Long Thien asked, So what's the play here? Suddenly, the Kim Thiem leader chuckled darkly. He sneered, This cheap trick won't stop me. Stealing my gear isn't that easy. He instantly hit the self-destruct button. The heavy mechs blew up, taking the Lion Guild's cavalry with them. Hanthak was furious. Why did you frag my soldiers too? Kim Thiem curled his lip. Just a small sacrifice for the win. Tavu saw them arguing and shouted, Stay focused. It's not over yet. Sure enough, the monster walked out of the explosion, absolutely raging. You humans are dead. You destroyed what I wanted. If I can't have it, I'll delete all of you. Snakes on her head started wriggling, and her legs turned into a giant snake tail. Purple gas started spreading, turning the remaining knights into stone statues instantly. Even the robots were getting petrified. Kim Thiem was grinding his teeth in anger. His mechs were gone. Tavu grabbed Van Jiao, found a hiding spot, and screamed, Everyone, take cover. Hanthak was too slow. His body started turning to stone. He panicked. I'm lagging. My body is petrifying. Just as things looked hopeless, a thick fog rolled in, blocking the monster's vision. A calm voice spoke up. It's line of sight based. Anything she sees turns to stone. It was the Miss Guild leader. She spoke calmly. This fog blinds her temporarily. We're safe for now. Hanthak glared at her. Why help us now? Weren't you teaming up with Blood Moon to open this dungeon? What's your angle? She explained coolly. I just follow the script of fate. Reboot and destruction are the only ways to end this dungeon. Kim Thiem scoffed. Save the philosophy. Stall tactics won't win this. Is there a combo to beat this boss? Let fate decide. The Mist Leader replied, casting a spell. She drew a card inside. Unlucky. Bad RNG. The best play right now is to retreat. Hanfak yelled, retreat? And leave my petrified soldiers behind? Kim Theme raged, this is trash. She hard counters our builds. We have 0 win rate here. But suddenly, Tavu shouted, hold up, I've got a strat we can try. Kim Theme frowned. You got a plan? Tavu nodded confidently. Trust me. Retreating now is a huge loss. Suddenly, in the fog, the robots started moving. The monster frowned. Trying to gank me? In seconds, she was surrounded by mechs. She looked down at them, unimpressed. You think numbers can stop my petrification? You're underestimating me. She sprayed gas everywhere, covering the robots in dark energy. She laughed triumphantly. Doesn't matter how many. Anything my snake eyes see turns to stone. At that moment, Kim Theme commanded from the fog, don't stop. Rush her through the mist. The robots vanished into the fog, shocking the monster. Firepower rained down on her, blocked by her shield. She bragged, don't think you can dodge this. One look from me and it's game over. She shuts her trap, glances at the bots, and bam. Locks eyes with the snakes. Instant statues. Don't forget to hit like if that freakout scared you. Hanfak is grinding his teeth, totally triggered. This is garbage. We're all gonna get stoned. Meanwhile, Tavu is ghosting through the mist like a stealth main in a battle royale. The snake mama senses the bad vibes and dodges. Whoosh. A sword beam swipes past, missed by a hair. She blocks it. Nice try, kid. Tavu is playing peek-a-boo behind the statues, using the terrain like a pro gamer. Hit-and-run tactics, baby. As long as she can't see him, he likes his Vegas odds on this fight. He spams attacks at her. She rages, quit camping, you little rat. Where are you? Tavu smirks, she's totally baited. Tavu drops from the ceiling like a drone strike, slashes her back and gives those snakes a much-needed haircut. Miss Boss is casting buffs, cool as a cucumber. My fog's got you covered, fam. She's furious, she can't find the target. Tavu is using statues as meat shields. Turns out, those snakes are glass cannons, one hit and they pop. Suddenly she screams, playtime's over. Dark smoke explodes, melting the statues like cheap plastic in a Texas heatwave. Tavu jumps, didn't see that coming. She laughs, creepy as hell. I see you, player 1. Cover blown. Tavu gets exposed and turned to stone faster than a New York minute. Van Jiao screams Tavu and tries a holy heal, but the monster's like, nah, sis. Zap. Van Jiao is a statue too. Hanfach and Toad Boss panic. We're cooked. They get petrified, but Miss Boss drops a cryptic line in the chat. Nope, this is just the respawn mechanic. The monster thinks she won, laughing, good game easy, stay stony forever. But, plot twist, Van Jiao already queued up a time-delayed attack with Tavu. 200 IQ play right there. The lag clears and the damage hits all at once. She's shocked. Wait, is this a glitch? She eats the whole combo. In a split second, all her snakes get decapitated by Tavu's blade. Toad Boss gets hyped. Booyah. Snakes are down. No more stone gaze. She's just a regular mob now, guys. Toad Boss steps up, cracking his knuckles. You wrecked my toys. Now you're gonna pay the bill. She's screaming like a Karen in a drive-thru. I hate you humans. Toad Boss yells, squad, light her up. The heavy mechs unload everything. She can't tank that gets absolutely deleted by the energy barrage. System notification, boss down. Smash that subscribe button for the W. Tavu and Van Jiao are back to normal. Han Thatch high-fives him. Tavu, you beast. I thought we were wiped. Tavu laughs. Piece of cake. Toad Boss hands over the loot drop. Here's the shiny, Tavu. You carry this round. Tavu takes it, puzzled. Another shard? How many of these collectibles do we need to catch them all? Miss Boss explains. 7 floors, 7 deadly sins, pride, envy, the whole list. Gotta clear 'em all to beat the dungeon. Tavu nods. 4 left. And the bosses are scaling up in difficulty. It's gonna get sweaty. He heads to the next door but freezes. Nalam hops out. Is she spawn camping? Yo, where'd you come from? Tavu asks. Nalam is silent. Hanfak gasps. Is that Lan Kin? Yup. Lan Kin walks out the other door, looking edgy and transformed. Sup losers, took you long enough. Tavu frowns. If he came out that door, he must have speedrun the other wing solo. Nalam is salty. Yeah, I couldn't stop him. He's got 3 shards now. He's holding 3 shards. Toad Boss snarls. I'm taking those off your hands, buddy. Bots surround Lan Kin. He draws his blade. Toad, you're out of your league, old man. This scrap metal is a joke. 1 slash red lightning everywhere and the bots turn into confetti. Lan King walks toward the final door. You guys are just NPCs to me. Not even worth the mana. Come get some if you dare. Toad boss gets serious. All right, we need to squat up. Alliance time, who's in? We gotta stop him. Han Fact nods, lions are in. Let's gank this guy. Miss Boss nods, as long as we clear the dungeon, I'm down for the win. Tavu adds, I want the loot, but mostly I want to beat Lan Kin. Let's roll. They rush the final door. It's hotter than a GPU mining crypto in there. Tavu spots Lan Kin chatting up the boss. Yo, Pride Lord. Long time no see. Pride boss smirks on his throne like a king. Welcome back. Mission complete. Han's eyes popped out of his head like a cartoon character. Say what? It's like they're old homies or something. But hold up, the plot twist gets juicier. Ken suddenly hits the deck, dropping to his knees like a total simp. Yo boss, sorry for the lag. I'm ready to take my punishment like a man. But the arrogant lord didn't care. Dude was actually hyped. Nah, you're good, fam. You brought me some top-tier sacrifices, I'll take it from here. That line hit Taz like a ton of bricks. Taz raised an eyebrow, whispering, wait, was Ken secretly teaming with this monster the whole time? Ken didn't even hesitate. You bet. My only job was to Uber the strongest players straight to Lord Pride. Looks like my quest is complete. Hearing that, Lynn ground her teeth so hard you could hear it. I don't care what your scheme is. I'm shutting it down right now. Ken threw his head back and laughed like he just heard the best joke ever. LOL. Shut me down? You guys should be the ones raging right now. He said in this game, nobody stands a chance against the Pride boss. Guildmaster Gold snorted, totally unimpressed. Is that so? Guess I gotta crush that dumb idea of yours. If this is the final boss raid, no point saving mana. Full send. The second he finished speaking, all his heavy mech units charged forward, blasting off like literal rockets. Lord Pride didn't even flinch. He looked at them like they were bugs on his windshield. Filthy casuals trying to flex on me. He grabbed his blade with zero effort. He took a few steps, swung his sword once, and casually dropped a bomb. Your troops aren't even worth my time. Instantly, a squad of Dark Knights spawned out of nowhere and rushed the heavy mechs without warning. Guildmaster Gold was shook. This monster wasn't just a solo boss, he had his own legion, and their stats were matching any top-tier guild out there. Seeing things go south, Han shouted orders immediately. Lion Guild, get in there. Back up Gold. In a blink, the Lion Cavalry charged in to join the mosh pit. But Lord Pride just smirked, totally unbothered. Trying to Zerd rush me with numbers? I can spawn as many mobs as I want. Boom, thousands of Royal Knights appeared behind him. They started wailing on the two major guilds, taking the upper hand instantly. Guildmaster Mist saw this and stepped up. All right, Miss Guild can't just sit on the sidelines while you guys get wrecked. She popped her ult, summoning an entire spirit army with magic. The difference, her crew uses magic support. They started buffing the other two legions from the backline. Taz was watching from the edge, muttering to himself, just brawling with armies isn't gonna work. We need to snipe the leader. Han nodded, agreeing. Facts. Time to go all out. He powered up to max level, launching himself forward like a lightning bolt. Every knight in his path got one-shotted instantly. Lord Pride saw him coming and actually looked impressed. Oh, coming straight for the king? Bold move. Han rushed in, and Lord Pride raised his blade to block. The attack failed, but Han didn't quit. He screamed, I ain't done yet. Suddenly, a massive invisible gravity force slammed down on Lord Pride. Too bad the boss didn't care. He scoffed, cheap parlor tricks. Get lost. He swung his blade, sending out a massive shockwave. Han got knocked back but kept that main character energy, shouting, nobody pushes me around in a 1v1. Die. He charged in for round 2. On the sidelines, Guildmaster Mist suddenly realized something and panicked. This is bad. I can feel his power level. It's not normal. Taz frowned. What do you mean? She explained slowly, Lord Pride's passive skill is broken. In any fight, his stats automatically scale to be 10% higher than his opponent's. Sure enough, Han started losing ground fast, forced to his knees. This is trash. Han cursed. Lord Pride looked down on him, overflowing with swagger. Nobody steps on me. Right then, Dragon rushed in to save the day. A massive tornado blocked Pride, giving Han a split second to escape the pressure. Lord Pride huffed, looking at them like they were garbage. Ants. Before anyone blinked, he teleported behind Dragon. You think you can touch me? Dragon panicked and tried to dodge, but the lag was real. He was too slow. The boss's blade came down. You're not even qualified to stand in my server. Dragon took a heavy hit and collapsed. Lord Pride walked over slowly, his voice ice cold. Guess you'll be the first sacrifice. Han saw this and freaked out. He sprinted over to block the killing blow. Stopped in his tracks, Lord Pride sneered. You really think you can tank this? Idiot. Crack. Han's sword shattered into pieces right before his terrified eyes. The blade plunged into his body. Lord Pride laughed. Consider it an honor to get deleted by me. Suddenly, red lightning started crackling from Han's wound. He threw his head back and let out a monstrous roar. Lord Pride squinted at the scene, then said coolly, "Take that, honor and respawn." In a flash, Han's body morphed, turning him into a full-blown beast. Taz was horrified. Guildmaster Gold's jaw hit the floor. He'd never seen a glitch like this. Lord Pride barked an order. "Go, show me what your new life can do." Han's massive monster body started moving. Like a mindless NPC, he turned and started attacking the two guild armies. Lord Pride smirked. Feel that despair yet, humans? Suddenly, all the dead knights on the ground started twitching. Even the wrecked mechs got wrapped in a red aura. Within seconds, hellfire ignited in their eyes. They stood up, now fighting on Team Pride. It was absolute nightmare fuel. Guildmaster Gold mumbled, "How do we even win? He's turning our dead homies into his minions." The battlefield turned into total chaos. Friendly fire was everywhere. Taz yelled over the noise. "There has to be a glitch in his system. Just hold the line." While Taz was getting aggro by Monster Han, Lin wasn't slacking. She dashed in at supersonic speed, slamming her fist down. "I'll handle these mobs." V jumped into the fray too, but it was a mess. Lord Pride just watched, unimpressed. "Struggle all you want. Crush them, my slaves." Monster Han slammed a fist down, pinning Taz to the dirt. Lin was fighting for her life against the endless waves. The spawn rate is too high. Guildmaster Gold was losing it. Why don't they stop coming? Dragon was shivering in the corner. It's over. The Guildmaster is a monster. Good game. Ken stood there watching like an admin, laughing coldly. "You guys are more stubborn than I thought, but playtime is over." Lin was about to get backstabbed by a monster, but before it could touch her, a blade sliced it in half. Blood sprayed everywhere. The one who saved her, it was Ken. Lin's eyes went wide. Ken smirked, giving a little wave. "Hey. Phase 2 begins now," and just like that, Ken turned around and started hacking away at the boss's army. Colden lets out this icy laugh and goes, "Yo, check the stats. Every time I gank an enemy, my vamp blade drinks their HP and converts it into pure buffs for yours truly." Lin is totally lost, giving him a confused look like, "Colden, what is your endgame here?" Colden just chuckles, casual as ever. "What am I doing? Isn't it obvious, fam? I've been camping for this moment, waiting for that arrogant boss to turn his own army into monster chow. They're just XP packs for my blade now, ready to be farmed." The Pride boss is absolutely triggered by this betrayal. He grinds his teeth and growls, "Human, you dare switch teams on me? Switch teams." Colden scoffs, shrugging it off. "I did the quest you gave me and brought the top players here, but I never said I wouldn't try to solo you. I do what I want. Nobody controls my playthrough." Immediately, he starts swinging that glowing sword like he's playing Beat Saber on expert mode, shredding the Beast Knights. The red glow on his blade, it's getting way darker. He laughs like a maniac. "Keep the juice coming. My vamp blade is leveling up." The Pride boss just sneers. "Idiot. You think that little power boost makes you the main character?" Mid-sentence, bam. A fist connects right with Colden's face. It's Rocky. He pins Colden to the ground, smashing the pavement. Colden just takes the hit, looking totally unbothered. Poor guy. The Lion Guild's vice leader is dead, but now he's glitching out as a puppet for the monsters. Suddenly, Rocky starts glowing with this creepy red aura. Colden tanks the hit, stands up, and slices Rocky's arm clean off. "Let me put you out of your misery," he smirks. Drake jumps in, yelling, "Hold up. Maybe we can still save him." Colden clicks his tongue, totally annoyed. "Quit being a noob." He's bugged out, man. There's no respawning from that. He shoves Drake aside and swings the vamp blade. Swish. No hesitation, Colden takes Rocky's head off. He laughs again. "The only cure for that status effect is death, bro. Thanks for the stat boost, Lion Boss." Colden cheers. Ty looks sick to his stomach, muttering, "We just got played by Colden big time. He baited us." The Pride boss pipes up again. "You moron. You think cheap tricks work on me? I'm about to show you that you're just an NPC in my world." The boss rushes Colden. Clang, their massive blades collide, sparking like crazy. But suddenly, weird energy flares up right in the boss's face. Explosions everywhere. The energy blasts back, but the Pride boss tanks it like it's nothing and teleports behind Colden for a blindside kill shot. Colden blocks it just in time. "Hey, don't sleep on me," he grins, activating his Bloodwing-sized skill. The boss is unimpressed. Cute trick. The boss dodges and counters instantly. Colden isn't fast enough slash. A nasty gouge appears on his waist, and he groans in pain. Colden backflips away, bleeding but smiling. "One hit and I'm wrecked? Whatever. There are plenty of bodies here to refill my health bar." Instantly, His vamp blade starts sucking up blood from the battlefield. See? I can heal all day long. My regen is broken. Sure, the boss only took a scratch, but Colden actually landed a hit. Colden starts bragging, I've been theory crafting how to beat you for 2 years, dude. Today is the day I end your streak. The Pride boss scoffs, you scratched me. You think that means you get the win? I don't give participation trophies, the boss says as flames erupt behind him. Making you a sacrifice sounds like a fun bonus round, though. He swings. Colden barely dodges, sweating bullets, but still keeping that cocky grin on his face like he's streaming for an audience. You hit hard, but so what? My blood vibe heals everything. They clash again, neither side giving an inch, just trading blows. Lin is watching from the sidelines, confused. Colden calculated all this, maybe he can actually solo this raid boss. But Goldie interrupts, no, we gotta stop him before he steals the loot. Tai hesitates. But we're helpless against the Pride boss. Even the Lion Guild leader got wiped. But Goldie grins like a greedy goblin. Relax. I got a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He orders all his remaining mechs to charge in. Colden senses the ambush and looks back, but Goldie is laughing. Unload everything. Full auto. Ultimate attack. All the mechs open fire, creating a massive magnetic field, the strongest crowd control skill in the game. Colden and the Pride boss get frozen in place by the magnetic lock. Colden's eyes go wide with disbelief. Even the boss looks shocked. Goldie thinks he's got the W. You're sitting ducks now. I'm blowing my entire budget on this one shot to wipe you both out. He pulls the trigger. Missiles and lasers fly everywhere. Colden screams, you moron. Stop, don't feed the boss. Goldie's not listening. Die together. Boom. The explosion swallows them. But inside the smoke, the Pride boss is actually smiling. Idiot, Colden yells. You fell for his trap. The Pride boss has immunity buffs against crowd control. The boss laughs maniacally. Nobody controls me. Nice try, though. Suddenly, the attack reflects right back at the players. Goldie screams, no way, as his own ultimate comes flying back at his face. The Pride boss follows up with another attack. Lin throws up a shield fast. Tai and V do the same. Goldie. He gets yeeted across the map by the blast. Colden is fuming. That greedy old fool just buffed the boss. The Pride beast roars, powering up for a massive AoE attack. I don't care how OP you are, I'm not rage quitting, Colden screams, raising his blade. The boss just sneers. Really? If my DPS is higher than your defense, you're toast. Slash. The boss chops Colden's arm right off. Lin turns pale. Goldie's attack made the boss aggro harder. The Pride boss gloats, despair, humans, it's game over. But Colden, he's laughing. Heh, tis but a scratch. Then, he stabs his own sword right into his chest. The blade drinks his own blood. I'm merging with the weapon. His missing arm regenerates, but now it's made of pure blade steel. Lin is shook. Why go that far? Merging with a cursed item, Colden laughs like a maniac. Win or lose. I'm dead anyway. Let's go out with a bang. All right, bring it on. You can rip me to shreds, Mr. High and Mighty Pride Lord, but just know I'm turning you into straight-up confetti before I go down. But the Pride Lord didn't even sweat it. He let out this nasty, arrogant laugh like, please, there isn't a human alive I can't delete. Right after talking that trash, he swung a massive cleaver straight at Lan. Lan didn't even try to dodge, chat. He literally face-tanked the shot, let the blade chop one of his arms clean off, and just stood there calmly, saying, hit me as hard as you want, bro. I'm not taking the L. My regen stats are maxed out, I'll keep respawning forever. Right after that, Lan went full berserk mode, attacking like a hurricane. Tay was watching from the sidelines, totally tripping out, whispering, yo, is Lan hacking? How is he basically immortal? That healing factor is absolutely broken. Lin bit her lip so hard it almost bled and explained, yeah, he's pushing the limit break blade to its absolute max. But once you hit that cap, the recoil is going to be insane. His life bar is going to hit 0 right here. Hearing that, Tay was confused. What is Lan thinking? If he gets frag here, all the epic loot in this dungeon won't mean a thing to him. Why risk it all like a maniac? Meanwhile, the Pride Lord was getting super salty because Lan wouldn't stop spamming attacks. He gritted his teeth, muttering, this human is annoying as hell. Then the boss went crazy, treating Lan like a punching bag, but jokes on him seconds later, Lan was fully healed. Lan smirked and said, it's useless, fam. I'm not logging off until I put you in the ground. But hey, it's time to wrap this up. Dropping that line, he popped his ultimate blood intent. In a blink, that bloodlust morphed into a ghostly blade. The Pride Lord saw that and finally realized he needed to put his guard up. Lan started screaming like a total psycho. Struggle, just like I did back in the day when I faced you. Giving the boss 0 chance to recover, he commanded the ghost blade to strike. The thing moved faster than a jet, tearing through the air and piercing the Pride Lord all over in seconds. Lan narrowed his eyes, dropping the coldest line ever. "You're done, Lord Pride." The beast squinted back, totally confused, and asked the real question. "You're running on fumes. You're gonna die anyway. Back then, you sold out your squad to save your own skin, so why sacrifice yourself now just to kill me?" Hearing that, Lan threw his head back and laughed. He grabbed his head, eyes looking absolutely unhinged with hatred. He gritted his teeth and said, "That's the dumbest question I've ever heard. You're about to get deleted and you still don't get the plot? It's obviously for payback, homie." Lin gasped. "Payback? Lan, who are you getting revenge for?" Lan side-eyed her, then looked back at the beast, saying coldly, "Do I really have to spell it out?" "For Gu. Obviously." Lin was shook, yelling in disbelief, "Stop capping. We all saw you take Gu out with your own hands." Lan ignored the chat, walked right up to the Pride Lord, and held his blade to the boss's throat. He gave this super sad smile and said, "Man, what a tragic victory. But I finally hit my goal. Since we're at the end game, let me drop the lore on you guys." Flashback to a few years ago. When the Abyss Dungeon first launched, players were dropping like flies because nobody knew the mechanics. Only Gu and Lan could hold their own, but even they were barely hanging on with low HP. Gu wasn't about to rage quit. He kept attacking and screaming, "This sucks. I've never seen a boss with these stats, but I'm not losing. Break, damn you." But it was like throwing pebbles at a tank. The Pride Lord took 0 damage. The battle was intense, with shockwaves from their energy clashes blowing up everything around them. Gu dumped his entire mana bar into attacks, but it was useless. The boss had a reflect build that just bounced damage back harder. His ability hard-countered Gu's blade. They were stuck in a losing loop. Lin's defense was crumbling outside, and Lan was critically injured. The Pride Lord walked up to Gu and Lan like a final boss and said coldly, "You humans are cracked, I'll give you that, but you're still not on my level." Then the beast offered a toxic deal. He'd let one of them live, but that person had to become his slave. Talk about a bad trade. That offer threw Gu and Lan off balance. Once the shock wore off, Lan yelled, "You gotta be kidding me. You think you can split the party with that weak mind game? Watch closely. Gu is the MVP of this game, and he's gonna wreck you." But right as Lan was hyping him up, Gu sent a private voice message to Lan. He sounded desperate. "No, Lan. My blade. The boss hacked it. It's under his control." Lan bit his lip, panicking. "Bro, what are you saying? Don't tilt. We can win this. There's gotta be a way." Gu's face was grim. He spoke slowly. "You know the recoil from my blade is eating me alive. I'm on a timer here." Lan argued back. "That's why we're raiding this dungeon. The clear reward will heal you. We've clutched up so many times before, we can do it again." Gu cut him off cold. "No, it's too risky." Suddenly, Lan's arm moved on its own. Gu was controlling it. Gu slowly said, "I can't let this monster farm me for infinite attack power. If that happens, Tay and Lin are never getting out of here." Lan's eyes went wide as he realized he lost control of his character. He tried to fight it, but it was useless. "What are you doing? Stop." Gu just smiled at him. "Sorry, Lan. I'm cooked anyway. But dying while protecting you and Lin, that's the best ending I could ask for." Lan finally realized what was happening. He grabbed his own possessed arm with his free hand, screaming, "Let go, Gu. There has to be another way." But before he could finish, Lan's blade plunged right through Gu. Critical hit. Blood went everywhere. Lan stared, eyes popping out of his head in pure horror. Watching this, the Pride Lord laughed. Stupid humans. He was convinced that when push comes to shove, people will always betray each other to survive. If you didn't hear their private chat, it totally looked like Lan just TK'd his best friend to save himself. But if anyone else was there looking from a different angle, they would have seen Gu smiling like he just won the lottery. He whispered, "I already set up a backup plan. If I go down, the dungeon goes into lockdown mode." Then, heartbreakingly, he muttered, "Sorry to put this on you, Lan. Get Lin out of here safely. Come back later and delete this monster." Lan was so traumatized he couldn't even speak. When Gu's HP hit 0, Lan started laughing like a maniac. "It was me. I killed Gu with my own hands." He signed the contract with the beast and left the dungeon, playing the villain perfectly. But Lan never forgot that his hands were stained with Gu's blood. He should have died that day, but he kept grinding and living only because that was Gu's final wish. From that day on, Lan became ruthless. He did whatever it took to level up and expand his guild, all for this one moment, to reopen the map and solo the Pride Lord. Back in the present, Lin went from angry to heartbroken. She cried out, "Why did you hide this from me?" Lan didn't even look at her, keeping his poker face. "If you knew the truth, you would have tried to be the hero and sacrifice yourself today, right? I promised Gu I'd protect you." Tay, listening from the side, shook his head. "Damn." So Lan's entire life has been one long revenge quest. Suddenly, the Pride Lord burst out laughing. What a stupid story. If physical attacks don't work, I'll just roast you until there's nothing left. Boom, massive flames everywhere. The fire was so intense it reached the sky, forcing everyone to back way up. It was like standing inside a volcano. The Pride Lord shouted, "My fire doesn't just burn your skin, it burns your soul." Lan didn't even flinch. He scoffed, "So what? My soul died with goo years ago." Lan laughed maniacally and swung his blade clean decapitation. The Pride Lord's head rolled and the system notification popped up, "Victory." Don't forget to like and subscribe for more epic battles, guys. Victory Royale. The Pride Lord is officially toast. Tavu couldn't help but smirk, feeling the hype. Mission accomplished. Meanwhile, Nalam rushed over to Lan Kin, her face screaming pure panic. But Lan Kin? Total drama queen. He tossed his head back, laughing like he owned the place. "I'm Gucci. Seriously. Don't stress. Before I log off, tell Kokwe I didn't flop. I soloed that beast. Me." Just then, the loot dropped 7 shards of the abyssal demon finally clicked together. Tavu held 3, Lankin had 4, and boom, instant complete set. The sky ripped open like a glitched texture map, forming a massive halo. Then, descending with a blinding holy light, the final boss spawned, the demon god of destruction. Tavu and Lankin stood there, eyes popping out of their skulls. Even Alem didn't expect a Phase 2 boss fight. While the squad was shook, the demon god spoke up. "Yo humans, drop your wish in the chat." He claimed he was the ultimate genie, any wish granted, no cap. Nalam hesitated, voice trembling. "Wait, for real? Even bringing Kokwe back from the dead?" Lankin cut her off. "Desperate, I'm checking out anyway, so listen to me. If you're legit, hit the respawn button on Kokwe." He stared at the god with major puppy dog eyes. The demon god looked down, chill as ice, and said, "Your desire is loud and clear. Wish granted." Snap. A massive laser beam from the heavens slammed into the ground. Namlum felt the vibe shift immediately. What the heck? That aura. Feels way too familiar. Inside the pillar of light, a silhouette started buffering in. Lankin was trembling, whispering, "Is that my boy? Kokwe, you back?" The pixels cleared up, and there he was, Kokwe, in the flesh. Namlam was absolutely floored. Respawn complete. Kokwe is online. The guy looked around and hit them with a casual, long time no see. Lankin choked up, all his trash talk gone, just pure emotion stuck in his throat. But plot twist, Kokwe suddenly snapped, "Why did you revive me?" Lankin froze. Kokwe screamed, full of rage, "You're the one who fragged me. Why bring me back to this mess? Let me send you to the gulag personally." And just like that, shank, Kokwe drove a blade right into Lankin's chest. Then he started laughing like a maniac. "All that old beef and despair. I'm gonna pay it back to you." Slow motion. Tavu realized something was sus. It's a trap. That ain't the real Kokwe. But the clone was already going ham on Lankin. Tavu dove in to block the hits. "Chill out." Suddenly, the demon god interrupted. "Humans, I'm just fulfilling the request, aren't I?" The god laughed like a Bond villain, looking super smug. "You think a broken soul just patches itself up? Nah fam. Resentment eats the save file. That bitterness is corruption." He told the zombie Kokwe, "Don't fight the rage. This is a bonus round. Embrace the toxicity. Become my sin beast and let the hate flow." Instantly, Kokwe got wrapped in dark smoke, screaming in 4K audio, morphing into a monster. Nalam lost it. "You trolled us using Kokwe's face. You are officially cancelled." The god scoffed, cold as ice. "Basic. I just followed the user agreement. You asked, I delivered. You wielders of the glitch blades. You think you got those by accident? I gifted them to the thirstiest players on the server. You get the power, you grind, you level up, sacrificing everything for a wish. But the endgame is rigged. When you die, you just become another mob in my 7 deadly sins collection." Tavu bit his lip, absolutely furious. "Cut the monologue. You ain't a god, just a bug I need to squash. Catch these hands." He and Naolam rushed the boss, but they couldn't even clip through his hitbox. The god laughed, "Good game, easy. Destiny is inevitable." Boom, 2 massive orbital strikes locked onto them. Divine punishment. The ground exploded like a Michael Bay movie, debris flying everywhere, lightning crackling like crazy. The boss roared, "Get wrecked. You could have had wishes, but you chose to throw hands with the admin." He turned his gaze to Ven Jiao. "Hey lurker, you haven't attacked yet. Still got a chance. What's the wish?" Ven Jiao was sweating bullets. "What do I do? This guy's stats are broken. If I can't revive Tiunak, what's the point?" Suddenly, a voice cut through the noise. "Stop doom scrolling, Ven Jiao." Crystal clear light flooded the zone, gathering into his shape faster than a speedrun loading screen. Ven Jiao gasped, trembling. That light. No way, it was her. Tiungok, back in the server right when it mattered most. Tiungok, how? Tiungok cut her off. Sorry for the lag, bestie. I'll explain later. Right now, we gotta clutch this win. She spun her Lulai staff like a pro cheerleader, chanting a buff spell. That holy light flared up again. The light shot out, wrapping around Tavu. He was stunned. Yo. Full health restore. Nalam got the heal, 2 instant recovery. Tavu checked his 6 and saw her walking up. Tiungok, I thought your account was deleted. Why are you here? Tiungok replied calmly. Technically, yeah. But this staff controls time. I saved a backup of my data inside it ages ago. The demon god raged, cheaters, I'll ban you all. The monster Ko Kuei lunged, swinging a blade at the squad. Tavu dodged the swipe, but it looked bad for Tiungok. Van Jiao screamed, watch out, but Tiungok just winked. Relax, this staff holds more than just my cloud save. Van Jiao blinked, confused. Wait, is it a multiplayer lobby in there? Answer, yes. A blade beam slashed out of nowhere. Boom. The beast got knocked back. Tiungok stood there, totally fine. Nalam's jaw hit the floor. Ain't no way. Lankin hyped it up. She always has a hidden strat. Everyone stared as the ghost of the real Ko Kuei spawned in. He smirked. Sorry, I'm late to the raid. Nalam sprinted to him. It's really you. Ko Kuei looked at her with sad eyes. Sorry, Nalam. This is just a temporary login. I'm still gone. But hey, I get one last match with the squad. Let's make it count. We taking the W today. The god sneered. Cute. But adding more ghosts doesn't change the algorithm. I own your fate. He popped his domain expansion. Instantly, the arena flooded with shadowy figures. It was the previous Blade owners, now just mindless NPCs serving the god. Ko Kuei didn't hesitate, he swung his sword. Even as a ghost, his DPS was insane. Tiungok turned to Tavu urgent mode. Listen, Tavu. Me and Ko Kuei are running on borrowed time. We'll tank what we can. You finish it. Yo, welcome back to the channel, guys. So get this, Jade has been grinding nonstop with that crystal staff, trying to hack the timeline and break the glitch god's connection to the players. After putting in serious work, she finally spotted a win condition, and it all revolves around our main man, Chad. Chad hears this and gives the camera a confused look like, bruh, why me? Is it because of the void blade? He glances over at Nora, who looks totally stuck. He just sighs, defeated. Look, I can't promise I won't crash from the recoil, but I'll max out my stats and see what happens. Here's the deal. If Valerie doesn't respawn, Chad is basically done for. But if they don't break this cursed algorithm right now, they're all gonna end up as mindless NPCs for the glitch god. That is a total bad ending. Suddenly, the big boss starts laughing like a maniac. Give it up, noobs. Rage quit now and I might let you make one wish before I delete your accounts. Chad hits him with the ultimate side-eye. A wish? Yeah, right. We don't need your cheat codes. I write my own destiny. Then he screams at the squad. Yo, transfer all your blade energy to me right now. I need a full power-up. Gwen starts freaking out. Dude, are you crazy? You can't handle that much juice. You're gonna glitch out and explode. Chad shakes his head, totally locked in. Nah, I got this. Jade, Cole, Lance. They all risked a game over to beat this trash system. I can take it. Valerie would want me to win. Hearing that, Jade cracks a little smile. She knows he's ready. Cole doesn't even hesitate. Catch, bro. Sending over my last 1% of battery. He dumps every ounce of his remaining energy straight into Chad. Nora chips in too, looking salty as usual. Don't you dare waste my buff, idiot. Then Lance tosses his blade to Chad, gritting his teeth. Just delete this monster before I lag out, okay? Gwen and Jade hand over the crystal staff together. They say in sync, all right, Chad, you're the admin now. Do your thing. Chad nods, eyes glowing. I'm taking it all. The squad's energy, Master Lin's breaker blade, and my own XP. It's fusion time, baby. Let's go. Boom. He activates the void blade, slurping up the essence of all 5 legendary weapons. Instantly, an energy surge that could wipe a server hits Chad like a truck. He's grinding his teeth, literally burning his HP bar to 0 to hold it together. A few seconds later, a laser beam shoots up from the ground, punching a hole straight through the boss's dimension. Chad successfully installs the God Slayer update. Gwen's hyping him up. Let's go. He did it. Jade nods, looking proud. Told you he's the main character. Chad's eyes are 100% focused now. He announces to the lobby, I don't care what firewall you put up, I'm slashing through it. The glitch god is absolutely triggered right now. The boss summons, like, 1,000 glitch portals behind him, spinning like crazy. He roars, get wrecked, you insignificant little pixels. Lasers start raining down from those portals like an airstrike. Chad doesn't flinch. He dashes forward, yelling, "Blood Blade, give me that speed boost." Sparks fly everywhere as the blades start dancing in the air. Boom! The energies collide and explode. But the boss is sweaty, he teleports and spawns right behind Chad. Camping much? He launches a sneak attack with holy swords. Chad's reflexes are insane, though he dives and pops Nora's blade as a shield just in time. The boss laughs, "Nice try, kid," and smashes the shield instantly. But joke's on him, Chad activates the crystal rewind at the exact same moment. Time loops back. Chad's instantly back in the boss's face. He spams the attack button, unleashing a combo, but the boss's auto block is too high to penetrate. The monster laughs. "That tickles. Is that all you got? I'm a dev, you can't ban me." Chad stays cool as a cucumber. "I know my DPS isn't enough for a tank like you," Chad says. Then he triggers the crystal rewind again. Flashbang. The crystal light blinds the screen. Time freezes completely. Chains lock the glitch god down. But spamming that move drains Chad's stamina bar hard. That's probably why Jade was lagging earlier. The feedback loop is real. Whatever. Beating the boss is worth the lag. He switches to Cole's Void Blade and screams, "Cole, channel everything into this one crit. Give me max power." The blade glows with massive energy, responding to his shout. No hesitation, Chad drops the hammer with a massive overhead slash. The slash literally tears the texture of the game. A black hole opens up to suck the boss in. It's a dimensional ban hammer. If we can't kill him, we'll just uninstall him from reality. Realizing he's about to get deleted, the demon begs, "Wait. I can give you unlimited loot, anything you want." Chad scoffs. "Too much yapping." He coldly says, "Get lost." The rift zips shut. Poof. Boss gone. Chad exhales, totally drained. "Good game, boys. It's finally over. I didn't let the squad down," he thinks. Then his legs give out. He drops, but Gwen rushes in with a clutch catch. "Yo, you good?" Chad shakes his head. "I'm running on 1 HP. The crash is going to be brutal." Jade walks over, grinning. "I knew you guys were cracked at this game. Look, I can't catfish you anymore." She reaches for her mask. Turns out, when she met Gwen, she just made up a gamertag on the fly, but Gwen actually treated her like a real friend. Now that they've beaten the game and are besties, it's time for the ultimate face reveal. This plot twist hits harder than finding out Lance wasn't a traitor. Chad and Gwen are shook. Jaw drop emoji. Jade is actually Valerie, the girl they were trying to respawn this whole time. Valerie looks guilty. "I had to guide you guys to the end game. Sorry for ghosting you for so long." Chad snaps out of it and tries to grab her hand, emotions flooding back. He's tearing up. "Valerie, it's cool. Just seeing you again. That's the only loot I needed. I have so much to tell you." She holds his hand one last time. "Sorry, Chad. I'm just a hologram of leftover data. Servers shutting down for me." Her avatar starts glitching out. Chad and Gwen are heartbroken. Meanwhile, Cole goes to say peace out to Nora. "Sorry, I can't carry you anymore. Nora, stay winning, okay?" Nora fights back tears. "Got it." Then Cole daps up Lance. Cole smiles. "My bad for leaving you with all the drama, Lance." Lance shakes his head. "No sweat. We'll squad up again in the next patch." Before vanishing, Valerie drops one last message in the chat. "Chad, Gwen, you guys are the MVPs. Live your best lives." Chad just got her back and lost her in 2 seconds. It's too cruel. He's crying. "No, Valerie, why?" But the screen fades to black. Mission complete. System. Logging out. Chad wakes up in his bed, in real life. He rubs his head. My head is pounding. Did I pull an all-nighter?" He sits there, buffering. He can't remember the dream, so he shrugs it off, throws on a hoodie and heads downstairs. He pauses at the front door, feeling weirdly heavy. He wonders if there's any point in going out. But he pushes the door open. The morning sun hits his face. And suddenly, for no reason at all, he feels ready to take on the world. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Then, my boy Tivu literally started leaking happy tears. No cap, standing right there was his ride-or-die crew, the homies he survived actual hell with. He didn't even pause, just booked it toward them like he spotted his besties at a packed Times Square on New Year's Eve. Look, life is basically a hardcore survival game. The ops are everywhere, messy like traffic on the 405, and the grind never stops. But as long as you keep stepping and don't go away from keyboard, your story mode is going to be legendary. Yeah, if you want to see Tivu's next adventure, smash that like button and hit